validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we're talking about this, that, and everything in between. I got to tell you, I had a rough last 15 minutes trying to start the show on the dot on time. Tell me why the browser crashed 3 times. We tried to get into Twitter. Twitter wasn't being friendly to us. There was a lot of security checks we had to go through to get back in, rebooted the whole computer. But I tell you what, no matter what, the show must go on. So it took us almost 20 minutes behind the hour to get everything up and going, but we are still here. Now, we don't have anything pressing right behind tonight's show, so we have at least 7 or 8 hours to get everything done. Longest show we've done right now so far is about 5 hours. So, I've got plenty of time to go over everybody's questions, comments, and concerns. So today, we are doing our members only show on Sundays, where we talk about the things that people ask us on a podcast. So I appreciate you guys with your patience, waiting on us to get things swung through. Special shout out to Omni81, Red Void, Liberty Twitcher, Max the Poser. I appreciate you guys for showing us love. Mr. Pibbs for, giving us a good eye. We appreciate you guys for showing support along the way. Let's see. Usman, Ruderus, special shout out to you guys as well. But even though, we start a little bit late. You got to remember that we're supposed to start at 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, which is 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And it is definitely in the magnitude of 7 o'clock. And these are all PM times for California time. And then as far as the other countries, we're looking at 4 a.m. in the other countries for Green Minutes time, as well as Universal Standard Time. But we are definitely live 7 nights a week. Special shout out to Russia, Vietnam, Philippines, Romania, Brazil, Canada. We're going to be talking about y'all tomorrow. Mexico, we're going to be talking about y'all tomorrow. South Africa, Australia, Germany. I don't know. We got a lot of countries up there that we're going to be giving special commemorations to. So we really appreciate you guys for coming to the show and showing that support. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about Monday. We're going to be talking about business and finance related topics, where we're going to be talking about the chaos that has resulted from the guaranteed tariffs that are supposed to happen April 2nd, because he doesn't want to do them. April 1st, because April 1st is April Fool's Day. So April 2nd, he's going to enact some tariffs. And as he enacts those tariffs, we are going to literally see a massive change, because we hear over the past week the borders are being closed and other such stuff. So we're going to be seeing exactly how this is going to turn about for us with the change in accessibility to import exports from Mexico versus the import exports from Canada. And we're going to see exactly how bad off we are, if at all, ever. Now, today, again, we're supposed to be doing our questions and comments. So we're going to try to see if everything is working with the audio files today. Usually we get it some kind of way, but a lot of times it's not exactly the way we wanted it to happen. But, again, we got to make it do what it do. Where there's a will, there's a way. So I will find a way. Let's see if the audio files is going to play for us today. If I can hear it and you can hear it too. Otherwise, I got to bring up a second one, and then we're going to be playing them in tandem. And that's going to have me juggle back and forth. It doesn't change anything for me, because you guys still get to hear what's being said, and I get to tell you guys what my concepts are related to those ideologies. Mr. Daddy, your sidey. What's the haps on the snacks? A lot of stuff. We're doing a lot of good stuff. Max, we just finished talking about how awesome you are. Special shout out to Max and Joe, his father. Back in again tonight. Daddy's first time tonight. I guess you just wanted people to call you Daddy. Or your sidey. Very interesting. Either way, doesn't bother me. But let's go ahead and see what's going on with this audio file. We're going to put our 2 cents in as to the questions and comments that we have coming from a lot of the fans that throw down in the comment section. Make sure that we can hear this one.
Why do people do this? I'm sure I know the answer. It's kind of obvious. But really, why do people go on daring websites and lie about their intentions? If you're looking for a hookup, that's cool. Really, that's fine. No judgment here. But for the love of all that is holy, stop saying you're looking for a long-term relationship when you're not. It's so cool. Right behind ghosting someone or standing someone up. People who this should be made to sit in public with a sign proclaiming their offense, so that we can all throw tomatoes at this. Twice in one day. First, the guy I've been talking to for the last month finally tells me that we are, in fact, looking for different things after all. I asked him the other day when he protested at my insistence of going on an actual date. Then another guy responds to my flirty comment on Hinge, asks what I'm looking for, and when I tell him that it's a long-term relationship, his profile also says ATM match. What in the serious butt is this shit?
Well, oh my goodness, y'all. Hold on a second. Got a lot of feedback. Hold on a second. All right. So we confirmed that the sound is working. The sound is working all over the place. So she's pissed off because she gets on these dating platforms, and depending on what's going on with her dating platform, she is not. To answer your question real quick, Fireball, you should be able to buy properties in Egypt as long as you follow the right rules and regulations. Chalk to your local embassy if you're not from that particular country, and you should be able to pick up some properties. But we're going to be talking about Egypt investments on Wednesday, so you'll definitely be able to get a lot more knowledge and insight on picking up real estate in Egypt, as well as other investment opportunities in Egypt and how to go about acquiring that stuff. Max is talking about running out of V-Bucks. So you want to know if you can get a haircut in order to get some V-Bucks. I mean, yeah, you probably could. You tell me what who does for me. You're trying to pay John Parks. Like you're you're asking me on a mission. You're trying to you're asking me about completing a mission on a game right now, Max. Tyrone asks, how do you buy a second property? See, now that's a legitimate question. So if you have a first property, good. If you have a first property, there is more than one way to do it, depending on how much money you have invested in that first property. So if you have a mortgage, you have to understand, first of all, if you're financing the property and not buying a property cash up front, they're going to go up against your debt to income, meaning how much money you have to pay every month versus how much money you actually make every month. If you're making enough money off of the first property, where you have enough money with your combined income between your rental property and your regular property to finance another property, you can just do regular financing. There's another way that you can do FHAs, but with FHAs, you're required to stay in the property for at least the first, I think, 1 to 2 years after you buy the property before you can like move off the property and go somewhere else. You, depending on if you're a VA, you can do VA loans to buy, and there's no limit to how many of those that you can get, but that depends on your veteran status. You can get hard money loans from hard money lenders. I know a place, Kogo Capital. They do a lot of real estate investments, but that is more for fix and flippers, not for buy and holds where you're actually living on a property. When you're thinking about buying a second house, only utilizing yourself, the likelihood, depending on if your first house is paid off, like you own your first house, you can mortgage your first house for about 65% of the after repair value of your first house, or the market value of your first house, whichever one's lower, because they're not going to give you top dollar for it. They're going to give you reasonable acquirements of it. And so if your house is worth like 500 grand, you'll get between 250 and 300,000 for it. If your house is worth 300 grand, you'll get between 150 and 200,000 for it, something to that effect. Then you take that money and you put that down towards getting another mortgage on another property. That would be the way to get you a second house. If you're using one of those houses as a rental property, the tenant would be paying the mortgage. So between you and the tenant paying the mortgage, both mortgages for both houses should be paid off or being paid off, and any profits that comes from the rental property is offset by the loan payments, which is a tax coverage. And then you can also, if you have stocks, bonds, and real estate and other such, there is a way where you can leverage your investment portfolio as a collateral towards your cash loan, and you can just get a cash loan for the full amount, assuming that you have enough capital. You get a cash loan for a full amount and then use the cash loan to buy the house cash up front, then mortgage the house for 50%, and then do what you got to do with that. What a lot of real estate agents typically do is they will buy a fixer-upper for 150 grand after mortgaging a already repaired house for 50% of its value, where you have a house that's valued at $500,000. After you repaired it, you mortgage it for $250,000, take that $250,000, go and buy $150,000 house, put $50,000 into the repairs, keep the other $50,000 in your pocket as your personal payment, but that came out of a loan. And then you have the tenant that lives into the second house pay you back, pay the rent, and the rent goes towards that mortgage, which then turns into a debt payment, not an actual foreseen profit. Therefore, you actually didn't make a profit. Now, that's the long of the short. But we did a whole show about that a few months back. So if you go back and check out on the channel, the day when we talked about real estate, fix and flipping, buying houses and stuff to that effect, that there was a whole lot of stuff that how do you keep in touch? Well, you can learn tons of stuff from me. If you were to like and subscribe on the channel and follow us, we're here 7 nights a week. You can get a lot of information from us Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on business and finance topics and questions, because we're talking about the entire change in the economy that's about to happen due to the tariffs that's going to go into effect in April, how that's going to impact us here in America. We're going to be talking about cryptocurrencies and ETFs on Tuesday. We're going to be talking about investing in real estate in Egypt. We talked about investing in stocks, bonds, and other types of investments in just about every country of the world, and pick at least one new country per week, every week. And then we cover everything else in addition to that, because on This and That, we talk about this, that, and everything in between. We talked about trust already. We talked about business trust. We talked about personal guarantors. We've talked about offshore banking. We've talked about offshore investing. We've talked about foreign national investing. We've covered all of these topics already over the past 90 days. And then we're going to be talking about the potential for getting our hands on a non-residential private trust that is a offshore trust, where if your estate is owned by a trust in another country, you're less likely to have to deal with all the taxation and stuff like that in America, especially if you establish that trust in a country that doesn't tax the trust or doesn't tax the grantor of the trust or the trustee of the trust. So that gives you the ability to work that stuff out as well. So I talk about a lot of ways to make us more successful. So you're going to see a lot of different things. He says, awesome. I'm new to this. So special shout out to Tyrone Rowe. First time tonight, first time ever. And he is new to the game. So I appreciate that. Slow down with the repeat comments, Max, because you know how I have to give you a timeout if you keep spamming my comment section. I don't do spam. You know that if you got an appropriate comment, I put it up there. You ain't got to give it to me 12 times, Max. So we don't have that many comments coming in for you to say that you're gonna push everybody else's comment off the screen, Max. So yeah, so we definitely take and put forth the effort into covering all of the ways, and there's a lot of times that I can give you guys like 5 hours worth of talking about this stuff, and sometimes I can only give you guys a couple hours worth of talking about this stuff, but we definitely cover a lot of things. We also, on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we talk about social improvement, personal improvement, ways for you to get your own personal stuff together, first person accountability wise, making better decisions, and then making better decisions with the people that you allow to make decisions around you, so that there's less bad decisions negatively impacting your ability to succeed. Then we talk more about how you can make better decisions so that you can succeed. And then also how to redirect your attention from people who are not interested in your success. So he said Max wanted to know if he could get hard money loans. Can soft money loans and shriveled money loans, they're not the same, Max. So a hard money loan is hard to get. It's a loan that you're getting from a loan shark, because he thinks that shriveled money loan and soft money loans, he's referring to something else when he's doing that. But Max, a hard money loan is when you're getting it from a private investor instead of a bank. The other types of loans would be bank loans. And me and Usman was talking about alternative financing, such as in interest debt free investment capitals, where companies that will loan you money and not charge you interest. So it's interest based debt free companies. Basically, they're not charging you interest on a debt that you accrue with them. That's another way to do it. Those are Indian investment companies. They're typically over in England and Saudi Arabia area, but that is another way that if you're in that area trying to invest, you can get it. Dubai has another way to do it, where there are certain companies where if you gave them $150,000, they will get you a property and manage the property for you. So there's a lot of different ways that we can go about doing that. And Usman asked me to cover Dubai one more time, so I'm definitely going to try to throw other stuff in there on Dubai. So let's see, you've got a lot more. And then he wants to talk about, now we're not doing John Parks. And special shout out to Fireball first time tonight. I greatly appreciate it. Yes, definitely. I'm a very underrated podcast because I'm a guy on a channel with no female presence. And this isn't the type of podcast where we're bashing other people. This is a type of podcast where we learn from ourselves and we learn from the mistakes of the people around us. So it is hard to get people to come to this channel because most guys will stop at a channel for either the lust for the girl on the channel, or they're learning something. Like I've got to be talking about something that makes sense. So since I'm not an attractive female, there isn't as many, but I do have 70% followership. But the guys that are following me are more people that are looking to make money and invest and improve the way of life and make changes for themselves so that they're not struggling for the rest of their adult life. The rest of them will pass me by and they'll be looking for the next attractive girl that's leaning over in front of the camera, front ways or back ways or something to that effect. Or they like those red pill podcasts that are all about, just making a mockery of the guests that come onto the show. And I don't have time for that either, because after we recognize that there is a problem, we are supposed to fix the problem. We're not sitting here as a bitch fest saying, woe waste me, life sucks, what do I do? Blah, 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 blah. The government is keeping us down. Government's not keeping us down. Government could care less if we're successful or not. The government has bigger figures than our less than $100,000 a year income to worry about. And those bigger figures is to make money for the rich. So at the end of the day, they're not going to really care too much about the poor. Now, when you start making enough money that you're on their level, they're going to start paying attention to you. And that's when you got to make sure that your money is in order. So, because they'll audit you and take all your money like MC Hammer if you ain't doing right. So at the end of the day, you have to make sure that you have what you need to make sure that you're getting what you're getting from them. Now, if you guys want to, because he's saying make sure that you guys protect and support me. If you guys want to throw something down on the channel, you can do like Max the Poser has done in the past. You guys can donate through comments, appropriate comments, because if they're not appropriate comments, while I still get the donation, the comment won't be seen on the channel. If you do special emojis, special likes, special gifts, they have the little gift thing. I haven't seen it yet because I haven't watched the channel myself while the channel is live, but it's supposed to be like gems or something to that effect that YouTube is starting to do. That's supposed to aid with the collection of, but they're going to do currency exchange with that, turn a certain quantity of dollars into a certain quantity of gems, and then you have to collect a certain quantity of gems to cash out for $100. So cash donations, but you also got to remember that YouTube takes half of everything that you give to a content creator. So if you want me to get 10, you got to slide me 20 because YouTube gonna take half of it. It is what it is. And I respect that. It's the cost of doing business. So they put me up here. So I got to break them off every time I get something from y'all. But definitely, if you support the channel, you support the channel in more than one way, because the more I have that I can utilize to get you guys more detailed information, the more information you guys have access to. You also have the opportunity to stick with the membership, because if you guys jump into the membership, any detailed information that I put into the membership is not going to be lost with a video that gets archived or something to that effect, because I do not archive any of the content that I put up into the channel on the membership. And we have different tiers of membership, from the lowest of the low for those that ain't got it to the top tier triple diamond platinum package, where everything under the sun that can be offered by us will be offered by us. And like I said before, the extremely detailed information, the know-hows and stuff to that effect is, he says, how do you become a member? Well, to become a member, if you've already subscribed to the channel, there's a link in the description. And if you click the link where it says join the membership, it'll take you to the membership, and then you can pick the different tiers for the membership. We have revamped the membership because I was co-partnering the show with Mr. Pibbs, and after downsizing, I had to take a lot of the content off and put more appropriate content up there that better suits the customers. So the fans that are coming to the show, the people that want to learn about business and finance, you're going to see members exclusive situations up there. I'm looking at how YouTube doesn't do PDFs, so I'm thinking about doing a fan page in addition to that will be exclusively accessible from the membership. But I got to create all that, and then you guys would be able to get like documents from one of these things. Cause I'm sitting over here thinking, yo, if I have a place where I can take all of this, get the forms and the documents and PDF files and stuff like that and throw it in there, then you guys would be able to just go into the membership and through the membership, go and download those documents, and you'd be able to tackle yourself in every city, every state, and every country as I collect the information. So clearly, since I'm in America, I'll start off by trying to get a lot of the information to make us successful in America. But as I travel the world with the podcast, we will be figuring out ways to get this done in other countries. So as I get that information, translate it to to English for those of us that don't speak their language, and then put it up there on where we can get it from. I'll make sure that I keep you guys appraised as to where that information is. But right now, I have to take a giant document, put it in there, and it just looks like a really long comment. But it has all the information that you need for that particular segment. So I'm trying to make it better, because YouTube is YouTube and they're not used to documents. They're used to videos. So I'm going to make it work for you guys. But that's one way to get in there. We also have merchandise, which allows you to show support for the channel as well, where you can get exclusive merchandise. And then depending on the membership levels, if you talk to me about your discounts, depending on the store you're going to before you grab the merchandise, depending on your membership level, you get a discount on the merchandise that you're acquiring, which allows you to get the shirts, the hoodies, the hats. You can get a necklace for your girl. You can get a throw pillow, since women like to throw stuff, something for the kid, something for the dog. We've got coffee mugs, thermos, long drying towels. We got all kinds of stuff on there. And you'll see that in the merchandise area of the channel. So there's a lot of that information that's in there as well. So take a look at it either during the show or after the show. I'm making it a habit now to make sure that I keep a lot of the information that we have been creating on the channel. So a lot of the stuff before August and September have been archived, but all of the information that came after that, October, November, everything that happened with Bitcoin, all of that stuff, we're keeping that where you guys can access it. So if you missed something today or this week or over the past month, you can definitely go back and grab it again, and you'll be able to see it whenever you have availability. Because like Usman, special shout out to Usman, he's back. Usman squared. He was Usman 77, now he's Usman squared. He was talking to me about specific companies that he can invest in England, and I took a whole show and dedicated to all the questions he had about investing in England. And whenever he has time, he can go back and look at that show. I put the stocks and bonds and investment opportunities in the comment section so that he could get it. He can write it down, and the comment section repeats the live. So after you replay the live, the comment section shows up in real time. So wherever I talked about that question, whatever comments I stuck in the comment section at that time, you can click the show and stop at that moment, and all the information is written in the comment section. So you could just write down all the information that you need and then utilize it to your advantage. Usman says, quote, buy a pillow because women like to throw stuff. But it's true though. Like, how many of y'all have dated a female that will not throw nothing at you? When they get excited, upset, frustrated, emotional in any kind of way, they pick something up, and especially if you embarrass them or trick them or startle them in some way, shape, or form, they'll pick something up and chuck it at you. Even if it's a playful throw, they call it love taps, when they like to strike a man, and it's not appropriate, but men tolerate it. and women do it. Some women believe that that's a form of affection, but I mean, that's how fights start, because a man can't love tap you, because if he just kind of hits you in the face, you're going to feel like you were beat down like Ike Turner beat Tina. And it's just not appropriate. So since it is not acceptable for a man to tap on a chick, it is not appropriate for a woman to do the same for a dude. You said, do you have a beginner stock investing video? You know what? Yes and no. Yes, I have a beginner stock investment video. No, it's not specifically designed as a beginner stock for investment video, because what I did was I did quite a few videos on how people who are struggling with money can invest in cash stocks. And I spent 2 or 3 weeks in a row on Tuesdays telling you guys about the different stocks you can invest in that were up to 18% in dividends. I grabbed a bunch of them. I told you guys about a bunch of different stocks that are cash stocks that will pay you dividends. And I the whole show, it's like boring to listen to unless this is something you really want to know, because I'm telling you the name of the stock, the interest rate, the share price, the P&E. I'm going over all of that stuff, which ones that are worth getting. I did one about the undervalued stocks, and I did one about the plastic. Go invest in plastic. The plastic stocks, since Trump is switching from paper to plastic is about to boom if it hasn't already. And there are some stocks and shares and stuff that you buy that does not pay dividends. That's the stuff where the money that you make is the money that you get after you sell the stock, or if you keep the stock and leverage the stock as capital assets against a loan, then you can borrow cash against that stock and then spend money. But if you're trying as a broke person to invest in stuff, but you don't want to cash out on your investment, you get you a cash dividend stock. So I started talking to you guys about REITs to start with, and I gave you guys a list of REITs that you can buy into that pay monthly. After REITs, there were other blue chip companies there that are also called cash stocks that that pay out quarterly, semi-annually, annually. I found some that were biannually, and the amount of money that they're paying, and then how long you have to wait to get paid versus how much money you have to put up there is very important, versus how much money you really want to get in a short term. And it kind of helps you balance the short term versus the long term. So yeah, I kind of did talk about how to get your foot in the door. I talked about different apps that you can use, because we have fintech technology that helps you invest in certain stuff. And I have thrown a lot of information out there about which apps you can download. I'm using some of them, and I could put a link into the comment section where you and I can both make something off of it. If you guys want a link to the Stash app that I'm using, which shows you guys how much money that you can make off of this. And it's kind of like for beginners. It's like an autopilot system that helps navigate you through investments without having the full knowledge of the investments. It helps you build your knowledge alongside doing research with me, outside of wasting your time with stockbrokers. I'm not that guy that's going to swear to God, oh, if you stick with me, I'll make you $1 million by tomorrow. I'm not doing all that. I told you guys to do what I'm doing, and as I become successful, you'll become successful. But it's a long game. I tell everybody to try to prepare themselves for a 10 to 20 year plan, because if you do, then you'll be able to adjust that and make yourself successful. So there's a lot of tips and tricks that I tell you guys. I tell you guys about ways to save money on your taxes, things that are tax deductions that y'all didn't know about, like investing in your local public schools. I keep advocating for that since the Department of Education just got shut down. I give you guys so much information, so much. And the days when I have like 5 hours, like I got today, to talk about a lot of stuff, versus the days where I only got a couple of hours because I've got a lot of clients in Asia that I got to attend to right after the show, is the difference between, I tell you guys, we got to do business worldwide. I have to end the podcast some days because I've got clientele in Taiwan, Taipei, and I've got the Higher Ground, which was made by Alanito.music. They made songs. They made a whole album exclusive to the podcast, and the it's a Switzerland band. So we're doing business in Switzerland and we're doing business in Asia. So I tell you guys about putting more effort into making money, make money for you, and then how you can benefit from investing in all of these other things. So I think that is a great way to go. Tyrone said, Usman says, I've had a cup thrown at me by a female family member. Well, it's a female. It doesn't matter if it's your sister, your mom, your aunt, your grandma. It don't matter if it's your girlfriend, your female best friend, because some men accidentally get thrown in the friend zone, and it happens. That's what women do. Men are not allowed to do that. We were allowed to do that back in the day when we were kids, talking about some love tap, go over there and punch him in the arm and run off. You punch a female in the arm as an adult, you go into jail for 5 to 10, talking about some domestic violence. So because it is uniformly unacceptable for a man to put his hands on a woman in violence, even if it's accidental, emotional, or playful, it is unacceptable for a woman to do the same for a man. I'm a man of uniformity, and that's something that you're going to hear from me on a regular basis. So when I talk about stuff, there's going to be a lot of times that the women are going to get pissed off. But when the shoe is on the other foot, I say it the exact same way. He can't do it to you, and that's why you can't do it to her. There we go. Usman says, did you know Xander can sharpen a knife by rubbing it over his suit? These suits are sharp. He says, I just created an account to Charles Schwab. Okay. I'm not familiar with Charles Schwab. I am familiar with Acorn, which is good. I would stand by Acorn. I would stand by Stash app. And I gave Usman quite a few apps that he could download for England. There are a number of them here in America that we can use, and that's one of the reasons why I was like, man, we got to do a show about that. You're saying I'm hearing a lot about XRP stock. What's your thoughts? Well, I got a whole show about that on Tuesday. That's my thought. Because we're supposed to be talking about cryptocurrencies and ETFs, and we'll be talking about the XRP stocks as well. I know we were talking about meme coins and how meme coins was when somebody does a massive dump of capital into a meme coin, and then it puts the value up there, but then those people can kind of just take the money back out of it, and it turns into like a massive pyramid scheme. And the reason why we talked about that was because Donald Trump made Trump coin, and that's made with meme coin, and Elon Musk made Dogecoin, DOGE, named after the Doge company, the Department of Government Efficiency, Doge. I call it Dodge because I mean they dodge a responsibility, but Doge, they're not the same thing, but because he named a coin, a cryptocurrency, after governmental progress, as the governmental program makes popular response from the public, the stock of the coin will make popular return as well. Because if you look at Elon Musk aiming to save the country $2 trillion, as he gets closer to that $2 trillion, more people are going to say, oh, that Dogecoin is where it's at because Elon Musk is doing X, Y, and Z in the government. But the coin and the actions of Elon Musk are not the same, but because they share the same name, they share the same reputation. Same way, Donald Trump makes Trump coin. Donald Trump is a billionaire. Donald Trump name is branded as a high value name. So he makes a cryptocurrency off of his name. That cryptocurrency has a reputation of a billionaire. So when it comes down to XRP stocks, we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff with that on Tuesday. Second time, Cirrus. He says, Cirrus, special shout out to Cirrus. He put the comment up there twice. One more time, buddy, and I'm going to have to give you a nice long break because we're not doing spam in the. Yep, I told you. I tried to warn you, buddy. We're not doing spam in the comments. You put the comment up there one time and wait your turn. There ain't that many people in here throwing in comments that I can't get to everybody. when we get that far along, because there's only like 23,000 of you guys watching the show. So when we get to a point where there's more of you guys than I can catch on comments, you guys have the ability to throw some cash down and have your comment prioritized instead of spamming the show with 13 responses of the same comment. All you really have to do is just put $10 down, and then I'll put your comment up there. I'll skip somebody to put your comment up there. But I mean, while everybody is everybody in this and we're just enjoying our day, I'm not going to deal with spamming. So you guys be careful about that. Special shout out to Cody. Cody's in the house. Usman said, I remember seeing Bitcoin at 6,000 years ago. I remember seeing Bitcoin at 5,000 years ago. Stayed away from it, as a lot of Islamic scholars have said it's not permitted. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to throw down on it because of religious beliefs, but Bitcoin is like 100 grand off and on, between 70 and 100 grand since December. So you're going to find a lot of people that are throwing down on Bitcoin. They have a lot of other cryptocurrencies that trade with Bitcoin. It was made as an algorithm that was supposed to be utilized for microtransactions, and then it turned into a massive stock that billionaires are making a bunch of profits off of. Since it's been around since 2009, I don't see anything unethical about it that you're not able to invest in it, Usman, but I don't know. I know that specifically one of the original creators that was allegedly involved in it has like $800 billion worth of stock stuck in Bitcoin because he can't prove that he is who he said he is, because he used an alias and they're not willing to recognize him as the owner of the shares. So he has over $800 billion worth of crypto in Bitcoin and he can't access it. And that was like a lawsuit in 2 countries. So it's crazy. But 2023, when it was $20,000, and then 18 months later, it skyrocketed to $90,000. It's something worth getting into. And if you're doing microtransactions, you can buy and sell stock on a minute-to-minute basis using trade bots and shave up a bunch of money. And this is a good question. Cody said, you'll never catch us all. Like Pokemon. You're right. I'm not going to catch everybody. I'm going to catch most of them. When the comments start flowing too fast, I'm a scam the ones. I'm a skim, not scam. I'm a skim the ones that I trust, and the ones I don't trust, I'm gonna be like, So some of my regulars like Usman, Cody, Satellite, Nico, you guys, when you guys are giving a Joseph Rodriguez, Reese Martinez, when you guys come up and we're having serious conversations, I'm a look for y'all's comments. But some of these new ones that pop in and start throwing us some left field stuff, I'm like, I don't know. I might skip that comment if it don't look like it's appropriate. Like what's her name was up here yesterday talking about you're not reading my comments. Well, you're putting up stuff about Ukraine. I'm not going to read everything you say. But Tyrone, you said, do I recommend buying properties overseas? There are some countries you cannot buy properties over there unless you are less than 50% owner of the property. Yes, I encourage you to buy real estate in every country, but you're going to more likely be successful with buying properties in other countries utilizing an LLC or a C corporation involved in real estate. And then that would be an international investment company. You also, if you're buying properties in other countries, the money that you're investing in purchasing and renovating the properties in other countries can be utilized as a tax write-off for the capital that you're making in the United States. So it is a good idea for you to buy property somewhere else, because like Japan, you can start up a real estate business in Japan. They'll give you $23,000 to start up a business over there as long as you hire 2 locals to run the place. You do not need to be a native to own property, so you can be 100% owner of the business. It'll be classified as a foreign domestic, which will give you the ability to start up the business, let them run it for you, and then they'll use your money to expand on your accessibility of profits and rental properties. It costs less. It's like $8,500 a year to live in Japan. And if you did this, with the $23,000 they're giving you, you would have enough money to pay both employees $9,000 a piece for the first year and a half, which will give you plenty of time for 2 employees to build up enough income on your business where you're making more money than you're spending, where you have enough money to cover the overhead, and the any money that you're putting into the business over there is a tax write-off over here. So because America allows you up to, in 2025, $236,000 or $256,000, somewhere in that effect, of earned income from another country that's non-taxed in the US. So it is definitely a good idea to buy real estate in every country around the world, and just offset. Now, what I've come to understand is that it is the $230,000 is worldwide, not in each country. So the only way that you can offset that is if you start up a different business in each country, and each business gets that $230,000 grace period off of the business. Even though you're the owner of each one of those businesses, each individual business gets that $200,000 tax break on it. Cody says, I can get a lot of Bitcoin. Bitcoin sounds like that. Yeah, hell yeah. It's lucky. It's like some leprechaun business or something. It is. It's crazy. And he said, crazy to think we used to buy acres for like dollars, or got paid to get land to go out west. And now, they offering you $6,000 to go to Kansas right now, or either Kansas or Kentucky, one of the two. It is a little small location in the middle of nowhere. Probably is a rebuilt war zone where like the police killed everybody over there, and now they've renovated the whole city, and now they want to start over. But it's a whole neighborhood, whole city, and they're like, "Oh, come move over to this city. We'll give you $6,000 to help you with the move." Nah, I'm good, bro. Nah, it's gentrification. They're gonna pay you, but $6,000 not necessarily enough money to move a lot of the times, because it depends on how far away you are. Because if you're using a moving truck, it might cost you $3,000, $6,000 just to get your stuff there. Not to mention transferring utility bills is usually $500 to $1,000 for security deposits and all this other stuff. It's crazy. So, I mean, but if you are in a rental situation and you're tired of where you're at and you want to go over there and they're going to give you $6,000 and you don't need the whole $6,000 to get there, sign up. I could put more information about that in the membership for those people that are interested in it. Tyrone says, as a military brat, I was born in England, which enables me to obtain a dual citizenship, which allows you to go and look at last Wednesday's show. And last Wednesday's show, we talked about all the places that you can invest in England. Cody said that was trippy and crazy. How you can buy citizenship to the U.S. for $5 million. Bro, America's for sale. You didn't know capitalism? So you get a black card, basically a gold card. It's a gold card. Green cards for poor people, gold cards for rich people, to give us $5 million so that you could just come and go as you please. And the new gold card that they got going on right now that they're offering everybody, you don't have to start up a business that employs everybody, because if you've got $5 million, you're going to have chauffeurs, you're going to have housekeepers, you're going to have all sorts of stuff going on where you're going to end up employing people, because as a multimillionaire, it's beneath you to do manual labor work. But with the 60,000 immigrants applying for their EBWs and their H-1Bs, if 10% of those people paid $5 million a person to come over, we're looking at almost $500 billion. So it's easy, a good way to go to incentivize bringing wealth to the country. And since Donald Trump is creating the sovereign wealth fund, that they're going to be taking U.S. capital and reinvesting it so that they can get returns from their investments, so that the profits is going to fund the U.S. government, which will deviate the U.S. population from having so much of a ideology of the requirement of paying taxes, because we will get taxation, we will get government funding from outside the country, where we will end up being eventually a non-taxed country. That'd be fantastic. But until we get there, everybody's got to be on their P's and Q's, because they audited the IRS this year. So between now and April 15th, you got a little over 30 days left to get your taxes done. And if you haven't gotten it done, just note they audit the last group before they audit the first group. So people who apply at the beginning in January, less likely to get audited. The people that applied closer to April, more likely to get audited. The people who apply after April not only have the heightened responsibility to get audited, they also end up with a penalty, which takes a lot of their return out of their back pocket. Just think about that. Usman said, what I recall is the scholars said it's too volatile. No one knows who really invented it, and no country's central bank is backing it. It's unregulated, plus can be easily influenced, e.g. Doge to the moon. Well, you're right, Usman. The fact is that because it is unregulated and it is not centralized to a specific country, that is the reason why Bitcoin is so volatile. And because of its volatility, that is the reason why so many people are investing in it, because it's backed by the investor. That's where the situation gets crazy. So that one guy who claims to be the owner, what's his name, Satoshi, who claims to be the creator and owner of Bitcoin, his $800 billion is stuck because he can't prove that he is who he says he is. So he can't take his money out. So it's backed by at least $800 billion because he can't get his money back. And then whatever everybody else throws down. So when each Bitcoin right now is valued at almost $100,000 a piece, if you was to buy $100,000 worth of Bitcoin, you would have the value of $100,000 worth of Bitcoin. Now, since rich people take their money out at the end of quarter one and start spending it, and then they start putting their money back at the end of quarter two, the end of March, beginning of April is the lowest that the stock is going to be. And then from April until October, it's going to be on a steady incline. It's going to fluctuate a lot because it's volatile. It's going to go down a little bit before the 4th of July. You can watch the stock market, since this is purely cash. Think about it, how rich people think about it. They're going to dump all their money into it before the end of quarter four. So before the last week of December, they're going to dump as much money into it as possible. They're going to finish their taxes and start taking money out. So right after tax season is over, you're going to start seeing a dip in the stock because they're taking all of their money out and spending it. They're going to start putting money back to make sure that they put enough back before the end of the year, but they are going to take money out to celebrate the holidays. So depending on what country they're in, you've got Cinco de Mayo, 4th of July. Most countries all start school in August. So you're going to, like a week or two before school season starts, you see another dip. Then after that, it peaks at Halloween because nobody cares about Halloween, but that's 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, and everybody celebrates Thanksgiving. So they're taking money out right before Thanksgiving. They're taking money out right before Christmas, right after Thanksgiving. So 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, because it's a lot of money, they're going to take their money out. So you're going to see a dip. And then the week of Thanksgiving and the first week of Christmas, it goes back. And then right after Christmas, you're going to see a little bit of dip right around Christmas, and then it's going to go back again. And that's the trend. That's the trend. I've been watching it for years. I've been watching it for almost a decade. That is the exact trend. So you can see that it'll be at 50% of its value more often than not. 50% of its final value. So not 50% of its every year value. It's 50% of its final value in April. Whatever its value is in April, it should double that by October. Now, whether or not it declines in January, that depends on the market. But wherever it is in April, it's going to go up by October. And then wherever it is in October, it's going to take a little bit of a dip in November, another dip in December, and then it might skyrocket again before the 1st of January. That's how we rock that. So yeah, I pay attention to all of this stuff, and then I tell you guys about it. And then you figure out what you're going to do on a regular basis. Tyrone says, wow, are you very educated in this field? Much appreciated, sir. Well, Tyrone, I have done research for 100% of my shows. I go live 7 nights a week, 365 days a year, 366 days on a leap year. That means I do research 366 days a year on a leap year. I got 3 degrees, one in microbiology, one in communication and health, and the other one in computer technology. But I just don't want to be broke. So I did what any person who doesn't want to be broke would do. And I did my research to find ways to not be broke. I also don't want to have to use my physical condition to make money. So I had to do what any person who didn't want to do that to make money could do. And I did my research. I found a bunch of ways that I could make legal money, because that's the key factor, because you can find big money fast in all of the most illegal ways. But eventually you do get caught when you start making too much money too soon. Now, I want to find ways to make legal money. That way I can retire out of the game. I want to stop having to struggle to make money. I want to live more. I want to spend more time with friends and family. I want to enjoy life. And as a result, that's one of the reasons why this podcast became one of the things, because me and my buddy was talking about doing podcasting. And he had brought it up to me once before because he had wanted to do it with somebody who did not have the motivation that he had. I was like, bet, because I heard that you could automate a channel and you could get paid off of it. Then I had somebody else that I was talking to. She wanted to do the same thing. And I was like, everybody's talking about doing this. Why not get in it? When my homeboy came back and talked to me about it the third time, I said, we ain't got nothing left to lose, bro. If you doing it, I'm doing it. We're going to get in here. We're going to get it done. Soon as I started getting in it, I started investing in it. And then I started seeing all the ways that I can make money off of doing what I'm doing. That's when I started saying, you know what? What if this was the kind of living that I was getting paid to do? To be on a podcast, teaching other people how not to be broke. Teaching other people how to make positive decisions in life, how to improve their social lives, improve their dating life, and you know, that be like, I'm traveling the world for this podcast to show other people how to make themselves successful. I think that that would be a good legacy for me to leave, because I would be the type of person that everybody could learn from long after I'm not here, as long as they keep watching those old videos. And then on top of that, I would not have to break my back. I would not have to work for somebody else. I show up when I say I'm going to show up, and that's it. So to me, I felt like, wow, this is a fantastic thing to get into, but it took a lot of hard work. And that research to make myself successful on the channel is what made me so wise today, because I take all of the information that I get, I regurgitate it, and then I give it back to you guys. And this is all public knowledge. All of the information that I have, you could have found this yourself. You just didn't know where to look. I don't know everywhere to go to find every answer to every question. But once I found the answer, if you ask me, I will bring you the answer. So that turns out to be the trend on the channel. We talk about this, that, and everything in between, as long as it's appropriate. And then I make it a point to bring it to you guys so that you guys know what you didn't know, what you didn't have access to. If you don't ask the right question to Google, Google's not going to give you the answer you're looking for. So if by asking 15, 20, 30 different questions when I'm doing the research and I'm doing the digging online, I can get everything off the internet the same way you guys can. And then I put it all together in a linear fashion. And then I serve it up to you guys as the knowledge of the day. And you guys can take it, learn it, use it right now today. I'm not that motivational speaker that's going to tell you, you can be successful. What I'm going to tell you is, well, if you do this, this, and this, you will be successful. If you stop doing that, stop allowing that over there, stop cutting on that nonsense over there, you will be successful. If you shave a little bit off of your overhead every month, instead of wasting time on entertainment and invest that entertainment money on principal interest, you can entertain yourself with the interest off the principal, because the principal can only be spent once. The interest off the principal can always be spent residually as long as the principal stays put. So instead of chasing debt, fuck the debt, charge it off, invest everything into the stock option, then take the stock option, go pay whatever debt is left. Because rich people take all of their money, invest it, take the interest off of the investment, and go pay bills. Poor people pay bills first and then take whatever's left and go and invest it. Who's still going to have money after the bills are paid? The rich people, because they invested the principal first and took the interest off the principal and went and paid bills. The poor people who paid bills are still broke and taking the change and putting it into an investment. And then if they have more bills than they have money, they're going to take their investment, cash out on it, and then go and spend it on problems. where a lot of the times it's not you personally that has the problem, Tyrone. It is your friend, your homie, your girlfriend, your family member, your girlfriend's family member, some chick you're trying to sleep with that won't give you the time of day, but y'all are just friends. Those are the people with the reckless ass lifestyles that you got to go place Captain Save a Hole to, and you taking your hard earned money that you saved and invested for in case you got an emergency to go save that person, bail somebody out of jail for the 5th time in their life for some stupid stuff that they ain't had no business doing. And that's why you can't get your money together, because you are doing too much for the people around you that you value, and they're not doing enough to reciprocate to put that money back into your pocket. That's the problem. That's why poor people stay poor. Or at least that's one of the reasons why poor people stay poor. Not saying that you are specifically poor, but that is the mentality of people. We get extra money. We celebrate because we got money by spending that money. We get extra money. We take care of the people that we value by spending our money on people that don't have enough money to pay us back. They won't do anything for us. We don't benefit from them at all. Or we waste the money with entertainment, vacations, trips around the world, expensive ass cars, buying bigger houses, living always at 99% of our income. Instead of getting a promotion and then increasing our standard of living, we should get a promotion and take the extra money and invest it so that we can quit working. That's what we're supposed to be focusing on. This is the stuff that I tell people on this channel on a daily basis. And that's why a lot of people come to this channel and marinate here, because ain't no hot chicks on this channel. I give you guys the opportunity to click the link, approve the mic, approve the camera, and I can see you on a show. We can have in-person conversations on a regular basis. We can do that too. But it's not too many people got the courage to click that link. Not too many people got good internet, because the internet has been sucking lately, which is why it took me 15 minutes to start the show. I was supposed to start at 10. I started at 10:17 because it took me 20 minutes to start the show because I had to get the internet working. Cody said, I think Musk is trying to go to build a supercomputer in Tennessee. He ain't trying. He's going to build a supercomputer, because where the hell you think the U.S. government is going to have a crypto building, eco-friendly environment? Because you know that Trump is investing in energy, renewable energy and technology and cryptocurrency. You put all three of those together, that's a supercomputer building Bitcoins for the U.S. government that Elon Musk is going to invest in. If crypto is solely backed by the investors, the whales will have all the advantage. No, sir. If the crypto is backed by the investors, the whales that are leaving their money there secures the stock option. That's the thing. Yes, they're going to have a higher percentage rate, but Bitcoin is one of those non-dividend distributing stocks. So you buy into it. Your profit is when you sell it. That's why it's so volatile. So if you buy into it when it's low, you sell it when it's high, you buy back into it when it's lower than what you bought into it for, you sell it when it's higher than what you paid for. Every time you do that, that is how you turn a profit from micro transactions. You can do 3,000 transactions a day with buying and selling Bitcoin, because people are buying and selling Bitcoin all across the world. You can turn a bunch of profits off of it, but if you buy it and hold it, which is like day trading, not cryptocurrency, if you buy it and hold it, you're only going to get a 4% return on leaving your money there until you decide to cash out on it. But all it's going to do is increase the value of your Bitcoin by 4% annually. It's not going to increase your dollar amount by 4%. It's going to increase the value of the stock by 4% annually. Now, when you cash out, if you cash out at peak time in October, then you get the most out of your stock. You cash out, you put it in your pocket, you good to go. But if you cash out, say, March 28th or April 5th, you might be at the lowest time of the year and you get less than what you thought you was going to get. So you just got to be careful when you pull out of that. Tyrone shows us, it shows my friend, I'm glad to find you live and give him back. Hey, share it with your friends, because you got a lot of people that satellite. I just seen you jump in here. Give me a second, bro. Share it with your friends, because you might have a lot of friends that, like you, want to do better, just don't know another way, and then you just don't have you don't have the motivation to do something different specifically because you don't know that there is another way. Most of us are taught and trained from childhood to work for somebody else to make money. Then as we start getting closer to an adult, we're told that we can start up our own business, but we're not told how. Then most of us that are minorities are told, oh, there's so many minority supporting programs that's out there that aren't out there anymore because they've done away with affirmative action for Black men. They didn't do away with affirmative action for women, but they've done away with affirmative action for Black men. So all of those loans and everything that you could get just because you're Black doesn't work like that no more. You got to have a good ass fucking idea in order for you to bring your idea to life with their money. But again, your idea either has to be backed by somebody wealthy or backed by good credit, which I told you guys soon enough, I'm going to be putting myself dedicating it one of these weeks coming soon to attacking the three major credit agencies so that I can tell you guys what we can do to make sure that the rumors around the mill and on TikTok and other places is actually legitimate stuff. Because I've been debunking some of the rumors that I see on TikTok and other such channels when they're talking about stuff that doesn't make sense. And yeah, if you stick with this channel, you like and subscribe, you share it with your homies get on, y'all can sit. I could tell you, this is another thing that made me start doing this. Back in 2017, back in 2016, me and my homeboys used to sit in my house. They would all come over. They would roll blunts. We would sit there, smoke, play spades, and watch a podcast about these guys that used to talk about stuff that made sense. They wasn't talking about as much serious stuff as I'm talking about, but it was like 5 Black dudes and a chick. I can't even remember the name of the show. But if I could, I'd give them a shout out because they were the very first inspiration. Like, man, why am I not doing this? But they had like a whole studio. I'm right here at my house. I ain't got that kind of money yet. But the fact is that even way back then, me and a few of my boys, we all sat together in the same house. We sat there, put it up on a computer or put it up on a cell phone. We would sit there, we would play spades, and we would listen to what they saying and listen to what they talking about. Then we would start having conversations, and then me and my guys would start collabing on how we would make money later, instead of us sitting there just watching some girl twerk on a video or watching some girl model some scandally clad outfit that she shouldn't be seen in public with or something like that. We was literally sitting over there watching like, yo, these guys is talking about this and this. Like, yo, what if we got into this? What if we got into that? What about hemp? What about solar? What about that? Because we was watching it on a channel. Now, years later in 2024, almost a decade later, I'm doing the same thing that I seen them guys doing. Now I'm the guy that's telling you guys about all the different stuff y'all can do. Y'all gonna be sitting around the campfire, drinking your brews with your homeboys. Y'all gonna be sitting over there talking about what's good with life. And y'all are gonna be able to say, dang, I've been sitting here watching his podcast just about every day. If he don't tell me something that I can learn from with relationship choices, family choices, social network choices, work network choices, business deal choices, like, man, I change all the ways that I think about stuff. Interactions with police choices, like, change all the ways that we think about stuff. And as a result, you end up being more financially successful because the less money you have to waste on making a stupid decision, the more money you have to invest. The more money you have to invest, the more profits that you make. The more profits that you make, the more money you have to spend. The more money you have to spend, the more money you have to invest. The more money that you invest, the more improved lifestyle you will get, because now instead of you wondering where you're getting your money from, you already know where you're getting your money from, because on the 27th, 23rd, 28th, 29th of the month, you're going to get a check from your stock option. That's where your money is coming from, which is a few days before the first, which gives you plenty of money to pay your rent on the first, so that your landlord ain't got to wait till the 15th when you get your disability. You can set it up where your money coming in and it got all your stuff going down on the first. That's how change is made. Then if you're making more money than you need, you can travel, because if you're getting $10,000 a month, you only need 3. You got $7,000 a month to travel with. You got money to start businesses in other countries. You got money. And then if you're traveling, it's a business expense. So when you think about all this capital that you're spending, all this money that you're making, well, if you're spending it for an LLC, C corporation, or this podcast, it is a business write-off. So now you start looking at all the different things that you can spend your money on that is tax deductible. So instead of having to give the U.S. government shit tons of money because you're making shit tons of money, you show the U.S. government invoices of everything you paid for that is tax deductible to the point where you don't pay any money. So you made millions of dollars and you don't give them nothing. How the rich stay rich. So hold on real quick. Special shout out, Mr. Satellite, back again, round 11. He's back again, round 11. Cody said, doesn't there have to be poor people for there to be rich people? Not in Dubai. Dubai is one of very few countries that doesn't really have a poor economy. Doesn't really have very many poor people. And I know the concept is that in order for somebody to be wealthy, somebody has to be not wealthy. That's not necessarily true. In order for us to have rich people in the world, since capitalism is making success off of poor people, there have to be some poor people in the world. But truth is, the difference between Elon Musk and Donald Trump being billionaires and 100% of the population on the planet being a millionaire is the fact that we could all be on the same level, or some of us could be on top. So can we all be millionaires? Yeah, we probably could. But are we all going to be millionaires? Probably not, because not all of us are going to change our mindset. Cody said change is good. Someone's got to plow the fields. You damn right. You damn right. Tyrone said, facts. You're dropping so much game, bro. This is all I do. Well, I do this. I also teach. I also do real estate. I also have a nonprofit building housing for the homeless in Florida, and I also invest. So I got a lot of stuff going on. I don't play no games nowhere. And then I also do product endorsements for a lot of the companies that see the podcast and want me to promote their products on the podcast. So every now and again, you might see me talk about somebody's product, and then, I'll be like, hey, let me talk about this. But I only talk about the ones that actually have some value. If I would use it, I would talk about it. If I would buy it, I would talk about it. I'm not just going to do it for the sake of doing it, because it's not a lot of the stuff I'm getting a product just because for free, just because I'm going to talk about it. And a lot of the times I got to pay to get the product so that I could talk about it. And they might pay me after the fact when I talk about it. So when I'm doing product endorsements, because I'm a micro influencer, I'm not a macro influencer. I got, like I said, 23,000 followers. So it's not like they're like, oh snap, he got more followers than LeBron James. I'm gonna go follow. Nah, because if that was the case, I could get me a shoe deal with Nike, and then I don't have to do nothing but wear Nikes, and then just be seen with Nikes on my feet, or have like some Nike shoes in the background and just talk and don't even have to do anything and just collect a check. So special shout out to Zaira. Do you buy these followers? Question. Cody, Mr. Satellite, Tyrone, Usman, how much did I pay you guys to come? I'm pretty sure that everybody here is gonna say no. I ain't paid nobody nothing. I'm pretty sure everybody's gonna say that. They stumbled across this on a For You page as they were going down a rabbit hole of YouTube, and it just so happens that this channel popped up for some reason. And when it popped up, they were like, oh shit, this man's making sense, and they just stayed after that. That's pretty much usually how it goes down. But a lot of people feel like, oh, a small podcast, you got to get bots. Bro, I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for that. Oh, but he said 22,000, but only 7 watching right now. Well, no, it's not actually 7 watching right now. Actually, so YouTube has had this situation where they have changed everything over for the live stream from the 16:9 to the 9:16. When they changed it over in August, they recognized for all of the content creators that a lot of the views are not being dispersed. They've been working on it since September. They gave us a notice in December that they fixed it because it was showing 0. And when during the inauguration, I had like 5,600 people that was watching my channel. It showed 20. Another issue is that people pop in and out because of the ads. So you will have a lot of people on the show throughout the show, but you might only have like 7 or 10 people dedicated to watching the show, or you might have a people popping in and out where you have 30, 50, 70 people consistently watching the show. But because they get hit with an ad, and that ad might take a minute or two, it might count them leave and then count them come back. and then they're able to be up there. So, yesterday's show, we had a few hundred people on the show. Yesterday's show, a few days ago, we had a couple thousand people on the show. That one day when we did 5 hours, we had 3,000 people on the show. So, it really just depends on the day. So actually, that's not necessarily no. I haven't paid for advertisement because it costs too much money to pay for advertisement. I've got the StreamYard I got to deal with. You got to pay to stream on TikTok. I mean, not on TikTok. You got to pay to stream on Twitter X. They won't let you stream on Twitter X for free. You got to pay the premium to stream on Twitter X. Then I have editing software to aid me with editing the videos so that I could put up extra highlight videos up there. The laptop, the internet service. The internet service is $330 a month for the 5G unlimited internet from T-Mobile. I actually have 2 towers in this area to try to improve the quality of the feed, and I'm still operating on 720p instead of 1080p because 1080p we have a lot of dropped frames because a tower in the neighborhood crashed. So there's that. There's a lot of stuff that I pay for that is not just coming to the podcast, that I'm not even really wasting my time to pay for advertisement. But if I was to pay for advertisement, $200 would get me about 30,000 views, 30 to 40,000 views on the channel if I did a worldwide advertisement. But you'll know when you see ads coming out, you'll know that I started paying for ads. But the ads typically give you about 4.3 click-through rating, 4.3% click-through rating. So out of about 930,000 impressions, you get about 40,000 views off of that. And out of the 40,000 views, you're likely to get about 4,000 subscribers off of that, hypothetically. He asked me, how do I get monetized? Well, you have to cross over 1,000 subscribers and have approximately 4,000 watched hours within 12 months to get monetized. I got monetized last year, January 18th, and you can delete a lot of videos off of your channel because you don't have to maintain 4,000 watched hours. You have to reach the magnitude of 4,000 watched hours in order to get monetized. You have to maintain more than 1,000 subscribers in order to stay monetized. So if you go less than 1,000 subscribers, you start losing your ability to be monetized. And if you get less than 500 subscribers, you definitely stop being monetized. But as long as you stay over 1,000 subscribers, you have the ability to be monetized. Oh, Cody said rabbit hole. Who knows what YouTube is doing? Content creators know what YouTube is doing because YouTube puts it on our studio every few days. At least once a week, they tell us all of the stuff that went wrong that we've been complaining about, and then they come back and tell us what they're trying to do to fix it. But it is not an instant fix. It is usually a 30 to 90 days or 6 months in progress fix. When they switched over to the 9x16, they're taking live podcasts and putting them on the For You page. So that actually does 2 things. It changes payout distribution, and it also increases traffic. So you're getting paid less per ad because you're doing revenue share with the stream, and then you're not getting as many ads, but you're getting more visibility. So instead of you having to pay out of pocket to get more visibility, the For You page gives you more visibility, but you're not getting paid as much per view because you're on the For You page. So now I have to start operating to talk about getting revenue. I would have to operate on the For You page as like 1 million views to make $1,000 kind of thing, instead of in a 16:9 format where 100,000 views would give me the same $1,000. So that's the dynamic shift there. Is it or the can figure out what's going on? Yeah, don't nobody know what's going on with them outside of that. He says, what's the most you've made on YouTube? Are people fabricating those 9,000 a month stories? $9,000 a month is not a fabrication. And $9,000 a month is going to be for those channels that are looking at probably 4.5 million views. Well, 4.5 million subscribers, a few 100,000 views a month. Some of them are going to have, because again, like I told you, at 2 cents a view, you're looking at, to get $2,000, you're looking at closer to 100 to 200,000 views, because it's ad based, not view based. Then if you're looking at getting $9,000, you're looking at potentially having almost 1 million views a month or 2 million views a month to get that $9,000, depending on your revenue share, your rates per million, which is basically how many pennies they're going to give you per 1,000 pennies per 1,000 people that looked at an ad on your channel. So it fluctuates, but yes, $9,000 a month is possible. But $9,000 a month from Google AdSense, where you guys seen an ad, the number of times you guys have had an ad interrupt this live feed goes to show you how very few ads are actually playing on this live feed, which goes to show you how little they're actually paying me out of pocket, which means that in order for me to get a large quantity of revenue, I would have to get third-party revenue from other things like AI software, that the AI software testing that they're doing. ROHI is paying people for that. Affiliate marketing, where individuals want me to promote their products on my channel, and they pay me for that. The other ways that I can do it is donations from the fans, membership subscriptions. Those are the other ways that you get your money. The Google AdSense is usually 1 to 3% of the total profit that you make out of the possibilities that a content creator can make. So it's like the taxes on the money that you would be making if you're a successful podcaster, but you're making money everywhere else. So probably having 20,000 people in my membership, paying for a membership, would pay me more money than Google AdSense paying me for the 23,000 people watching the show for free. But I don't tell everybody on the show every week, every day to join a membership. I do tell everybody to subscribe, hit that notification button, because if you're watching us on TikTok or Twitter or, well, not TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, because until Donald Trump and Elon Musk finish buying out Twitter, Twitter could potentially get closed down the same way Donald Trump, not Twitter, TikTok could potentially get closed down the same way Donald Trump reinstilled the tariffs on everybody. If he can't buy TikTok, TikTok will get shut down a second time. And this time it'll be permanent. So I'm not wasting money on investing in TikTok until I see the guarantees that TikTok is going to be profitable going forward. Cody says, but the unicycle man for the views, bro, if I can't even get on a unicycle. They've got dudes on unicycles for views. They got the dude on TikTok that's dancing across. Well, I guess you want to call it dancing, but it looks like he's having a seizure across the floor in a 3-piece suit for views. Like, this is the things that people are doing. They either devalue themselves, degrade themselves, or humiliate themselves for a buck. I am sitting here talking to you guys about how to improve your lives for the same buck. I'm not going to get as many as those guys, but like the unicycle man, he'll make a shit ton of money. The girls that are modeling clothes, they'll make a shit ton of money. Me, nah, I'm not going to make nearly as much as them, but I am going to make a millionaire by the time I'm done. Why? Because I'm going to tell you guys how to make money for you. I'm going to show you guys how to invest. I'm going to show you guys how to start up businesses. I'm going to show you guys how to do this worldwide, international investments. And then you guys are going to subscribe to the channel. You guys are going to join the membership. You guys are going to buy the memorabilia. When you make yourself successful in your relationships, in your business, in your social networks, you're going to be like, oh, damn, I'm going to rock his shirt. I'm going to rock his fitted cap. I'm going to drink from his coffee cup. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get the throw pillow, because he right. These females do be throwing shit. She started throwing your pillow across the floor, Xander. And that's what you bought it for. Because if she's going to throw some shit, if you leave the pillow there, she can hit you in the head with the pillow instead of hitting you in the head with a pot. Because all y'all in my age group know back in the 80s and 90s that mama used to hit daddy in the head with an iron skillet. If mama would have had a this and that pillow, daddy wouldn't have had a concussion. this is what I do it for. I do it for the fellas. I do it for the fellas. This is not a red pill podcast. It's not a black pill, blue pill podcast, but this podcast is definitely for the guys. The ladies can learn something from it, but it's definitely for the guys. You said, have you doubled your investment in YouTube already? Have I doubled my investment in YouTube already? No, I have not doubled my investment in YouTube already. And the reason why I haven't doubled my, don't you have a co-host? No, I do not have a co-host. One of the reasons why I don't double my revenue is because of expansion. When you are expanding on a platform, when you're expanding in business, the money that you invest, the profits that you get back, you reinvest it. So there's still a zero profit, but there's a larger overhead. You pay for extra stuff. We got websites, we've got computers, we've got internet services, we got a lot of other things that we got to pay for. Shipping and handling for the products. We got brands, we got labels. Some lady wanted us to start up a cologne line. You know, we've got all of the, and that's not free either. They're not just going to give us a cologne line. We got to pay for the cologne line. So these things take money. So that's how it works. So whatever we got going on, it takes money. It takes money to make money, but the cost of doing business is the profit in the long run. You have to make sure that you are in your long-term goals, you are making money, make money for you. Cody says, don't know there was one, or didn't know there was one. It was a joke. Oh, hey, bro, hey. If it exists, you might be joking, and I might tell you the truth. Oh no, they got one out there. You'll be joking. You'll be like, oh shit, where is that at? I'm gonna go get me two of them. That's just how things is. He says, or hot girls. Nah, I'm not doing this. Ain't about hot girls. This is about men making themselves higher value men, making themselves financially successful, because if we invest in ourselves and improve our decision-making skills, when we become more valuable for the average female, we will be able to aim for higher valued women instead of trap queens, instead of hood rats, instead of chicken heads. Instead of us getting gold diggers, we will get queens that will build us up. Instead of us going out there and finding somebody that would just spread their legs and spend all of our money, we'll find somebody who will invest our money and make money for us. We'll find the kind of female that will be, he says, you have a co-host on your other videos, most deleted. Not too sure what you're talking about. Most deleted. I don't no. Sounds to me like a troll right now. You guys think that, right? It sounds to me like a troll. But either way, no, this isn't about females. Like Cody says, it's positive masculinity, and we need a lot more of this, because the bottom 99% of men do not have a mentor. We do not have people that we can look up to, that we can talk to, that we can communicate with, that will tell us other ways for us to make ourselves more successful. And a lot of us don't have the knowledge to ask the right questions, to know where to go to get the answers from. So on a show that randomly talks about different things that will make you successful, that will give you a different frame of mind, that will allow you to approach situations differently. You may not have thought about that before you watch the show, but after you watch the show, you may start asking questions, and then those questions leads to answers that you originally did not know you did not have the answer to. Most people don't know that they don't know until they find out that they didn't know that. So if I'm telling it to you, I'm the first person to tell you, you should know this. And if you don't know it, you get it from here. That's what it's about. Ziara says, hot grits was the comment about hitting your parents with a pot. Yeah, hot grits. They'll throw hot grits on you. That's that Medea move. They'll definitely go that route. Most guys are simps, kind of. Well, it's not so much simps, Cody. The thing is that a lot of guys are thirsty for sex. They're thirsty for emotional attention. They're thirsty for companionship. And the fact is that a lot of guys will use their money where their personality doesn't fit, so that they can attract the girl, bait the girl in with their resources, and basically rent the girl to stay there, so that they can get what they're looking for from the girl, which is her presence and sex. But when men start valuing more about themselves, you take sex out of the equation because sex is guaranteed in a positive relationship. The same way you take money out of the equation because her getting paid from him is guaranteed in a positive relationship. If you got a good man is going to be generous. A good man is going to buy stuff for his girl. She ain't got to ask for it. If he knows she don't got it, he going to go get it for her, whether she needs it or not, if he can afford it. Likewise, a good woman, that she wants a monogamous man, she is going to provide for all of his emotional and sexual needs, because if she's not giving it to him, he's going to get it from somewhere else. So to keep him exclusive to her, whatever needs he got, she's fulfilling that. So sex and money, you take that off the table. Now you got to ask yourself, what does he do for her that's beyond money, and what does she do for him that's beyond sex? Her education is not valuable to men because men don't need her to be smart. Men need her to be capable. Her income is not valuable to men because men aren't looking for women with money. Men are looking for women that cooperate and aid the man in the man's ability to make the money. So when we start talking about simps, those are the guys with low self-esteem that are willing to allow themselves to be put in the friend zone and rent the girl's time, babysit the child's kid for free, put money on her situation where he's one of 5-10 male friends, where she's living a life of Riley through 18 or 19 different boyfriends, instead of that man keeping his money in his pocket and stop giving her the husband treatment and save that husband treatment for a woman that is worth it. Because if she's not going to dedicate herself to you, why are you going to dedicate yourself to her? Because while you're in the friend zone, you're not the boyfriend, you're not the husband, you're treating her like the girlfriend, which takes your attention away from the woman that could have been that girlfriend, because she knows you're taken, because she sees you prioritizing that woman over there. And then it says there's a black guy on your videos under shorts, Mr. Pebbs. Yeah, what about it? I've got Joe on there, I've got Max on there, I've got Lucas on there, I've got alanito.music on there, I've got Joe Mastrano on there from the taxation show. I have the owner from Crestify and Happy Oli on there. I don't understand what your points are, Zayara. I actually give people the opportunity to click the link, approve the mic, approve the camera, come onto the show. So I have a lot of guests that come onto the show when they have the courage to jump onto the show. But when they don't have the courage to jump onto the show, or if they don't have nothing to say on the live video, or if they just aren't dressed appropriate and they don't want to embarrass themselves on the show by jumping onto the show, not looking to the nines when they see somebody up here dressed to the nines, then they're not going to jump up onto the show. But I also have some people that troll my podcast the way you're trolling my podcast, and they will not have the courage to jump onto the show, but they will try to derail the show by asking a lot of fruitless questions. But I entertain most of the questions as long as they're worded reasonably appropriate. Cody says, my parents are too busy chasing my stepmom and stepdad around. Look, hey, if your parents and your step parents are following each other around the world, they retired the way we all need to retire. You feel me? Because if we ain't traveling the world, all the women say, I like to travel. When's the last time a female traveled somewhere on her own dollar? On a weekly, monthly, annual basis. They might go on one vacation to the Bahamas. They might go on a one vacation to Vegas. They might go on one vacation to Georgia and twerk in a Usher concert, or drop it like it's hot in a Drake concert or something like that. But you ain't seeing them. They're not business trips around the world on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis. They're not jumping up there, hopping a plane to 13 different countries. They barely drive from their house to their work. A lot of times they get dropped off by 5 different men. So when they say they like to travel, I'm trying to ask them, well, how much money do you spend on traveling? Because I can see a financial deficit right there. Because if you're wasting money on traveling and you're making less than $100,000 a year as a woman, expecting $100,000 a year man, that money you're spending on traveling, you could have invested it. So I hope that you used the interest from your principal to pay for that trip, because if not, you're wasting principles. And if you're wasting principles, you're wasting money, because the principal is only there one time, and once it's gone, you have to work hard to put it back. Tyrone says, crazy as it sounds, a lot of men do mental money budgeting rather than creating monthly budgets, which helps you make better money decisions. Mental money budgets, Tyrone, is when you are sitting over here thinking about all the stuff you got to pay for. You thinking about how much money you got coming in. You can only estimate it because you can't guarantee if it's going to get here until the paycheck hits your bank account. You know, you have to make adjustments along the way. But what we're not doing with the mental budgeting is including investment opportunities. We're leaving out of our mental budgeting the ability to put extra money in other places so that we got more money making money for us. I'm going to tell you something, Tyrone. I told everybody about this quite a few times since I think June of last year, that there's over 8,000 financial institutions. All of them are offering 5 to 7% interest on their checking accounts under $500. And a lot of those accounts don't charge fees for to have the money in the bank account. You can start up an emergency fund by simply taking every time you was going to go to the club and open up a bank account, every time you was going to take a chick out on a date and open up a bank account, and put that $500 or less into that checking account, 5 to 7% interest, and let it sit there until you need it, or let it sit there until you take the interest off of it and invest that shit. And then you got liquidatable assets. Somebody crash a car, you got 20 grand in cash across 1,000 bank accounts. And all you got to do is pull them all out. I told you guys before, if you get a Clio card, it costs $15 a month to use a Clio account. It helps build your credit. You can link all of your checking accounts to that Clio account. Then instead of you running around to a bunch of different bank accounts, you can sit on one app and upload all of that money to your Clio account, swipe a credit card, problem solved. So your emergency now could be accessed by liquidatable capital, because most people don't have 6 to 18 months worth of cash on hand in case the world stops like it did for COVID. And I say cash on hand because when the internet goes out, when credit card machines goes off, we still need paper money. Not too many people got that kind of money sitting there. Rich people got safes with cash, gold, diamonds in the safe, guns in the safe. We don't have, most of us don't even have $200 in our back pocket right now, including me. I look at my wallet right now, all I got is credit cards. But if the power stopped today, I'd be broke. So I'm telling you guys, we've got to build up the interest. And Ziara says, sounds like you've got experience with that. I do a lot of research. So actually, all of my information is based off of statistical analysis across multiple different sources. So it doesn't necessarily have to be personal experience. What it does have to be, though, is wise words from an individual that has done its due diligence on peer-reviewed sources. What's better, Sophia or Dave's? As opposed to what? I don't know what you're talking about. I changed my name to Dixie Norms. Christopher Motley. This is from yesterday. What was your name yesterday? Janet Noel? Julie. But Chris was here yesterday. I appreciate you coming back. Sounds like you have anger issues. Nope, no anger issues. I asked about relevant topics. Credit, YouTube are relevant. Credit is relevant. YouTube is relevant. And whether or not I have individuals as co-hosts on my show, not relevant, because we're talking about business, finance. But today we're actually doing questions and comments from the fans, which is why I'm going through all of the questions and comments from the fans, because I had a pretty decent quantity of them that I was going through. I actually opened up the first one when everybody came in, so I was really excited about that. And you guys missed the first one that came through, but I got I think 9 more comments that you guys could listen to as we continue to go through. And then let's see. Sounds like you have credit issues. Oh, Sophie Credit or Dave's Credit Builder. Oh. Okay, so Dave's Credit Builder isn't really that much of a credit builder. It's a fintech software that allows you guys to put money down, but you're renting the situation, and it's not really. So some of these things reports to the 3 major credit agencies, but some of them just really, because Dave is more like a cash advance thing. I've seen Dave before. Sophie, I don't have a lot of information on Sophie, but I can't say that Sophie is a platform that actually builds credit. Clio doesn't build credit per se. It helps you with credit building by reporting to the 3 major credit agencies. So you're paying a premium to use their service every time you put a bunch of money on a card. Every time you make a purchase, they tell the 3 major credit agencies that you're making on-time payments, that you're spending X number of dollars, which improves your credit score over time. Dave doesn't necessarily do that. You want to talk about other credit building platforms. You've got Kick. You can use Kick. You could pay for either the $500 credit card, $750 credit card, or the $2,000 credit card, where they give you a line of credit that you don't actually have to spend, but they report it on your 3 major credit bureaus, which boosts your credit score, which allows you to, for premium, you got to pay for this stuff. It's not free. That you can use that to give yourself a higher credit boost for the duration of time that you're utilizing that service. Now, if you have enough credit options on your credit score, it boosts your credit score up to 720 or higher. Then you can start applying for those credit cards that requires a 680 or more to get approved. And then with the appropriate income that you can prove to report, they will give you unsecured credit cards. You will go from secured credit cards or low value credit cards to unsecured credit cards, which will allow you to be able to liquidate all of the lower value credit cards that cost fees, or those credit cards that are holding your capital as collateral, and return all that capital to you so that you can invest that capital. And then you can start getting American Express cards, where American Express is charging, I think, between $350 and $620 a year, which averages out to about $30 to $60 a month base plus whatever you spend. And it's not good for the average broke person. However, it will give you the ability to have 50 to 100, 250,000, $500,000 credit cards. And if I remember correctly, American Express is one of those credit cards that offers you the unlimited credit line called the Black Card. So, yeah. So we're even with that, we're gonna touch base on stuff that because today we were talking about something else. But I just help you out with that. Usman says, how can someone become just extremely disciplined and motivated? I have over 20 STEM books I would like to work through. Usman, it takes 66 days to develop a habit. To force myself to do this podcast, I had to come every day of the week, no matter how bad I was feeling, and I had to do this show. And no matter what I got going on, no matter what's holding me up in life, I got to sit here and do this show. Because of that, I have developed a habit where I cannot not do this show. It feels weird to skip the show. I have a natural body clock that'll wake me up now to get ready for the show if I'm not already awake to do the show. So if you want to improve your health, you improve yourself with reading those STEM books, read one book a day. You don't have to read the whole book, but if you're going to dedicate 1 to 2 hours a day on the book minimum, every day, 66 days down the line, you're going to be reading a book on a regular basis. And if you start being interested in the book, you will find yourself in a situation where you're not just reading it for 2 hours. You start reading it, and within 2 hours, you have no interest in putting the book down. When it comes down to being disciplined and motivated, that typically comes after being fucked over quite a few times. When you have a lot to lose and you know what loss feels like, you have more drive and determination to not lose it again. When you have never lost before, you don't know what you're fighting so hard for. You don't have the drive and the motivation to fight. Most men are duty bound by their desire to maintain what they have, whether it is a bad relationship, a good relationship, family ties, loyalty to bloodline, the career choice. Even if they hate their job, they'll show up on time every day and complain about being there, but they're duty bound because they found their purpose in life. If you have not found your purpose in life, you are not going to be duty bound. You are not going to have that motivation. You're not going to say beyond all means and by any means necessary that I'm going to stick to this. And that is going to be the hurdle that you have to overcome. Now, what I can tell you, not a lot of people like to read. That's why YouTube is so popular, because instead of people reading a book on it, they'll watch a YouTube video about it. They're too lazy to watch a YouTube video about it, so they will play the YouTube video and listen to the sound. So I can tell you right now, you can get an audio book, get you a Kindle, and get the audio file of those 20 STEM books. And you can listen to those 20 STEM books in the background while you're cooking, while you're watching TV with no sound. You can listen to those 20 STEM books in the car while you're driving around. You can listen to those 20 STEM books in your headset when you're walking and jogging or exercising, and you will cover a lot of information. You can listen to those STEM books while you're asleep, because your subconscious mind retains information while you're asleep, just like resetting a hard drive. And when you wake up, you will have more knowledge in your head. That's another way that you can cover the spread. Otherwise, just be dedicated to those books if that is what you really want to do. But you'll also remember one thing: if you're doing it because this is what you want to do, you're going to be more motivated to get it done. If you're doing it because somebody else wants you to do it, you're less motivated to get it done. And the less they force you to do it, the less you apply yourself to it. So if you're doing it for somebody else and they stop showing up, forcing you to get it done, you're going to end up stop doing that. Cody says the journey is more important than the destination. And that's one of the reasons why I don't do one of those seminars that tells you guys about how to get there. I tell you guys about the journey. We're talking about day to day, week to week, month to month, about the things that we can do to make money and make money for us, because we have to, where do we go? Where do we put our first dollar so that we can start making a profit? And that's why I tell you guys about cash stocks. Then you can take the profits from the cash stocks, and then you would go to use the profits from the cash stocks to invest in other things. So like Zari says, invest in gold. You can invest in gold. You can invest in silver. It's not dividend distributing. So if you buy into it while gold is low, you could sell it when gold is high. And if silver is low when gold is high, you could sell gold for silver. And then when silver is high and gold is low, you could sell silver for gold. You can do that, but it is not going to issue you dividends. So if any event that you're in a situation where you need cash, you have to sell your stocks regardless of the stock market, take a financial loss if you ain't got no other choice, and now you have to take care of problems. If you're doing dividend distributing capital until you build enough wealth so that you don't have to touch the principal of your investment stock, then you have enough emergency capital that you can liquidate so that you can go in and take care of problems and still have your money in the stock. If you take all of your money and put it into your stock, and your stock is paying you money that's going to give you the ability to cover your bills, now your paycheck is going into the stock and your bills is getting paid off the interest. When you're making more money than you've got bills, you're putting money aside for it. You could quit your job once you get there. But if you've got more money coming off the stock covering bills than you need, you can either reinvest some of that, or you could take that money and put it aside for an emergency fund. That way, if your payout hasn't come, but you got a problem, you still got an emergency fund. Either way it goes, you have to have yourself a financial backup plan, because you can't always reach out to the female that you're dating or the homeboy that you're dating and get that from the other person. Not all the time can you reach out to a friend or a family member and get it from that person. So you have to have a way to self-sustain. And that's why I tell people all the time on this channel is that independence is not good for a relationship. Independence is good for being by yourself. A lone wolf is sacrificial to the group. You sacrifice the group to make sure yourself succeed, like LeBron James. But pack mentality, you're not independent, you're self-sufficient, because you're going to hold the fort down till the team show up. But when the team show up, you're going to work with the team. Every decision that you make is for the betterment of the team. You'll put yourself on the line for the team that's going to put themselves on the line for you. If you don't got people on your team that will take them shots so that they can bring you a med pack, but you're going to take them shots to bring them a med pack, you got the wrong team. If you got people that'll revitalize you when you down, you get fragged, and they're going to revitalize you when you're down, you got a team that you can go and put yourself on a line for. Tyrone said facts a while back. I was on a roll. What's the best bank to bank with? There's over 8,000 financial institutions that you can go with. There's some of them are credit unions, some of them are banks. You can pick any one of them. Pick which one that you like. Pick which one that you use on a regular basis. I recommend that you have one account with every bank, because there's East Coast banks, Northeast banks, South Side banks, North Central banks, West Coast banks, Northwest banks, Southwest banks, and the banks are not worldwide, are nationwide. The banks on the East Coast are not on the West Coast. The ones on the North are not on the South. The ones in Florida are not in Washington. The ones in California are not in Nebraska. So if you have a bank in every state in the country, that's at least 50 banks. If you have a credit union in every state in the country, that's at least 100 financial institutions. I told you guys, if you have a bank for your direct deposits, for your money coming in, a bank for direct deposits for the money coming in for the business, a bank for the money going out when you're paying bills, a bank for money going out when you're paying bills for the business, a bank for online purchases, a bank for automatic bill pay. That's 6. And then 7, if you have another bank for your tax return, because Elon Musk is looking at the IRS. So that means he's looking at your tax return. You got one bank for that. You can have another bank for emergency funds. You can have 5 banks for emergency funds. But just right there, you're at 8 accounts, right? I did this before, and I was able to find like 10 reasons to have a bank account before you get an account for your kids, a joint account for your relationship, all of this other stuff. And the fact is that the reason why you're having all of these accounts is because the money coming in is not impacted by the money going out. They're separate accounts. So if you've got to freeze an account, freeze that account. That's the money going out account. You can redirect your money to a different account. But if your money coming in account gets messed with, now you can't use your money coming in until you go to the bank and have them issue you a new account. But if your money coming in account wires money to your money going out account, and you have to freeze your money going out account, what do? Wire your money to a different money going out account. You got 50 accounts. You can wire your money to different accounts in different states, whichever state you're in this time. Cody says 50% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and that is because 50% of Americans, no, 99% of Americans spend more money than they make. That's why. It's not Chris anymore. It's Dixie. No. It was Julie, I think it was, that was using Chris's account, and now it's not Chris. It's not Julie. It's Dixie, but it's somebody else using somebody else's account. That's what we got going on right now. You're asking me about Chime. Chime ain't worth talking about. PayPal offers credit limit, but no credit card, which is crazy. PayPal is offering working capital loans where you can take a loan up to $250,000 if you're making more than $20,000 to $24,000 a year as payments going into your PayPal account. You can get a working capital loan where they do not do a background check. It is based off of the income that generates through your PayPal account. So if you're trying to find a way to get you some extra money, start using your PayPal account to receive capital. And then if you're making more than $2,000 a month or receiving more than $2,000 a month through your PayPal account, then you can go out and take your working capital loan. So I know some people that like to gamble. And if you want to use the money that you're getting in and keep throwing that into your PayPal account, then you can borrow against a stone and you can go out there and gamble with that. I don't recommend it. I think gambling is a horrible thing for you to do. Because you're wasting a lot of your money and a lot of people around you's money, because you typically lean on the people that you know and squeeze them dry for money. And then after that, then you can't pay them back because you lost all of their money. And then you get mad with them and start an argument so that you ain't got to pay them back. I think that it's not a good idea for you to gamble, but you got people with bad choices in life. So, and she asked me about secure. PayPal is more secure than Chime. Yes. Cody says, right, but God forbid anyone is allowed to like farm or like grab a shovel and start, I don't know, like actually working. Bro, we're not going to see nobody start actually working. Americans are trying to stop working. What you mean? American Express isn't easy to acquire. No, it's not easy to acquire. American Express requires you to have more than a 680 credit score to get approved. You're not guaranteed to get approved with a 680 credit score, but you're guaranteed to get denied if you have a 679 credit score. So if you want an American Express card, you got to be making Donald Trump money. Not really. You got probably $5,000 to $10,000 a month. You probably got to claim as an income and have like a 720 credit score. You'll get approved. They might hit you with like a $20,000 or $30,000 credit card at first, the first time you get an account with them, but maintain that for a little bit, then go back and apply for a gold card. They'll give you a gold card. Feel like the whole world is like so feminized. Oh, of course. It's all like numbers, debt, and like what is that? Apostasy is the act of rejecting or abandoning one's religion or belief until the world is drained to dust. Bro, you know how many people that are sitting over there swearing up and down that they're atheists, knowing that they raised on a religious background? But yeah, the largest quantity of population is feminized, and the reason being is because men are not allowed to raise their children more often than not. You got a lot of 18% of dads get their kids in family court, and outside of that, the other 92% of men don't get their kids. So the children in single family homes are raised by women. The women are teaching the children, for teaching the girls that they don't need men, but they're not teaching the girls to be partners in relationships, which is toxic. Then they're teaching the boys to be submissive and obedient, but then they want masculine men that are leaders, which is incorrect and backwards, because you can't demand something that you're not willing to create. Then after that, all of the boys are used to submitting the women instead of being an authority figure. Then they get into relationships with women that bully them, abuse them, and psychologically torture them into submitting to the woman. And the only thing they get out of that is sex. So yeah, it ends up being the whole thing is feminized. It's crazy. He said, duty. You're in the army now. 66 days. Got it. Also, one book a day for a book which have over 1,000 pages won't be possible for me. No, not one book a day. You pick up one book and read it for 1 hour a day. So if you've got 1,000 pages and you can read like 10 or 20 pages a day, then you're going to read that book every day until you finish reading that book. And yeah, Zara is going to tell you audio is better. I know is good affirmation. Actually, I know is a little bit insulting. Thank you. I appreciate that is good affirmation, because even if you could give two shits about it, if you tell them, I know, the one time that you're supposed to know that you forgot, yeah, you're going to wish they would have said something. So don't tell them, oh, I know. I could be driving somewhere and I've got a backseat driver in my car and they'll be giving me directions and I know exactly where I am and where I'm going, but I won't tell them nothing, because the one time that I forgot where I was going and they tell me turn here, I'm gonna be like, shoot, I'm glad they said something, because I was going the wrong way for a second, so you never tell them, oh, I know. You tell, thank you, I appreciate it. Only banks I see everywhere are Chase and Boo. Oh, Bank of America, but they have terrible reviews. Well, Bank of America and Chase is not nationwide. They do have a lot of branches in a lot of places around the country. But at the end of the day, there are plenty of banks, because you've got Citibank, you've got GTE, you've got USAA if you're in a military, Navy Federal. You've got a lot of banks and a lot of different, but those are credit unions. But there's a lot of banks all over the place. But you just look, there's matter of fact, there are online banks now. So maybe in your city, in your state, there might be a few banks. But Tyrone says, Zari, I have Chase for that reason there. They're everywhere. But they're not everywhere. They're just everywhere you are. The one time you fly to another city, state, or even another country in some situations, and that bank isn't accessible, you're going to wish that you had 2 or 3 other banks where one of them banks is in the country that you're going to. They have some international banks. where some of those banks might be on the East Coast only. Some of those banks might be on the West Coast only. And if you have those international banks and then you fly to another country and your money's attached to that bank, it's easier to get your money out of that bank instead of paying wire transfer fees to wire transfer that money to that country or to a bank in that country. But if you have a bank that is in that country, you can go to that country instead of flying around the world with a briefcase with $10,000 in it. You can just withdraw your money out of that bank, go down the street, open up a local bank account in that country that is not attached to a U.S. bank, and now America doesn't know where your money is. Just throwing that out there real quick. I've never wasted my money on gambling. I have great credit because of my car payments, but I don't have enough on my credit to buy a house. Well, I never said you specifically gamble. I just said people who gamble are making a bad choice. Now, car credit is not house credit. And you have to understand that when it comes down to buying a house, Tyrone, you can take this note because you asked me about buying a second house. You have to have 43% or less of debt compared to the amount of income that you bring in every month. So if your car note, the rent that you're paying, light, gas, water, utility bills, car insurance, all this other stuff is equaling to 50 to 55% of your monthly income, you don't qualify for a house because you have too much debt compared to income. Think of the mentality that renters have with you, that you have to make 3 times the rent to rent this house. You have to make 3 times the mortgage to qualify for a mortgage. If you don't make 3 times the mortgage, your credit score could be a 720. They're still not going to loan you the money because you have too much debt. Because incomes fluctuate. You can miss a few days from work, take a month off or whatever, your paycheck goes down. Now you're making not enough money. If you're almost at 75%, when they throw this house down, you're at 120%. So they're not going to give it to you. They're not going to give you a loan if you don't have a good enough quantity of income versus debt. You want to, the financially rich typically try to keep their expenses under 30%. So if your household income is under 30% of the money that you bring in, you're probably going to be more effective with getting yourself a loan, a second loan, and everything like that. Usman says Americans are trying to stop working. What you mean? I'm like, bro, Americans don't start working, but Americans are trying to stop having the requirement to work that way. We ain't got to show up nowhere to get paid. Even me having to sit here on the podcast in order to get a paycheck like that, I still got to be somewhere. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't necessarily have to be anywhere. They just get paid for existing. And then, if they do a podcast, they're doing a podcast because it's fun. Make DNA testing mandatory. Oh, hands down, bro. Hands down. You can't trust these females if you don't if you don't get a DNA test before you sign that birth certificate, my dude. You will be in a world of financial complications. But they say that child support is unlawful in the first place, unconstitutional in the first place, because first of all, they're not spending the money on the kid anyway. Usually, your child support money is going on the mama of the child, because you're supposed to be paying for the child's needs, not the mama's standard of living. So you're paying for the child's school, you're paying for the child's medication and healthcare and stuff, but you're not paying for the mama's house, you're not paying for the mama's car. See what I'm saying? You're paying for the child's food, but you're not paying for mama's food. You see what I'm saying? So it's a misconception. But Donald Trump already said that those people that are paying taxes on or paying child support should be able to claim those children as dependents on their taxes. So mama might claim the child, but daddy gonna claim the child too because he paying child support. So if you paying child support, dad, and you make sure that you write on each one of them payments child support. That way, when you take your bank statement and give it to the IRS and say, hey, I'm paying X number of dollars a month for this kid, that's a dependent. That's a tax write-off. Zara says, Tyrone, I have someone that says Chase stole from them, but a member from Bank of America says Chase is better. Just skeptical. Well, Chase and Bank of America are both easily accessible for tax fraud, or not tax fraud, banking fraud. through the ATM machines and bad checks and other stuff like that. So they're typically a target. So is what was that other bank? I can't think of the one. It's the big chariot with the horses. I can't think of it right now, but it's like one of the oldest banks in America, and they also get hit with tax fraud a lot of the time. Or not tax fraud, I'm sorry. Account fraud. Yeah, Tyrone, he got it going on. That's why I said special shout out to Tyrone. He being appropriate on the channel. I really appreciate that. The only data I have is my car. Rental history is great. Yes, Wells Fargo. Thank you very much. This is what we're talking about right here. You're in California? Oh, well, in California, we start at 7 o'clock instead of, because it's 7 o'clock California time. It is 10 o'clock Central Time. It is 11 o'clock Florida time. That's when the show is supposed to start. Give it a few minutes because sometimes we have issues with the internet. But she says income is greater than those in my age bracket, but they're advising me to get a credit card to build history. Yes. So you do need to have credit limits, not utilization. Utilization is how much of your credit you've used. 35 or 40% of your credit score is based off of the available credit you have. So if you've got a good credit score, like a 660 or something like that, and you have no credit cards, if you get like one $500 credit card, it could be a secure credit card, which doesn't do a hit on your credit score, or it could be an unsecured credit card. You'll get a pretty decent credit boost on that. And if you have no charge-offs or anything like that in your credit history, then it'll boost your credit score up a little bit and put you into that and hold on to it for like 3 to 6 months, 7 months, and then it'll put you into like the 720 range if you maintain it well. You don't even have to spend it, since you it sounds to me like you don't have any bills, and then you'll be able to benefit from that. There's also a thing called authorized user. So if you know some guys that you be talking to, some of your male friends, and ask them to add you on as an authorized user of the card, don't issue a credit card. They can add you on to their credit limit, their active credit accounts, and nothing happens there, but their credit score, their account information shows up on your credit score. So if you know a friend with $1,000 credit cards, you know another male friend with a $10,000 credit card, you're like, hey, can you help me build credit? I just need you to add me on as a authorized user and don't issue the card, and they will add you on. Most men will say yes if it's free, and they'll add you on, and then as long as it's an account that's in good standings with 30% or less utilization, they'll add you on. And then those accounts will show up on your credit report and boost your credit score up. The next time their billing cycle rolls over, it'll pop up on your credit score, and you'll see $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 of credit accessibility with less than 30% overall of utilization, which will dramatically boost your credit score through the roof. And you don't even have to get a credit hit for that. You can do that for your family members. You can do that with your friends. You can do that with your colleagues. If you're in a relationship with somebody, y'all can take turns doing that so that y'all can double up on your credit scores without actually doubling up on the credit pulls. And that will get you what you need. Now, she's saying, oh, I was an authorized user on my parents' cards. That's why my credit is great. Right. But if they liquidate that account comes off of your credit report, and then you don't have it. So you have to make sure that it's still there, because it'll be there 7 years after the account gets charged off. But after that, it's not going to be there anymore. And then you've got to get more credit. Usman says France has banned DNA testing because they are afraid of the societal consequences. Yeah, because you're going to find out that most of these kids are not yours. I have a question. How does everyone feel about daylight savings time? I hate daylight savings time. Fuck daylight savings time. Daylight savings time get on my damn nerves. Now, since everything's starting an hour later, I want them to keep it this way, because what pisses me off about daylight savings time is right around October or November, they're going to change over and make everything an hour earlier. Then I got to get up an hour earlier and deal with the bullshit. I don't want to deal with the bullshit. I want to stick to the way things are. asking a guy you're talking to be an authorized user on their card sounds like a horrible advice. Well, I mean, asking a guy for money just because he's your male friend is a horrible thing too, but women do it all the time. So if you've got a dude that is supposed to be your ride or die dude, and you trying to build credit so that you can buy a house, you can tell them legitimately what you're doing and then ask him, all you got to do is add me on your credit line and don't issue me a card, which has no impact on him because you're not spending any money. It's just going to report on your report and his report. It's free for him, free for you, no negative impact on him because he's not giving you a card, and you're not going to use his account. It's just going to give your credit score a boost, a free boost. And with that, you can go and buy yourself a house that he doesn't have to co-sign on. And you can use an FHA loan to get it. And some FHA loans, some companies that do FHA loans have down payment assistance programs where if your credit is good and your income is good, they'll pay for the down payment, pay for the real estate agent and everything. And all you got to do is pay the monthly payments on a house. So if your friend can help you stop paying rent so that you can stop having to change houses every so often because the rent go up or because a landlord put you out or because a place ain't well enough with the poor repairs and put you in a stable place where you got a long-term place to live, that's technically considered a good friend. Now, you want to say, well, I don't know. That's kind of horrible advice. But I mean, every time a female asks a man for money and that's not her boyfriend, that's a horrible behavior. Because every dude that is in the friend zone wants to be your husband, and you are asking him for money, which is what you're supposed to do for your husband, but you won't treat him, you won't accept him as the boyfriend, but you will come and ask him for some money. That's a horrible thing to do. No female should ever ask their male friends for nothing. Go ask your female friends for it, but don't ask your male friends for nothing because your male friends are waiting for their turn to be your boyfriend so that they can hopefully turn you into a husband. So if you go ask your male friends for something, that's fucked up because that man is in love with you enough to give you his last dollar. And that's why he's giving you his last dollar so that you cannot have to try. Because you ain't now man gonna ask a female for nothing. I'm single till I'm married, so I'm gonna build my own. My goal is to buy an investment property. You can buy an investment property a lot of different ways. I was talking to Tyrone about that 2 hours ago. Real quick, let's touch base on some of these other comments that we got on the channel tonight.
Conversationist though, so it never really went anywhere. I had a relationship over the summer and my social skills have vastly improved, so I've tried to get back on the apps, but I'm just not getting matches at all now. My profile is still mostly the same, better photos now because I'm in better shape, and my style has improved, but the bio and prompts are the same. Plus, I've had my profile reviewed by my friends and their partners, and they all say it looks great, but I just consistently get 0 matches or likes. I know I'm not shadow banned because if I turn the settings so men can see my profile, I get like 20 likes in an hour. It's only women I'm not getting matches with. I'm assuming it's some sort of technical issue because there's no real reason I'm not getting matches. I've tried making fresh accounts a few times. Am I being flagged as a bot?
Nah, you're not being flagged as a bot. Women are looking at the lack of information for financial status, and they're not interested in your account because you might be reasonably attractive, but they're not interested in you per se. You might be looking for commitment, and those women that are looking at your channel might not be interested in commitment, and then you might be looking for more commitment than what they're willing to provide. You might be looking for higher expectations than they're willing to perform, and they're just not giving you the time of day, which is probably better for you, because if they were tagging on your channel and or your profile and they weren't interested in you per se, then that would be a situation where they would be using you for what you got instead of being interested in who you are and what kind of characteristics that you bring to the table. So I definitely would prefer to have a dating platform that gets no hits than to get a dating platform full of gold diggers and leeches, because that's not what I would prefer. Um, Zari says that that's leeching advice when we start talking about investment opportunities and other such, and that's very, very much incorrect. Zari, the truth of the matter is that um, every financial advisor would recommend authorized users to build credit so that you would not have as many credit pulls. If you know one person with $100,000 credit card and they added you on and don't issue you a card, they would boost your credit score by a lot, because it is just a public record that shows how much available credit that your account has, that your record has, that interferes with your ability to get money and buy a house that you're going to pay for with your own money, that you can get your own lines of credit, because situations like what leech mentality that I would see as leech mentality would be, oh, she going to correct me, Zai Ari, okay, Miss James, okay, chill out, I got you. But what you have to understand though is leech mentality would be asking somebody that to co-sign on the debt and not pay the debt. That would be a bad thing. You're not asking them to co-sign on debt. You're asking them to add you on to a line of credit that will not issue a card, where you're not going to contact that account and utilize their money at all. You're just having them add you on to their line of credit so that when it reports good for them, it reports good for you too. I told y'all on the show how if you were in a relationship, y'all could do that for one another, where you get a card, add your partner on, he gets a card, add you on, you get a card, add him on, and that gives you guys the ability to increase your credit score to the magnitude where y'all could get individual $100, $200, $300,000 credit cards, but you have the opportunity to remove the person off after that is no longer needed. And that is the roadblock that you're not paying attention to. It is not a permanent fixation. It is something that is used for right now to boost your credit score to a level where you can accomplish the goal that you're trying to accomplish. So she's going to say that's a huge commitment to someone that you're not married to. So is asking men for money when they're not your husband. So is asking a man to babysit your child when he's not even your boyfriend. He's just your best friend. It's a huge commitment, but you ladies do it all the time. He says, I would never ask my male friend to be an authorized user. You should never ask your male friend for gas money or food money or really anything for that matter. I ain't got no tea, y'all, so I got to sip the water on that one. Because it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate. Any man that is dedicating himself to a female that he is not getting a commitment from is making a huge mistake. And any female that is willing to ask a man for anything, a stick of gum, a Snickers, get me a cheeseburger at the drive-thru, give me a ride in your car, if she is not financially contributing to your situation in a equally or greater magnitude where you are turning a profit from investing in her, it is a waste. As a man, you are supposed to be dedicating yourself to your woman, not any woman, your woman. The men in Dubai have multiple wives, and each one of the wives respect the man, honor the man, appreciate the man, and obeys the man's instructions and aids the man's success. And those men are wealthy. American men struggle because the women want their hair and nails did. They want their everything did. They want nice, expensive clothes. They want gifts. They want purses. They want shoes. They want expensive cars. They want all of this stuff, but they're not willing to invest in a man to make that man successful. Now, here's the kicker. Here's the slap in the face, though, Ziara. I just want to tell you real quick. This is the part that's a slap in the face, because you and your male friends could all become millionaires if all of y'all started up a business together. He boosts your credit up. You boost his credit up. If you and 3 of the 5 dudes are your best friends, all got together and boosted y'all's credit scores up, started up a real estate business, started buying houses, mortgaged each one of those houses at 50 to 65% of the value of those houses, buy a second house with each one of those houses, y'all would each have your own house. That'd be 5 of y'all, right? 5 houses, 5 second houses, 5 incomes, paying off everybody's mortgage. Y'all would not have to pay the rent. Y'all would not have to pay for nothing but your light, gas, water. Y'all would have transportation. Y'all would have assets. Y'all would have 1/5 partnerships. Y'all would be able to do so much where y'all would be able to come up from the bottom. But no, you're telling me you want to be self-sustained. No, not self-sustainable. You want to be independent and self-successful. And it's impossible to be self-successful. Nobody in America can be successful by themselves. You need somebody to put you on so that you can start. You ain't nobody getting on the track if they don't got a sponsor. Period. The best drivers in the world can't get into NASCAR if they ain't got a sponsor. Period. The most successful president in the country can't be president if he ain't got a sponsor for his campaign. Period. Nobody in this country can be successful by themselves. They need somebody else to help them, to give them that boost, to represent them, to support them, to reference them, to sponsor them, to fund their startup. Even if you got to pay them back on the back end to fund their startup. It's only leeching if you have the mentality of being a leech, but it's the cost of doing business. If somebody puts effort into you and then you in return with your success, put effort into them, because you could take his credit score, buy a house, mortgage that house, and then help him buy a house. You could co-sign on his house since he helped you get your house. And now both of y'all got a house. It ain't leeching if you're willing to reciprocate. It's only leeching if it's one way, where you as the woman are the only person benefiting from the situation. That's when it's a leech. But if he's investing in you and you're going to invest in him in return, it's not leeching, sweetheart. It's not. She said years in a relationship, but not a male friend. No way. If you're not willing to do business with other people, then you're not going to be successful. That's one of the reasons why you're still sitting here unable to buy a house with a car that you should have already paid off, because it sounds to me like you got now another bill but the car. Who's paying all the rest of your bills? Tyrone said passport bros are getting woke up calls. Bro, passport bros are finding out from me that you guys are able to. She asked me, what am I going through? I am going through tangents, sweetheart. But passport bros are able to go. Matter of fact, you're a female. I'm gonna ask you real quick. She asked me what I'm going through. I'm gonna touch on yours real quick, Tyrone. She asked me what I'm going through. Miss Ma'am, I ask a lot of women to come to this channel this, and not very many of them can answer this question. What do you bring to the table that a man can value that is not sex, your career choice, or your education? What do you bring to the table that is valuable to a man? Straight up. Now, I've had like 5 women respond positively. And while you think about that, Tyrone, passport bros are coming to find out that not only are we going to other countries to find better women because the women in America are selfish and they're not willing to start up any kind of success with the man, even a man that they're dating. And the fact is that the problem that women have with that is that they would be more successful. If you had a male best friend that you started up a business with and y'all work together to be successful, the two of y'all would be successful together the same way a group of women could get together and start up a business, but they're not willing to start up that business together. Every man for themselves. That's why so many people are so poor. But you can go to the Philippines and a woman that you could pay $500 a month to help you run a business. You could start up a business over there and $500 a month and she'll run you an empire, bro. She'll build your house from the ground up. She'll rebuild your car, rebuild your motorcycle. She'll rebuild your washer and dryer. Like, you go to Japan, Vietnam. You got women that they'll do everything they can to make you successful. These women will put so much time and effort, 15, 20 years of their life into your financial success. You look at those dating apps right now. How many of those Asian women that you see divorce? 45, bro. They've been married since they 20. They gave 20 years of their life to the situation. 45, right? Now they're saying, well, I'm going to try again. But how many females right now you got in America that got a body count of 900 and not wife material, but they swearing up and down, oh, blase, quasi, this, that, and the third. And that it is what it is, bro. And yeah, a lot of men are smartening up and they're like, shit, I could save my money, invest in a lot of stuff, make a bunch of money. And as I'm traveling the world, making money in other countries, it's a business trip. So I'm getting paid to go out there, pick up a wife, turn her into a business partner, fly back with a wife that will build me 2 empires, one in this country, one in her country. Boom. Now you're not in it by yourself. Now you're not struggling no more. Now, because while you on the left doing what you got to do, she on the right doing what she got to do, and y'all coming together and making yourselves to get successful together. And that's what it's about. That's what it's about. Making it successful with somebody else. And Tyrone said, grown old sex. It sure does. I don't have male friends. I have male classmates and co-workers, though. Well, anybody that you can lean over and say, hey, I'm short, can you hold me down, is still a friend that you benefit from, that doesn't benefit from doing that with you. So, however you look at it. You didn't answer my question, though. She said that's like codependent advice. It's not codependent advice. It's actually realistic advice. However, every relationship is a codependent one. Every relationship is a codependent one. You depend on him. He depends on you. He depends on you to come through for him when he needs you. You depend on him to come through for you when you need him. That's why independence doesn't work in relationships, because independence is lone wolf mentality. Lone wolf mentality is not pack mentality. Pack mentality is codependency. Pack mentality was Jesus splitting the fish and the bread between the 40 men. That was codependency, because all them people depended on something to eat and they all waited on Jesus to feed them. Codependency. So it's beneficial for you to have people that you can count on, but you also have to make sure that you're talking to the right folks, because if you don't have the right folks, you're going to be in a situation where they will use you because you're willing to give them what they ask for. And that's why I tell fellas, hey, we got to stop doing that. If these females ain't showing no value, bro, you got to cut them loose. So when I asked you that question, what do you bring to the table as far as value? You've made 3 statements and haven't answered my question. So that leads everybody else on the channel that's watching to believe that you do not know what you bring to the table that a man would value, because you could have been able to answer that question 15 minutes ago. Because I take a lot of time going on a rant before I read the next statement. She says, I've been taught that real men don't ask what women bring to the table. That's a lie, because real men always ask what you bring to the table, because a man of value wants to know, what do I value from you? Because I already know what you're going to value from me. I already know what you're going to get from me. So what am I getting from you to give you what you're getting from me? What do I get out of this deal? The top 25% of men are always looking. As a matter of fact, and a lot of the times they don't have to ask you. They pay somebody to have a private investigator go find out what you got to offer, which a lot of the times is absolutely nothing. My parents are well off. If I need to borrow, I'll ask them. Well, I guess all you have to bring to the table is your parents are well off. So that means that you'll get into a relationship and not ask your man for nothing, because you don't need to ask him for nothing since your parents are well off. Still means you're not a partner, which means that your relationship is going to not necessarily be successful for very long, because when it comes down to you guys counting on each other, you're not going to have the mentality to count on each other, which means that you're going to leave your partner left undone, which means your partner is going to feel unappreciated and unvalued. And that's going to leave your partner to stray away from the relationship. And you're probably going to leave him because he's cheating on you with somebody who's going to show him that he's important by actually being a partner. It is a dynamic to the situation that literally is the reason why relationships last 1 year, 5 months, 6 days, because half of the relationship, usually the woman, is not pack mentality. There is a codependency requirement to be in a relationship, because that's the only way it's going to succeed. Now, if you just have friends with benefits, you have a consistent sex partner, you've got this person that you live with where you don't have to spend as much money because you're living with him, those type of situations, they last for a little while, but it does not last forever. You're not talking about the last one. You're talking about the next one when you have that mentality. But when you're dealing with the last one, this is the person I'm going to be with for the rest of my life. Tyrone said it specifically. Marriage is a business. And as the business, what the women get out of the marriage is the resources of the man. What the man gets out of the marriage is the effort from the woman. So what you're doing for me is going to get you money, which means you work for the marriage. So as the employee, you're applying for a wife position. The man is not applying for a husband position because he's investing in the marriage. So he is the executive investor, which means that all of his investments into shares of ownership of decision-making processes in the business requires those individuals that are getting paid from those shares to do what it takes to get paid. Now, those women that want to be alpha boss ladies that want to turn around and lead the pack, you ladies can pay for everything. You ladies can cash out on the man, pay for all of his standard of living so he doesn't have to ask you for nothing. And then you have that same decision-making process. But most women are going to feel like a man that is not paying for her standard of living, that is not elevating her standard of living, is not a valuable man. Most women will complain that a man is spending less money on her than what she's spending on him. But no man is allowed to complain that he's spending more money on her than what she's spending on him, because it is traditionally expected in most cultures that man is the provider and the woman is the receiver of the providing. The man is the protector, the woman is the receiving of the protecting. But the fact is that if you are on the receiving end, you are a dependent. Guess what that makes you? If you're the dependent, you are codependently depending on him to protect and provide for you, which also means, bro, that's right, Max. Bro is still live. We still going in. We got a long night tonight because I ain't got nothing to do for 4 more hours. But the pack mentality still puts you in a position where if you're the dependent, you have to follow instructions from the man. The same way as a mother, you tell the children what to do because you provide for their standard of living. You buy their clothes, you tell them what clothes they can and cannot wear. In a relationship, a man pays for your standard of living. He tells you what to do. You're supposed to follow his instructions. He tells you where to go so that you can help, so that you can follow instructions. He tells you what clothes you should not wear so he can keep you safe. This is how men protect their women. So if you follow the leader, he will lead you to success. And if you're following the leader and you see failure afoot, you can lead from the rear and you can circumvent that. That's why women are supposed to be supportive. Supportive is reinforcements, which means if the shit's about to hit the fan, you are supposed to bring that smoke, Miss Ma'am. But you're not doing that because you say, well, I'm Jasmine to Aladdin, and if Aladdin is up Ship's Creek, I'm going to go to the Sultan and I'm going to ask him for some money and bail myself out and leave him out there. And that's why a lot of women end up staying single. She says, so you have a credit card with an authorized user? Yes, actually, I have 3 credit cards that I have authorized user to other people where they are receiving benefits from my active credit accounts. Yes. I have no problem with being an authorized user to somebody that I know. Yes. Typically, matter of fact, I've got 2 businesses. One of them's with a buddy of mine, with best friend of mine. He's more like a son to me, but I met him in college. We've known each other for about 13, 14 years now. And actually, no, about 14, 15 years right now. And fact is that taught him most of the stuff that he knows, everything that he needs to know to run a business. And we've got a business. We started up a business together. So yeah, all of the advice that I tell you is successful. It's doable. You just have to be a positive influence on yourself to be successful. Exactly. That's why some girls stay single. Let's move on to the next comment. We got another one up here. Take a listen to this one.
I hate being ugly.
Woo.
I know a girl through an Instagram. We talk almost a whole year, then we move to speak in Discord. She's a good-looking girl, and we share so many things between us. I don't put my pictures in Instagram or Discord, so she doesn't know how I look like. And she didn't seem to care. She liked my personality and how funny I am, and we was like talking at least 6 hours a day from the wake up until sleep. Then she finally decided to meet with me on a date soon. When we was talking about that, she mentioned, we know each other almost a year, and I really don't know how you even look like. She laughed, and she said it's funny that she didn't realize that earlier. So, I said, okay, I will send you some of my pictures, and I did. She started to act weird, and she said some things like, "Oh, okay." Her energy immediately changed, and she told me at the end she needs to make sure if she will be available in our meetup.
Ooh.
Now she only texts me 2 massages. Hi, how are you? Then nothing.
Oh, well, hold on now. So apparently she don't like the way you look, and that's one of the reasons why she changed her behavior. Now, women don't necessarily stick to a man's good looks, but when they're looking for entertainment, they're definitely going to have good looks as part of the package because it is in image scenarios. Social classism, stereotypes, status. So if you're not physically appealing, she's not going to be comfortable with showing you off to her friends. You're going to have that issue with her not being physically attracted to you, which means that sex is probably not going to be an issue. Or it's going to be an issue. It's going to be one of those situations where she's going to be like, I got a headache, my stomach hurts, my back hurts, I'm tired, all that other stuff. It's going to be a snowball ride for you. But the fact is, special shout out to Red Void. I see you in there, buddy. Omni81, I see you guys. But one of the things that I look at is if she's changing the way she's behaving just because she looked at your picture, it's probably a good time now to stop wasting your time on this situation. I actually tell guys a lot of the time, girls too, that you want to put the first couple of weeks into meeting this person in person, and then you want to put a little bit more effort into communicating with each other by phone, via voice call or video chat, because the long distance relationships manifest better when you can see each other and hear each other's voice. So if you're not putting in the effort to make each other successful in the relationship by being in as close of contact as possible, you're going to see the relationship fizzle out, because out of sight is out of mind, and that's something that's always going to happen. Do you like the grimace shakes? No, I don't. All right, let's move on to the next one.
My girlfriend, who's 25, drops a bomb of text messages to me at 24 years old.
Oh,
How she doesn't enjoy our relationship.
Mm.
When I talk about breaking up, she does a U-turn and says she didn't mean anything she said.
Lies.
What's the right move to do?
Dumper.
So my girlfriend of 5 months dropped a bomb of text messages this week. Too long to read, so here are the most important parts and a summary at the end. Then I started realizing that you don't help me when I ask for help, among other things. That's why I don't trust you to take care of anything, not even navigation. When I was thinking about all this last night, I felt sorry for myself. Why on earth do I put up with this? I don't deserve this kind of indifference. You always say that I'm strong, and that is a good thing. And I am. I can do everything without your help. But if you think that means you don't need to help me because I'm strong and can manage, you're wrong. One reason I'm in this relationship is to have good things in my life that I don't already have. And right now, I don't feel like that's the case. Or now that I'm moving, if I were you, I'd buy flowers and a new home. But the heartbreaking thing is, I know you won't do anything like that for me. And I don't know how long I have to keep teaching you or telling you what I want before you start actually doing these things for me.
Oh.
And I don't know if you ever will. And if you don't want to support me and be my safe place the way I want,
Ooh.
maybe we just aren't compatible.
Ooh.
I had already specifically bought a flower poster for her new apartment, which I was going to give her when she moves. Basically, the text conveyed that she isn't pleased with our relationship. She feels sorry for herself because of our relationship and pities herself. She said she feels neglected, and I don't do enough and that I'm not reliable. She brings up details of shortcomings we've had. When I read the text, I was ready to break up. I don't want to be with someone if it makes them feel that bad about being with me.
Yep.
That's not a relationship I want for me
Yep.
or her to be in.
Yep.
When we talked on the phone, and I brought up breaking up, her tone changed instantly. She got sad immediately. Basically, she started saying that the texts were not true, since they were only her thoughts. Yeah, that was illogic. And that she didn't do any of this and she was emotional. So she does a complete U-turn on what she said. She starts explaining about how her mom and friends say she is so much happier when she's been with me, etc. I kind of lost confidence in her after that. Can't really believe her when she says one thing about our relationship in the morning and then claims the opposite in the afternoon. There's a ton of details in this story, and it's impossible to get them all here. I already thought that we may not be compatible since she probably isn't as family starting oriented as I am.
Bro, I would drop her real quick because, first of all, You're not supposed to be dating somebody that's going to tell you that they can do everything by themselves, because we already know that you're grown. You can do all the stuff that you want to do with the wait and the exhale. I can do bad all by myself situation, but that's not life. You're in a relationship. If there's stuff that needs to be done that's not getting done, you guys are supposed to check on your relationship at least once a month. I tell you this on the show Thursday through Sunday, that you need to check on your relationship at least once a month and make sure that your partner got what he or she needs. If they missing something, that's the moment where you talk about what you're missing. This ain't a bitch fest about how you screwed up versus I screwed up or whatever the case may be. This is what I'm not getting out of the relationship, and this is what I was hoping to get. However, this lady is selfish because she's sitting over here talking about she wanted her life to elevate. A woman is only got a good man when a man is able to do for her what she could do for herself, which means that his responsibility is to take over her responsibility so she does not have responsibility. That does not mean that she goes from being poor to being rich because she's dating this man. It's not a Cinderella story. That's not how it works. You go from having all these problems to not having as many problems because he's taking all these problems off your plate. Now, because he's taking all these problems off your plate, it's your responsibility to take the stress off of his plate so that he can focus on your problems. If you're not taking the stress off of his plate, you are causing problems because he now has you as a liability or a burden, which means that he now has to deal with way more stuff with you than what he would have been doing without you. She's talking about she's moving. He should buy her a flower or whatever. Bro, I wouldn't buy you shit. If you move it, I'll help you move. That's it. If I lift something, if I pay for the mover, that's it. I'm not doing nothing else. You want flowers for the new house? You buy the flowers for the new house. Because why am I going to pay $250 for a bouquet of roses for you to put into the house for them to die 2 weeks from now when I could put $250 on a damn mover so that they can move your stuff so that neither one of us got to lift nothing? If I know some homeboys that'll move your stuff and not break nothing or steal nothing, I could bring 3 flatbed trucks to your house, fill everybody's gas tank up, still $300, pack up all your stuff and take it to the new house. That way you ain't got to touch nothing. That is what you need from a man. You don't need a man to pay for your standard of living and then turn around and buy you a bunch of gifts to make you feel validated. You are supposed to be validated because you got a man that's there willing to be a partner. Now, just because you can do it all by yourself don't mean that you shouldn't do some stuff yourself. But if you need some help with some stuff, that's why you check in your relationship once a month and say, hey, I need help with X, Y, Z, A, B, and C. I need this done. I need that done. But ladies, at the same time, when your man come up and start giving them instructions, I need you to do this. I need you to do that. I need you to be here. Take the car to the shop. Go pick up the kids, whatever. Do what you're told, because it's both ways. When you say the stuff that you need, he's going to fit it into his schedule and try to get it done. Likewise, when he gives you stuff to do, you need to figure out what to do to fit that into your schedule and get his stuff done. And don't half-ass it, ladies. Don't be sitting over there doing half-step it and not do it all the way and not get it complete right and take too long to get it done so that he will get frustrated with you and just do it himself. Don't do that. That's petty. That's toxic. If you're not going to do it at all, if you're not going to do it right, don't do it at all. But if you're going to do it right, do it like you would have done it for yourself. Do it like you would have did it for somebody you value. That way it is done, complete the first time, so that person can check that off the list. That's one less thing that we got to do. Then if you're tackling the stuff that he can't do, he's tackling the stuff that you got that you can't do. Y'all don't have anything left to do. Now y'all can spend more time together instead of spending so much time stressing. If y'all spend more time enjoying life with each other instead of spending so much time stressing and then stressing each other out, y'all wouldn't have such a stressful relationship, which leads y'all to break up with one another. These are the things that we talk about on a regular basis, which is why I tell you guys that we've got to make different choices. But yeah, bro, she's sitting over here telling you in his text message that, and if that's something that she wrote or something that she let her friend write and her friend sent it to you, that's how she feel. So that's how she feel, bro. Drop her. Because the problem is she don't want to be alone. She don't want to have the responsibility by herself, but she wants you to do more stuff. She ain't talking about how she's going to aid you in accomplishing any of this stuff. She's just saying you need to do more. So if you're not doing enough, you believe that you're doing enough, she needs to go. If she's not willing to go, then you can negotiate what she can do to get more stuff done so that you can do more stuff so that y'all can get y'all stuff done together. Because you don't necessarily have to abandon every relationship, but it takes both of y'all to succeed. And if she's not willing to cooperate with you, bro, it is not worth you being in the situation because you will change for her expectations. will she change for yours? If she's not willing to change for yours, only one of you is going to be putting in the effort that is needed for the success of the relationship, and the other one will be along for the ride. And even if the roles are reversed, ladies, and you've got a man where you're willing to change for him and he's not willing to change for you, only one of you is willing to do what it takes to make the relationship successful, and the other person's along for the ride. And in both situations, when you got somebody riding your coattails, you need to shake that coat and get them off, because you don't need to be drugged down by somebody that's not willing to improve with you. Both sides of the fence. All right, let's touch base with another one.
Okay, this is seriously strange. I just don't believe there isn't something online saying some awful shit about me.
Woo!
Let me explain and to update from my last post. For some unknown reason, after I match with people and we have really good conversations, it will suddenly stop and they will unmatch me, and it will be like they never spoke to me at all. It is such a hard left turn that it feels like they looked me up, saw something terrible, and walked away, because it just doesn't add up. So yesterday, somebody sent me a message liking my profile and was really interested in going out. I send a message back a few hours later, no response, and immediate unmatch and delete. This is crazy. I didn't do anything but respond to her message.
Well, you got a lot of these shows, or not shows, but accounts that people are making online where they're making dummy accounts, and they will match with you once and realize that they can't get what they're looking for out of you. They'll create another dummy account from another email, and they'll accidentally match with you again. And when they realize that they match with an account that wasn't what they were looking for, they will immediately drop off of that account. So don't take that to heart, man. They're not ditching you because it's you. They're not ditching you because they got a problem with you. They just realized that they're not doing what they're supposed to do, and they just crossed your account, and they're like, you know what? I'm not even gonna go there with him, and they just fall off. Now, fellas, we're gonna have a harder time than women to get matched, because men look for companionship, women look for financial stability, and as a result, we're gonna find ourselves in a situation where we are not going to get as many applicants until the women are ready to settle down. The women are usually ready to settle down over the age of 35. The women that are under the age of 35 that are looking for companionship and looking to settle down, while there are far few in between, they're going to more likely find a man that is twice their age. The women that are 35, 40, 50 years old are looking for a man in their age group, but the women are not willing to change, and that's causing a problem in the relationship, because the fact is that the man is still looking for a partner and the men are still looking for children. And if they can't find the partner and the children at the same time, they're probably going to drop the person. Tyrone says a lot of men need to step up their cologne game and hygiene to equal attraction. You are correct, bro. But if you just got off your job, you smelling like ass because you work all day. So if she can't respect the fact that you smell like ass when you just got off of work, then you don't need to date her. But if you just rolled out of bed, you just walked out your house, you ain't got nothing going on today, you still smell like ass, you should probably fix yourself, because that's one of the reasons why you're not attracted to nobody, because women are attracted to fragrance. They're attracted to male body odor, but it has to be positive odor. It can't be musty, stinky, sweaty, like you smell like a swamp pit kind of thing. You can't smell like you ain't wiped your behind in a few days. That's not going to work for them. You know, you have to give off a level of attraction with the pheromones. So you do got to step up on your cologne game. So when they was telling me about getting that cologne set up on the podcast, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get in on that one day, but I'm not getting in on that this year. Not this time around. We gotta build our stacks up a little bit more. Matter of fact, let me take a short enter, because I gotta run real quick, and I will be right back. Hold on a second. We're gonna do this right here. One of the podcast songs that was made by alanito.music. Take a load out of this real. I'll be right back. Give me just a second here. Don't go nowhere, Tyrone.
Walking through the noise, cut through the static. My standards are no suggestion, they're automatic. No compromising, no time for the average game. Elevating myself, that's my only aim. This is the elevation protocol. Rising above the chaos, taking control. My values non-negotiable, my worth is my law. Surrounding myself with excellence, that's what I saw. Low vibrations can't exist in my atmosphere. I curate my circle, crystal clear and sincere. Success is my language. average respect is my currency. Mediocrity falls away from my urgency. This is the elevation protocol. Rising above the chaos, taking control. My values not negotiable, my worth is my law. Surrounding myself with excellence, that's what I saw. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness. Demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here. Elevation protocol. Rising above the chaos, taking control. My values not negotiable, my worth is my law. Surrounding myself with excellence, that's what I saw. I'm not building walls, I'm building bridges to greatness. Demanding excellence, no time for complacence. Act right or act out, the choice is always clear. My presence is my power, my standards draw the line here.
All right. I appreciate you guys waiting on that. That's Elevation Protocol. That's one of the songs that was made. Elevation Protocol, one of the songs that was made by alanito.music for the podcast. We also have Higher Ground for the intro and the outro, and non-negotiables. I got to get non-negotiables on the show. One day I got to go back and get it from Alanino's music, get the PDF and upload it up here so that you guys can hear it during the show one day. But I figure brief intermission, because all this water I'm drinking, you know, I got to go let it go somewhere. Can't sit here and get kidney stones trying to suck it in, because we still got at least 10 more minutes of audio files that we got to listen to, and a lot of comments, because I know you guys got a lot of stuff to say about a lot of this stuff, because like Tyrone, you hitting the nail on the head, bro. There's a lot of stuff that we don't talk about on a day-to-day basis, and that's one of the reasons why we're not successful. When you were talking about the cologne game and hygiene and stuff, we don't, a lot of us don't even consider that when we get dressed in the morning and we're going outside, that we're actually going outside and meeting people. But I tell people on a regular basis that if we treat ourselves like a business, marriage is a business, social interactions is a business, everything that we do is a business. We're a walking business. Therefore, if you carry yourself at the highest pinnacle of success, like you guys notice that you'll never see me on a show not in some kind of three-piece suit of some kind. I'm always 100% professional every time I come onto the show, or at least as close to professionalism as I can get with the style of dress that I have. And the fact is that hygiene is important. You don't have to get those specific pheromone attracting to have women trying to sleep with you in the middle of the street kind of colognes, because while there might have some out there that really do that, your goal is not to attract a woman that's going to lust after you or lust after your scent. You're looking for a woman that's willing to be a partner to help you be successful. But if you smell bad, you're not gonna, and you can't change that if you left the house smelling bad. If you I recommend that you take a shower when you get up in the morning. Even if you take a shower before you go to bed, people sweat in their sleep, they get up in the morning, you don't notice how you smell because you're used to your scent. Other people know how you smell because they're not used to your scent. So you take you a shower, I like the Axe body wash, fellas. The Old Spice is also fantastic. If you use either one of those, that is good stuff for you to take you a nice little rinse off. You don't got to sit there and scrub your whole body like you did before you went to bed, but you want to get you like a nice little rinse off and rub yourself down with something that smells good. When you come out, throw you on some deodorant, get you some aftershave that smell good, put you on some cologne. And I know that some people like to do the direct skin contact with the cologne, but truth, if you put the cologne on your clothes, on your shirt, on your blazer, on your vest, when you start to sweat, the sweat seeps into the clothes that has the cologne in it, and that's what activates the cologne a second time. So instead of you having that potent smell, that potent sour smell when you start perspiring while you're out and about throughout the day, if you have backup plan with a cologne. And some guys actually keep with them a portable bottle, a bottle of cologne in the car or in their pocket or something like that, where they can kind of spritz it on themselves every now and again. But a lot of us do a neck, wrist, and call it a day. But you're going to have to like really like get it in areas. So if you kind of like get your chest area with it, that's why you see the Axe body commercial where they're like, oh, that's kind of what you got to do. You got to get your body area with it. You see how the ladies do it, where they spray it in the air and then they walk up under it. That shit lasts a whole lot longer doing that, which takes a whole lot less than directly hitting every area. But note to self, Tyrone, I can tell you, trick of the trade, bro. If you spray the hot spots with it, you know them 3 hot spots. If you spray the hot spots with it, emphasize. So the scent goes a whole lot further. Nobody even realizes that. You spraying everywhere except the hot spots. If you hit that bam, 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 telling you, it goes a whole lot further. So when it comes down to making sure that you're smelling better, got your hygiene on point, and then you got to get your attire on point, because everybody can't go outside looking like a thug. We can't go outside looking like we gangbangers and shit when we trying to make money. We're trying to be professional. Elon Musk looks like a grown ass child. He got on pants that just barely come up underneath his belly button and a shirt that just barely goes over that bit. He raised up his arms and you looking at. I tell you what, when he was in that inauguration and he did this, if he would have been in high school, his teacher would have put him in detention, because I'm not supposed to see his stomach, bro. The shirt's too short. Not supposed to see his stomach. So, but he's a billionaire. He's in the White House with a black blazer on, a black Fruit of Balloon t-shirt, and a black pair of Wrangler jeans and some black sneakers. And because it's black on black on black, ain't nobody going to say nothing because he's wearing a blazer. That's it. And they call that dress casual. Now, that would have been somebody from the streets. SKREETS, we would have been sitting there with like flashy Louis Vuitton something, Gucci or another, and head to toe it would have had Gucci print on it, and yep, that's right. And dummy paid millions of dollars. Like look at that pastor that got audited by the IRS. He had $7,500 worth of Louis Vuitton clothes, a $52 million mansion that he lived in by himself. He got. Now, you know how he could have gotten away with that? Instead of buying $7,500 worth of Louis Vuitton clothes for himself, he should have bought $70,000 worth of Louis Vuitton clothes and gave it to the poor folk and just kept 10% of it. Nobody would have said shit. Instead of buying a $52 million house for himself, he could have bought a $52 million house and turned it into a homeless shelter for women. He would have had 49 women in his house. They wouldn't have said shit. Brand name addictions. But you know what's funny though? Because I had a couple people that heckled me on the show because I change shoots every day. I've done a challenge since March of last year where I come with a different suit every day of the week to show folks that you can look successful every day of the week and it don't cost you that much money. Even Usman and I calculated the money from the day I bought the suit until now. I'm paying about 5 to 7 cents a day to wear a suit, where most people can look at how much money they pay for their clothes and be like, God damn, I spent a lot of money on clothes. I spent a lot of money on clothes. A lot of money on shoes. Jordan's $350. I can buy me a pair of dress shoes for $50, $60. That look better than Jordan's. But they got dress clothes in certain restaurants and certain high-end establishments where you can't walk in there wearing Jordans. You can't walk in there wearing sneakers. So your $500 pair of limited edition Jordans can't get you through the front door. Limitations of success because you can't get through the front door. But they so addicted. And then what's funny though, and this is one of the reasons why we said earlier today that some of the boys, some of the men are feminized. The single mothers are spending all the child support money on getting the kids name brand clothes. What's that doing? Conditioning the kids to be name brand exclusive. What's that doing? Now they're going to waste money on name brand stuff. When you remember Pro Rings from Payless. You my age group, Tyrone. You remember Pro Rings from Payless? Now, you remember when Nelly turned them bad boys into Air Force Ones, right? Now, them bitches went from $20 at goddamn Payless to goddamn $350 because Nelly put some damn Pro Wings on and called them A1s. Now, same logo, though. Think I'm tripping. Go look at the logo for A1s and then go look at the logo for Pro Wings, and you're going to be like, God damn, that's the same shoe. Nah, feel me now. Timberland boots now. Timberland boots. It got Timberland written across the shoe. Right, it's the brown suede shoe with the fucking brown tree on it. Right now, follow me now, Tyrone. Go to Walmart. Here we go now. And if you a hardworking man and you done went and bought you some work boots, you already know I'm telling you the truth. Go to Walmart. Go to the work boot section. Go get you one of them steel toe tan boots. Guess what's on that bad boy? That same tree without the circle on it. Same tree, same Timberland shoe. Only difference is it don't got Timberland's name on it. $50 shoe, steel toe boot with a Timberland shoe, same shoe. $150, $175. Why? Buying the brand, you buying a name. You're buying a logo stitched on the shoe. The quality of the shoe is still the shoe, but because it doesn't have a logo stitched on it, don't nobody want it because they have been conditioned to go after brand names. From childhood, if you teach your children financial responsibility, your kids wouldn't waste so much of your fucking money. Because why would your child be demanding Nike, Rocawear, Fubu, Louis Vuitton, Tommy Hilfiger, and all these other names that they don't know? They don't know the people. They don't realize that these clothes are not the name of the clothes. It's the person who endorses the clothes. And they want that to look cool in school. But if you taught your kids financial responsibility, they wouldn't be wasting your paycheck on that bullshit. If you taught your kids financial responsibility, instead of you having to fuss at your children about taking care of the house, they would get an allowance for taking care of the house. Here goes some more business for you, Tyrone. Check this out, bud. If your kids is taking care of your house for an allowance, they are employees of the house because they are housekeepers, which means that you can pay them a salary to take care of the house, which means that you can write that off on your taxes. Remember, I told you get your LLC when you start up a family, right? Remember, I was telling, what's her name? The girl that was just up here. I was telling her the same thing. Vyari. I was telling her same thing. Get you a partner. And start up a business together. Everything y'all do is for the business. You're giving the kids an allowance. You teach the kids about a 401k. Teach the kids about a Roth IRA. Teach the kids about saving and investing. Teach the kids about all of the stuff that they need to be successful before they're old enough to utilize that. Then they got 10 years of experience in it at 18 years old. How much more financially successful do you think your child would be at 18 years old if they knew how to save, spend, invest, budget, negotiate, only buy what is needed, not unnecessary waste? Teach them about a trust. Teach them about business and finance. Teach them about how they can go to college and live off of the student loan money by taking the student loan money at 4 to 7% and investing it into a 15% high interest yield account, and then take that money and pay back the student loan and keep the difference. You don't owe nobody nothing now. Matter of fact, you can keep the principal, take the money off of the stock option, pay the student loan as a tax deduction. You could get a $500,000 student loan that's charging you 4 to 7% interest. Put that $500,000 into a high interest that's giving you 15 to 18% monthly dividend distribution, and you can pay your student loans, keep the change, and still have $500,000 when your student loans is paid off. You would have went to college and made some fucking money for going to college instead of going there for a piece of paper that you can buy offline. This is what I be telling you. We didn't know this back in the day. Nobody told us this. Everybody, oh, you go to college and make you some money and you'll be somebody. But if I would have went to college and met somebody with some money and they told me what they did to get that money, I would have learned more from that person than what I would have learned doing 255 credits of college. All that time I put into getting degrees, I learned more stuff doing this podcast than what I learned in college. Tyrone said, Say what LLC, kids being our employees, bro, game all day. Yes, sir. This is a gem. This is a gem because and then here's the funny part now. Your child can make non-taxable income up to, I think we found out last week, about 14,600 a year. Non-taxable income. So you can write off $10,000 worth of money you're going to give to your kid because your kid worked for you. You got 3 kids, that's 30 grand worth of tax write-offs because that's employee wages from you to the children. And now the kids is taking care of the house. But that's almost $1,000 a month, which means you're probably going to have to make like 5,000, 7,000 and live in an economy where you only need like 3,000 of that. But the fact is that you could be paying each child $1,000 a month to be responsible. Then teach them how to invest that money, save that money, and put that money in places where their money is making more money for them, where they can buy their own school clothes, they can buy their own school supplies, they can pay for their own education. You ain't got to pay for their private school, they pay for their own private school because they make money. When I was 16, I was making $2,000 to $4,000 a week, cash money. I used to sit in my Monday morning class with my paycheck in my pocket, big old wad of money, legit, with the check stub and everything. They couldn't even talk about drug money. Now I got the check stub from the company. I got dropped off. I'm still in uniform. And they was looking at me like, you might as well go to work because you making more money than me. But the fact of the matter is, you got to learn how to be financially responsible. So if you're teaching the children how to be financially responsible, while you're investing in your children, you can invest in their future. You can get whole life insurance policies for them. You can show them how to make it to that $1 million status. You can put them in places where it will work. It will work. Then, because it will work, now you don't have to sit over here and figure out, well, how is your kids going to survive when you get old? How are your kids, like when you die? Most parents want to leave their children something. They want to leave them a car, a house, something. They want to leave them a little bit of money. If you leave them knowledge to be successful, they're going to be a whole lot better off than if they were wasteful with no knowledge and you left them a bunch of money. Because if you bring up, like what they say, teach a man a fish, you feed him for a day, feed him a fish, feed him for a day, and teach him to fish, you feed him for life. Well, if you teach a child how to make money for him, instead of you giving him money and the money is gone, you give him the money, he turned that money into more money, more money, more money, more money. Now he's standing next to Elon Musk Jr. He done bought Digitech from Joe Bezos. He done bought Boston Dynamics because he know the money is there. That's how you do it. He said, I'm married with a child in a private school and it's expensive, right? But why your child in a private school? Because if you donate money to the public school will have more money. Your child will get the same education. The only difference is that by you donate money to the public school is a tax write-off. I'm a tradesman. Never taught about investing equal fear. Yeah. But nobody told you that if you took your child out of private school, because private school ain't doing nothing different than public school. Same kind of fights, same kind of bullying, same kind of teachers. The only thing different between a private school and a public school is the private school got enough people paying the private school that they can afford the computers that the public school can't afford. Because everybody put their money in their pocket, drop their kid off at the daycare center that is called public school, and it's the government's problem. The government should put more money into the public school, but I don't want to pay more taxes. But if you tax it, the public school is a 501c3 company, which is a publicly funded entity, which is dollar for dollar tax written off. So the $10, $15, $20,000 a year you're paying for private school, that $10, $15, $20,000 a year you could donate to a public school in your area write that 20 grand off on your taxes, which means the education is still free for you. You ain't paying Uncle Sam as much money. And that 20 grand does two things. It increases the quality of education in the school that your child goes to. Your child gets more respect from the teachers because the principal is going to tell all the teachers that your child daddy paying for the damn salary of the teachers, paying for the buses outside, paying for the basketball court in the back room, the pool, the new gym, all that stuff. Because the public schools are dangerous because we make them dangerous. We got children that we don't teach self-control to because, don't nobody want to whoop their child no more, talking about some corporal punishment is bad. You spare the rod, you spoil the child. You beat that behind in the back room, you show them how to respect their teacher. They not going to bring that drama to the schoolyard. How much stuff did you and I get to when we was going to school? Yeah, we had the occasional fight here and there. Ain't nobody bringing switchblades and Uzis and Glock switches and all this stuff to class. Ain't no school shooting in the black neighborhood. Ain't nobody out there doing all that. They don't even do drive-bys near schools no more, bro. Like, they don't even have that. When we had gang violence in the 80s and 90s, wasn't nobody knocking nobody off at the school. You know what we used to do back in the day when the most dangerous stuff that we had was the trip home from school. Why? Because if it doesn't happen on school property, the school can't hold us responsible for it. So I'm going to catch you down the street from the school. I'm going to catch you at the bus stop. We're going to be somewhere off campus doing what we got to do. Now, the dangerous fight is going to happen 3 blocks away from the school, 5 blocks away from the bus stop, 6 blocks away from your house. But it ain't going to happen in the classroom. It ain't going to happen on the playground. It's not going to happen where the principal can expel you from school. We had more self-control because our parents told us that if we got put out of school for fighting, they were going to beat our behind like we stole something. So instead of us fighting at the school, we fought in the neighborhood. Why? Because we're not going to catch a whooper for fighting in the neighborhood. So if these children got disciplined today, because there's only 19 out of 50 states that do not do corporal punishment. So all the rest of them still allow the teacher to beat that ass with a ruler. We just don't socially accept that. And because we don't socially accept that, that is why we're in a position where we cannot have our teachers do better. So public schools suffer because kids ain't got no discipline. But the private school does corporal punishment. The private school, the disciplinarian beats that behind at the school. Why? Because your mama is paying me, your daddy is paying me X number of dollars to keep me here, to keep you here. So if you want your child to stay in my school, one of us is going to smack the taste out of his mouth for acting bad. Otherwise, I'm going to keep your money and kick your kid out of my school. And then I'm going to blacklist your kid from other private schools so you can't get into another private school. So what do the parents do? Donate extra money to the school and beat the child behind. That's how it works. Even rich people get their behind whooped. That's just what it is. It was like that when I was in elementary school in Oklahoma. Paddling. Yeah. They had them yardsticks. They had the paddle with the 3 holes in it. Yeah. For wind resistance. Yeah. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's still a thing. They didn't outlaw that. It is not against the law to beat some behind in some of these public schools. But because it is socially unacceptable, the school is a publicly funded nonprofit organization. The public will not fund a school if you keep your job after you hit the child. So the child can cuss you out, threaten your safety, attack you, and you cannot put your hands on the child. Now, the mama teaching the child, don't let the teacher tell you nothing. Don't let the teacher put his hands on you, X, Y, and Z, A, B, and C. Not a child out there reckless like Jerry Springer. Because the child believed that the child is untouchable. When we were young, we were taught to respect our elders before anything. If they older than you, you respect your elders. Do as you're told, you follow instructions. Women don't know what that's about. But we were taught that by our mothers, ironically. then daddy would come and bust our ass if we didn't do it. So it didn't have to be your mom and daddy that told you to cut that nonsense out. The neighbor could tell you to do it because they'll beat your ass. The sale clerk at the cashier at the local A&P, you know what I'm talking about. The Dale Shamps, you know what I'm talking about. They'll beat your ass over there too. Police officers will give it to you back in the day. They giving it to you now, but they giving it to you now in all the worst ways. Them whoopings that these kids missed out when they was between 7 and 12, 7 and 15, that's the same whoopings that they're getting from the police officer on the side of the road in that traffic stop between 20 and 35. Same ass whooping. Different mechanism, though. Different mechanism, though. When you learn how to respect your authority, you learn how to be more successful. Because fact is, it's not just don't bite the hand that feeds you. Look at it like this. You have to look at the fact, he said, glorifying ignorance. Exactly. And that's what a lot of people do, is glorify ignorance. That's why only the knowledgeable individuals stay on a podcast. After a heckler finishes heckling, they fade away and you never see them again until they get that narcissistic itch to come back and start throwing more comments into the fold. But those that seek knowledge, you see them every day, every week on here, because we always learning something. We're always talking about something. But look at it like this. If you respect your elders, you respect the people in authority, you can gain negotiation ground. Even when you fuck up in life, even when you make a mistake in life, you can gain negotiation ground. Come in the room, come in the room and fart and then walk back out. That's right. If I let anybody jump onto the podcast, not just people that I screened in the green room before I put them up on the screen, you would have exactly that. You would have people farting on the thing, screaming on the thing, showing all kind of inappropriate body parts. They would just be diving into the chat, doing all kind of recklessness, because I gotta approve them before they show up on the screen. Can't know anybody jump in there. Now that don't nobody get in there. Max, it is 1 a.m. Why are you not in bed? You got school in the morning. You telling me why am I up? I'm grown. Why is you up? Where is Joe? Tell Joe send me $50. I appreciate you, Usman. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. I'm gonna keep this thing rolling because we still got a few more that we got to do today. But tomorrow we're talking about money, so you'll be able to get some of your stuff in there. I'm still gonna look into what you was asking me about Dubai though, so don't think I forgot about that. But when you respect your elders, when you respect the people in authority, you can gain leverage. Because one, when you're trying to get improvement from your boss, you don't devalue your boss to get improvement from your boss. You praise your boss, and then you have your boss recognize your success while you're praising your boss. And then you ask your boss for something extra. Ask your boss for a little extra respect from the crew. Ask your boss for support when you take action against the crew. That's when the boss will back you up. My is your name, Xander. Xander. Yeah, it's right there. You see it at the bottom of the screen there, Xander, with this and that and everything in between. That's right. Yeah, I'm all professional. I put my name right there. I put the show right there. I got the special shout outs to the people up here. I actually got to change that because that's been scrolling for a while. That's the country. So special shout out to all of the top people that come to the show. Max the Poser is up there. He's not just one of those people that bomb. He actually comes up and learns something every now and again. But you got to understand, he's one of the ones that's not over the age of 18. So he comes in and clowns around a little bit. And I allow it. But that's one of the reasons why I say, for the most part, we got to try to be a little bit appropriate, a little bit at a time. But it is an adult podcast, so there's going to be some cursing from time to time. You've heard me do it. I'm no saint. But for those people who swear, oh, cursing is a sin. No, it's not. The book says don't use the words of the Lord irresponsibly. Don't misuse the words. So when you're making up fake words and you're using words in a different context of what they were designed for to mislead somebody into believing something different, that's when you're not doing what the Lord said. But see, don't nobody think about that part. See, we talked about the Bible one time. We talked about everything here. We talked about guns a couple days ago. We talked about everything here. He said, oh, my bad. I'm new to this. Also, lightweight Old head. Hey, it don't matter, brother. It don't matter. We're gonna put knowledge into you on a daily basis. You're gonna learn so much stuff from coming to this podcast every day, to the point where you're gonna get all your boys. Y'all gonna be sitting there playing dominoes with the podcast in the background. Y'all gonna be slapping them bones on the table like, look at what Xander just said. 25, hit me, boy. Woo! You're gonna be back to back with the Uno cards. Y'all gonna be out there with the spades, the pinochle. Y'all gonna be out there just making it work, and y'all gonna have me playing in the background. Take somebody's cell phone, Comcast it to the big screen, and have it playing on the TV in the background. I'm telling you, that's exactly what we do, because I'm here every day of the week. Every day of the week. It don't matter what you didn't know when you got here, but what's gonna matter is what you learn while you are here. That's one of the reasons why I encourage people to keep coming back. And I always try my best to maintain respect for the people that come to the channel. But those hecklers that come through, I gotta remind them, I was born in the streets too. I was born at 3:30 in the afternoon on a Sunday. So I wasn't a daytime baby. I wasn't trying to get up until after lunch. So how can I live my life if I'm supposed to get up after lunch and start my day? Well, I got to work for myself. That's the only way I'm going to pull that off. Because everybody else, unless you work in a graveyard shift, they're going to want you to show up first thing in the morning and open a stove while they're in bed sleeping until after lunch. I ain't got time for that. I'm trying to get paid while you sleep, so that when we wake up, I got money in my pocket. You feel me? I'm sitting over here looking at, okay, one time I was supposed to get paid from one of my jobs. I didn't collect the money in time. It's going to get released next month with the other check. So now I get 2 checks. I'm sitting over here double paid. I'm like, I done had so much happen that I forgot that I had money coming to me. I had to go say, hey, what's up with that cash right there? Most people can't do that. Soon as your check is released, you're like, hey, I need it. I promised somebody money yesterday and they ain't got it yet. But see, when you got more money than what you need, it's like, I can wait 30 days for that to release. I don't need it. Money is good, but it only happens after you become your own boss. Tyrone says, also, you can, because you're your own boss. That's right. Because do you think that I'm going to wake up in the morning and cuss myself out because I ain't show up for work on time? Nah. I just make less money today. I'll consider this a half day. Because I work 7 days a week. I take 1 day off, but technically it's a half day because I got other stuff to do. But I organize my life in a way where I'm making money make money for me. And then because of that, I'm able to accomplish a whole lot more things that I wasn't able to accomplish when I was at somebody else's location all day long making money for them. The other reason why respecting your elders is good for you is because not only can you negotiate yourself into higher income situations, you can negotiate yourself out of trouble, but you can also pay attention to how your authorities operate the situation. You can learn from them and then become them. When the supervisor gets a promotion, guess what's open? The supervisory position. If you know how to run the position, you qualify for the position. Only thing stopping you from getting the position is misdemeanors, felonies, and bad credit. So if you ain't got those 3, you can take over that job title. Now you go from being an hourly wage employee to a salary employee. You go from scraping 50, 60, 70,000 a year to making 120, 200, 300,000 a year. All it takes is one promotion. All it takes is one extra raise. But you can't know new stuff if you're talking back to your boss. You can't know new stuff if you're talking back to your teacher. You can't know new stuff if you're talking back to your mentor. You can't know new stuff if you're talking back to your authority figure. So when women select men that are highly successful men, and the women want to become highly successful themselves, listening to a man that is already successful will give that woman ways to make herself most successful, where she don't need to depend on his money to be successful. She learned from his success to be self-sustainable so that they're both successful. If for some reason they part, she's walking out of the deal with more than what she came in. But if she did her part in the relationship, he will be better off when she left, not because she's gone, but because of what she did while she was there. That's a question that most women can't answer. How many men have you left where they were more successful after you left because of while you were there. Most women are going to say he's in the same spot or worse than what he was when I met him, because you ain't contribute to his success. But every woman has improved. They got a new car. Most women get their first house from divorce. They got alimony now, so they got a steady income now. They got child support, so they got 2 steady incomes now. All the clothes that he bought, that she gonna take with her, because they don't leave none of their clothes behind. They take everything he bought, all the jewelry that he bought, everything. Her life improves when she walks out the door. He got to start over. Tyrone says, problem with that is today's women act too masculine. Thank you. Thank you. We haven't gotten to the women that's complaining about men yet. We just started with the ones that was complaining about the women. I put both sides of the fence up here. I don't just put one side of the fence up here. The last one was a dude that ain't worth talking to, and I had good advice for her so that the women can't say, oh, you just set it up to make the women look bad. No, sweetheart, y'all look bad because y'all do bad stuff. Men ain't always on point neither. That's one of the reasons why the good men know what the bad men look like, which is why the good men tell the good women how to behave, when to behave that way, and when not to go certain places, because there are bad men about. And the good men try to teach the good women how to stay away from bad men so that the good women don't get ambushed by a bad man, while the good man is off making money for the woman to have when the man get home. But they don't want to listen. And you're right. These women are too masculine. The overly masculine alpha boss ladies, what I try to respectfully identify them at, they try to call themselves bad bitches, but they're overly masculine alpha boss ladies that are to this day filling their own checklist. And that's why I ask women, what do you bring to the table that a man can value? And I specifically disqualify sex, your career choice, and your education. Why? Because those are characteristics. Sex is guaranteed in a relationship if it's a healthy relationship. It's guaranteed. So that you can't say that, and then the women don't want to be valued by that. So you can't even say that that's what you do. You satisfy your man sexually. So does an escort. So does a prostitute. So does an OnlyFans girl. So we're not talking about that. Now, your career choice, your income level is what women look for in a man, not what a man looks for in a woman. Your education is what a woman looks for in a man, not what a man looks for in a woman. You could be a high school dropout, but if you're a go-getter, you'll get it good. Hey, that's what we need. You could have dropped out in the 9th grade, but if I can give you $1,000 and you can bring me back $1,100 legally, hey, I need you on my team. You ain't got to have a job. You can live in your mama basement. You can live at your grandma's house. You can live on your best friend's couch. You could be sleeping under the overpass in a cardboard box. But if I talk to you and you tell me that you know ways to make money on a legal tip that I did not know about, hey, you can join my team. So all she needs to do is be a partner, and all of the characteristics that comes with being a partner, the codependency. And if she ain't got that, it ain't going to work. Tyrone says, saddest thing I have seen today was the girl that clowned a guy for taking her to the Cheesecake Factory on the first date and tried to humiliate him. Bro, I have been talking about that for over a year, how much that is some bullshit. You know, these females need to take their behind to the damn Cheesecake Factory. Cheesecake is good. Cheesecake, especially the strawberry cheesecake with the strawberry syrup and a little strawberries on top of it, put a cherry on top of the whipped cream and stuff. That shit is the bomb diggity. You sitting over here trying to be bougie, talking about something. You don't want to go to Cheesecake Factory. You want to Saxon. You want to go to Nordstrom. You want to go to all these other places, high-end restaurants, that Texas Cattleman or whatever. You want to go to these high-end. Look, you lucky if I take you to Denny's. Because at the end of the day, not on no first date are you complaining what kind of restaurant you go to. Not on your 5th year are you complaining what kind of restaurant you going to. Because if you know what our financial status looks like, you should already know we can't afford that shit. I told you guys Thursday of this week, Thursday and Friday of this week. And he don't even know you. I ain't even get to that part. But I said, you got to do it just like this. One expensive date, one free date. One expensive date, one free date. Now, out of them 4, I pay for the first one, You pay for the third one. So out of 4 dates, I paid one time. Out of 4 dates, you paid one time. Now, that means that if it was $300 the one time over 4 dates, I'm still spending close to $75 a date on average. Out of $300 the one time, out of 4 dates, you're still spending almost $75 on average. But if you talk about the man got to pay $300 to $500 per date so that I could take you out to find out if I even like you. What kind of stupidity is that as men? I ain't even trying to get on the woman on that. What kind of stupidity is that as men? I'm going to ask you, fellas, when have you ever paid a job to hire you? You ain't never done it. Now, the women are treating the men like the women are the business and the man is applying for the job. When has an employee ever paid to get the job? Never. Now, when has a company ever paid for somebody to come and apply for the job? Never. You get a sign-on bonus if you last the 90 days. But ain't no company gonna tell you that I will pay you to apply for my position. Even if you don't keep the position, even if you don't want the position, I will just give you money to apply for the position. So why the fuck are we doing it? When the dating phase is the training phase, it's a training phase to marriage, because she's going to teach him what she needs in the marriage, and he's going to teach her what he needs in the marriage. That's the dating phase. Now, wife material exists in the girlfriend. Otherwise, you dating hoes. Now, wife material is going to be wife material after you marry her, because you don't make a wife. I tell y'all this all the time. You're not going to hit her with a moonstone and turn her from a Pikachu to a Raichu talking about I married her. It's not going to go down that way. What's going to happen is that she was already a wife and you just married a wife. Now, if she ain't got wife credentials as the girlfriend, you're going to drop her. Most men don't. Most men beg and grovel and try their best to keep the girl, and they don't change nothing, but they end up in a situation where the girl leave them. Because once she dominates you, she loses value in you as a man. Once you lose your position as the authority in the situation, she loses respect for you as a man. So it's a problem for the woman to want a man that submits to her, because she's not going to be interested in a man that submits to her. She's not going to be interested in a man that she conquers. So why does she want a man that will allow her to conquer him? It's counterproductive. But again, like you said, the women, they don't even know the man. They expect the man to have an expensive car. They expect the man to drive them around in an expensive car. They expect the man to pay for everything that they touch. But on the first date, I've said this a couple months ago, in the first 48 hours, he's making sure that you're not hungry. He making sure you don't get wet when it rains. He makes sure you don't fall. He makes sure you don't get hurt. He protects you. He try to make sure you get home safe. He all husband material from the first 48 hours. Now, what the hell has she done in the first 48 hours to show you wife material? Is she making sure that your clothes is on good? Is she making sure that you ain't got no holes in your outfit? Is she going to get you another one? If your shirt get ripped, is she going to buy you another one? Is she going to make sure that you eat? You make sure she eat, and you might take your last dollar, order some bread, the bottom of salad, and then get her the $25 pasta with the steak and the shrimp and shit on it. You eating the salad talking about I'm eating light because you couldn't afford that shit. But instead of her saying, oh, let's split this, I don't want to eat it by myself, I'm going to give you half of it. Most women ain't going to do that. But if we was dating 3 months, 6 months, 9 months down the line, I could be starving, take my last $5, go to Chick-fil-A, buy you your favorite meal, bring it home hot so that you got Chick-fil-A and my ass is hungry. And a lot of men will be doing that for a woman that won't even get up off her ass and cook something for him after she done ate the damn Chick-fil-A. That's the man's fault. Now, I understand that the woman's behavior is trifling, but that's the man's fault. You will allow ourselves to be treated that way. That's why I said first person accountability. We got to put a stop to that. So first date, free date, $5 to $10 between the two of us at the most. If you want to be a little bit bougie, $20 because $10 a glass at the bar. If you take them out on happy hour, it's $10 a glass, but buy one, get one free. So you're still spending $5 a glass, 2 glasses for me, 2 glasses for you. That's all we need because one of us got to drive. So whoever's driving can't get drunk no way. We need to not take them somewhere to entertain them. We need to take them somewhere to get to know them. So not a noisy place like a club or a dance hall or something like that. You want to take them somewhere quiet, like a Starbucks, a McDonald's, in the lobby in the afternoon right before it closed where ain't nobody there. Wendy's. You know what I'm saying? Get you some food in the drive-through to go and go sit out there on the beach or the lakefront or something like that before they close at 6, 7 o'clock at night before sunset and sit out there and watch the sun go down. Like cheap dates, bruh. Because you're going to sit there with one another talking, just the two of y'all get to know each other. That is what y'all supposed to be doing. He said a lot of men marry pretty empty women. Yeah, because they're pretty and they ain't got shit else but they good looking. That's why the one woman that was on the show today could not tell us what valuable characteristics that she has because she didn't have one. But the other women that came to the show, I asked them about valuable characteristics. They were talking about emotionally supportive. They were talking about caring. They were talking about nurturing. They were talking about task-based accomplishments. These women was coming out with scrolls of stuff, bruh. But those were valuable women. Matter of fact, special shout out to April, Amy, Natalia. So I ain't forgot y'all. He says, has she even asked you how you are doing or you thirsty? Bro, most females don't do that. If a man is hungry, he will look at his woman and ask her, are you hungry? If a man is so hungry that he's going to buy himself something to eat, he's going to buy something for her too, because if he's hungry, she got to be hungry. Even if she's not hungry, his mentality is, if I'm hungry, you got to be hungry. So I'm hungry. Do you want something? Oh, you don't want nothing? All right, I'm going to go get something. But see, they're going to try you with that because they want to see if you're going to get them something anyway. I don't like them games. You tell me you don't need nothing, you ain't getting nothing. If I was about to spend $40 at the Burger King or something like that, or if I was about to spend $40 at the Olive Garden or something like that to get some to-go food or whatever the case may be, and you told me that you didn't need something, I'm gonna buy twice as much stuff for myself. I ain't gonna give you shit. Oh, you ain't getting nothing for me? No, you said you didn't want nothing. I teach them off rip because, again, Philippines, Thailand, Taiwan, Japan, Vietnam, $500 per month is how much it costs to have a wife out there. So why the hell are we spending $300 for 3 hours to date a woman here in America? We done lost our fucking minds. Yeah, it costs us $2,000 for the plane ticket to get there, $2,000 to get back, $2,000 to stay there if we wasted money, and $500 for the passport. And then if we're gonna bring her back, that's another $2,500 for her passport and plane ticket and stuff to come to America with us. But that's still like $8,000 for us to go out there and get a woman for 20 years versus spending $8,000 in 9 months on a woman here in America that's gonna leave your ass after the $8,000 run out. All I'm saying is the Passport Bros has got a plan. Now let's talk about the simp mentality. We've been talking about the simp mentality the whole time because these fellas that are allowing themselves to be used because they're lusting for the woman, they have not found value in the woman. They're just sexually attracted to the woman. So they're willing to wait their turn in the friend zone. They'll pay whatever it takes to sleep with the girl. They'll play the long game and keep paying whatever it takes to see. And it ain't tricking if you got it. So they'll keep paying whatever it takes to get the girl, get her gifts, get her cars, pay her rent, all this, that, and the third. And then at the end of the day, she might sleep with him. And if the sex is good, she might start sleeping with him on a regular basis. He will feel like he accomplished something. It was all worth it. You have devalued yourself as a man. You have lost all of your worth, and she has used you as a walking ATM machine, but it is all worth it because she's sleeping with you, right? But if your money run out, if your money come up short, she is not gonna hold you down. I had one of my homeboys that was telling me about he was dating a stripper, and he made it seem like dating strippers are awesome. No, they're good sex, but they're not. That's not an awesome scenario to be in, because she is literally conditioned to do what it takes to make a man give her money. So she will pretend like she likes you, even if she don't, because she knows she'll get money from you. She will pretend like you're the most important man on the face of the earth, even if you're not, because she knows she's getting money from you. But that type of mentality is she is going to get the money. You can't count on her to give you money if you need it. He thought I was bullshitting. What's 5-6 months down the line? I made a short about that shit. He come over there talking to me. Oh man, I'm mad. Blah 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 blah. And I'm like, what happened? Oh well, I needed some money, and she told me she was gonna get me. 5 days passed. She ain't never got me. I needed the money later that day. I told you, you can't count on them like that. It's damaging black men and toxic for our kids, bro. It's damaging all men, but the black men got it hard because the black men grew in poverty. We are raised in poverty. We don't have advice from positive men, black or otherwise, to teach us how not to stay with that poor mindset, which is one of the main reasons why I stuck to this podcast for the past 2 years. And our kids are not learning from nobody because they do not have black role models, because our generation, when we was growing up, our dads were dead and in jail. Now we get grown, we struggling, but we ain't got our kids because historically the women get the kids. Now the women ain't teaching the kids right. The women ain't got no good men in their life to teach them nothing. The children aren't learning nothing. So the kids is going to go through the same stuff that we went through. So now we're reliving the same. The cycle doesn't break. So in order for me to break the cycle, first person accountability, I had to make a change. Then after I make a change, I'm going to change everybody that come to the podcast. We all accountability. We hold each other accountable. Then we change the way society operates, slowly but surely, branching it out. And then as we change, the kids see us doing different. Like that little boy coming up onto the podcast on a regular basis. He gonna know so much about money by the time he finished with this podcast, bro. He gonna get out of high school and he gonna make himself financially successful. When he get older, he might apologize to me for being an asshole when he was a child, but he's gonna be grateful that he learned all the stuff that he learned from me while he was here, because I ain't never came up here and said nothing that his daddy couldn't learn if his daddy watched the channel after he got off. I did a short about his daddy too, because his daddy was up here like, man, I watched your podcast for like 20 minutes. I was like, holy crap, why are all of my kids not watching this show? And he was in a villa in a Airbnb taking his family out on a vacation. He was a successful man because he could afford to take his wife and kids out on a vacation out of town to enjoy time that he did not have to go to work. Most of us can't even take 2 days off in a row. He said, add that cost of housing is now $500,000 and up in California. It's going to be higher than that, bro. Housing in California is $3.5 million right now. $3.5 million for them houses. That's why it was $260 billion worth of property damage from that last forest fire in January. I didn't even look into the flood. I should have. I said I would. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But just everything from, I think, Los Angeles, Sacramento, in that area, on south towards Mexico, all that area burnt up. $3.5 million or more per property. Burnt up. Now they got to rebuild that. One of my guys from Thailand was telling me, oh, yeah, that's going to be built in no time. Shitting me. $3.5 million house, bro. That shit gonna take 18 months to rebuild. Well, for him, that's no time because it takes 5 years to get approval from their government to rebuild something over in Hong Kong. But because they got to ask the local government. Taiwan has the same rules as Hong Kong, that you have to file a petition, have the government look at it, tell you, yes, you can build that, and then you build it, and you have to ask for approvals as you go along with your development. So it could take up to 5 years to build something. It could take 5 years to get approval to start building something. So what they do is they usually start building stuff as they apply for the approval, so that by the time they get the approval, they already got the building built. But if they get caught in a building phase that has yet to be approved, they got penalties. They take that risk. They roll that dice because they're losing more money waiting on the approval than what they would have to pay if they had to pay the penalty. But here in America, you get a building permit, rebuild that bitch from the ground up. But you're going to spend a bunch of money on getting rid of the rubble from the burnt down house. Then you're going to spend a bunch of money building the house back up. So that $3.5 million house probably going to cost you $6 million to build. Yeah, they got the money to pay for the house. But like I said, it's going to take them almost 2 years to rebuild it. So all the millionaires in California, few $100,000 a year kind of California, they're all willing to pay $10,000 a month for rent so that they have an apartment because their house is burnt down. So that has skyrocketed the rental property situation. So that inflation is going to make it hard for people to rent houses in California until they finish building everybody's house back. Yeah, all those rich families have insurance, but you got to know what. So here's the first problem with insurance. The insurance didn't even want to pay at first, but California had passed a law that prevented them from canceling everybody without paying. But the problem is that the insurance company ain't always sitting on $3 billion to pay for a statewide catastrophe. They can cover a couple $1 million here and there for the occasional house that catches on fire here and there, but not $3 billion for the entire state. So the problem is that you take out your insurance claim. You got to wait for your payment. Even if you get approved, you got to wait for your payment because depending on the contract depends on when they tell you how long it's going to be that you get your money after you get approved. They might delay your approval just to delay the distribution of your money because they don't got enough, right? Now, after you get your money, because it could take 3-6 months to get your money, 6 months to get your money. They got to do an investigation to make sure that it wasn't arson because arson disqualifies your distribution of money. Then that's 6 months you homeless. Then after you get your money, then you pay the contractors to rebuild the house. Now that you're paying the contractors to rebuild the house, it's still going to take 2 years to rebuild the house. After they clear the rubble, after they get the zoning permits. So it might take 2.5 years from the day that you get your money, which could take a total of 3 years to get your house back. You homeless the whole time. So you either living in a hotel or paying $10,000 a month renting a property from somebody because you're a millionaire and you're not supposed to be homeless. But your original house is not going to be there for a couple years. Because everybody, and there's a few billion people in, not billion, there's a few million people in California. And because there's a few million people in California and everybody got impacted, not one person can throw their weight around and say, I'm a millionaire, do me first. Because everybody on the block was a millionaire. So fuck you, wait. You got to wait in line, my dude, because everybody's a millionaire over here. If you was the only millionaire on the block, you could pay double to get stuff done. But you're not the only millionaire on the block willing to pay triple to get stuff done. So at the end of the day, you're still not going to be able to get progress because the contractors are only going to move so fast. They'll take highest bidder money, but that's going to bring the inflation till everybody's house gets rebuilt. But if the millionaires had a second house in Nevada, right on the other side of the mountain, $250,000 house, your house could have burned to the ground and you can move in on the other side of the mountain and just take the long way to Roker every day and not even worry about that shit. Not even worry about it. Probably take that time to rezone that property that your $3.5 million house was in, turn it into an apartment complex, put everybody into that apartment complex while inflation is up and start charging everybody through the nose for rent and make billions of dollars off of your $1 million loss. Ain't nobody thinking about that though. What they're thinking about is, trying to get by today for tomorrow. And that's one of the reasons why we all stay lost. Let's go ahead and touch base on the next one because we do got a couple more of these. Today was a long day.
I'm wanting to break up with my DM.
Here we go.
I'm afraid to hurt his feelings, but some of the things he's been doing is seriously annoying and giving me the ick. He has no job at all. He talked about job interviews a couple times, but nothing yet, and he expects others to fund him, which I kind of did. I bought him dabs about 3 or 4 times now. He said would pay me back, but never did, and he lied about getting me shoes for my birthday, as my birthday was February 10th. He said, "Oh, I got you the shoes you wanted, but they're going to take a while to come in the mail." They never did come, and he hasn't talked about it since, which is just messed up. Like, why say you got me shoes in the first place when I never asked for a gift? Also, I'm too embarrassed to ask about them at this point. Another time during this week, I would say it was Sunday or Monday, I went over to his house to sleep over. Before I went over, I took him out to eat to Five Guys, and eating out is expensive in Canada, but I honestly just wanted to have a good burger with some company. So on our way to the place, he told me to stop at the dispensary so he could buy dabs, which he had a little bit of cash on him, and then we went to Five Guys. When we went back to his house, and he's like, "Shit, I don't have toilet paper," which is not ideal for a woman to have no toilet paper. So right away, I felt annoyed that I was even there, because now, what do I do if I have to use the bathroom? Later on, he brings it up again. So I'm like, "I'll take you to the store to buy some, or you can go with my car." He's like, "Please come with me." So I was like, "Okay, whatever, but I'm staying in the car." I swear I heard him mumble something like, "I got to use your card," and I said what he said, "Never mind," then we left. On our way there, he's like, "Oh, I forgot my bank card." I'm like inside my head, "OMG, you could have just told me you had no money." So he asked if he can use my card, and it's awkward. I can't say no, even though I want to say no, because he literally just had money with. So I said yeah and gave him a $20 bill. He buys a small pack and gives me my change. Now I just feel uneasy the whole time I was at his house and could barely sleep. Then I leave the next morning because I got class, and I honestly didn't go see him that night again or the next night, because I felt like he just taken advantage of my kindness. And
Oh, I'm gonna get to that.
send me the money for the toilet paper, to which he never did. I also have issues setting boundaries. So I didn't bring it up because I feel so awkward asking him to pay me back. I'm a shy reverse person. I don't like to speak up unless I really have to, so it's a struggle for me. Another thing, we've only been dating for 3 months, and I ended up getting a good amount of money in January, which is a couple weeks into us dating. And I noticed how comfortable he got asking me for money for like random little things. Like he messaged me asking for $6 because he didn't have enough for pizza delivery, which he did twice already now. I usually ignore him when he does that, but now he's starting to do in person, which makes me feel uncomfortable.
Soft guy, drizzle, drizzle.
Why it's not like it's my fault he's this way. But I feel bad that he cares for me, and all I want to do is end things because I feel so wigged out by him.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that you're in the masculine position. He and he treating you the way women treat men, and you pissed off about that. You say she found a user. I was just sitting over here saying, soft guy, drizzle, drizzle. Did she really find a user? Because that's how women treat men on a regular basis. You find out that the man got money. Every time you want something, you ask him for money, and he pay. He don't ask no questions. You pay. You go places. He expect to use your wallet, or when we go places, the woman expects to use the man's wallet. Like you've experienced it too sometimes, Tyrone. I'm gonna get to your last thing. I ain't forget that. But the women, oh, I want to go shopping. They're not asking you if it's okay for them to spend your money. They say they want to go shopping. You take them shopping. They start grabbing stuff. Oh, baby, are you gonna pay for that? I tell you what, when a woman tells me that she want to go shopping, bro, I take my driver's license out of my wallet. I leave my wallet and I bring my driver's license. And then she's like, "Oh, you want to go do X, Y, and Z?" All I brought is my ID, babe. And half the time, I don't even bring that because I leave my ID in the car, because that's the only place that your driver's license is relevant, is to show that you have the legal right to operate a motor vehicle for commerce purposes, commercial purposes. People don't believe they're walking business, but that's what the driver's license is for. That's why you see those sovereign nation folk that's talking about, I'm traveling. I don't need a driver's license. I'm traveling. I'm commuting. I'm not doing commerce in the United States, so I don't need a license. They're true that they don't need to. But the truth is like, I'll leave it in the car. We'll walk through the mall all day long. I ain't paying for shit. I ain't got no money because I don't know you like that. If you're not willing to pay for me, I'm not willing to pay for you. Now, this woman is bitching about this guy. He asked for some dabs. Yeah, he could sound like a deadbeat. He asked for some dabs. She got it. He needed some stuff. She got it. She took him to Five Guys. She ain't go to Cheesecake Factory, but she took him to Five Guys. She got it. But You liked the dude. He was physically attractive. You didn't know what his situation was, but you felt like, oh, he might have more than what you got. So she started hooking up with him. Come to find out, he got the same amount of what she got or less. She's looking down on the man. She's not willing to be a partner with this man because she wanted the man to take care of her. And since she wants the man to take care of her, and now she's in a position of taking care of him, she's feeling like you said that she's got a user, but she don't have a user. She's got a person that cares about her that doesn't have as much money as her. Because in order for you to say that he's using her when he's doing the exact same thing that all women do to men, then you would have to then say that each time a woman does that to a man that they just start dating, that man's got a user. Now, we would then say, no, that's not the case, that not all women are users. Sometimes the women just don't have it at that time, and they might get it back to you later. They might do stuff that they can't afford to pay for to make up for the stuff that you bought them. Well, in that situation, she's in the masculine role. We were talking about this earlier, these masculine women. She's in the masculine role. She's paying for everything, so he's going to do more stuff. He might cook and clean and take the car to the shop and take out the trash and fix the roof and cut the grass and back massages and all this other stuff that if the roles were reversed, women would find as oppressive to do. But because she's the breadwinner, she's bitching. But she's doing what the alpha boss lady is supposed to do, the leader of the pack is supposed to do, which is take care of the relationship financially. Now, since she's taking care of the relationship financially, he's got to put effort into the relationship to take care of the relationship physically. That doesn't mean that he's using her, but because he's a man and men are supposed to pay, a man is not considered valuable because he's not paying. So that makes him by default a user. But if you change the roles and have that as a man complaining about the woman's behavior, you would not say that she's a user. You would tell him, quit your bitching, because that's what you're supposed to do as the leader of this family. So I'm going to tell her the same thing, ma'am. Quit your bitching, because that's what men are supposed to do when they're leading the family. So since you're leading the family in the man's place, you're going to have to take on that role and you're going to have to wear it well. Because otherwise, you're going to be single, because as long as you make more money than the men that you're looking at, you're not going to find a man that is worth your time. But if you found a man that had potential, you got more money than him, you invest your money in him, and then that man makes that money make money for the both of y'all. Now you found a diamond in the rough. He made you a millionaire, and that is when she's probably going to divorce him and take half of his shit. But the fact is that you're more likely to find a man that's down and out, trying to come up, to be more successful, respect you, appreciate you, value you, potentially worship the ground that you walk on. You're going to find that from a down and out man coming up, especially the black men, as opposed to trying to find that from a man that already made it. Chris Brown, broken jaw, dislocated rotator cuff, fractured hip bone. Remember how he threw that girl down the stairs? I'm trying to tell you, like, you want to get some of these rich men. Ray Rice knocked that girl out in the elevator. Couldn't even wait for the door to close before he punched in the face, knocked her clean out. Mike Tyson, Mystical, Bill Cosby, Ike Turner, O.J. Simpson. Now, y'all want these millionaires now. I can name a bunch of men that you probably shouldn't date. Chris Brown had like 20 women already, and he hit every last one of them. But because he's a millionaire, he could keep doing that. The rest of us hit a woman one time, we doing 5 to 10. This is what we're trying to say. Like, they want that top 25%, that top 23% that does not have value in women, when the bottom 25% wish that you would give them an opportunity to shine. If you treat your man like your weed stash and you water your garden and shine that light on him, that motherfucker probably grow better than the bush that's in the backyard that already done blossom. R. Kelly, Puff Daddy. But see, R. Kelly ain't beat on no women. R. Kelly just peed on a girl that was old enough to know how to move, but not old enough for him to pee on. So, I mean, I really couldn't throw R. Kelly in there as a womanizer. Puff Daddy was doing all kind of nasty stuff in his house, but I mean, everybody had an invitation and they showed up, so I can't really throw Puff Daddy into them situations. But what was the other dude, Quavo? I could throw him in there though because he punched his girlfriend in the face too. You know, so I'm just saying, like, with all these rich men that is out here legitimately physically causing harm to women, and that's what the women are chasing after. But yeah, you could throw R. Kelly in the mix because that little girl went over there for the sake of getting got by Kelly. Now, just because he caught a case on that, don't change the fact that she volunteered for that shit. The same way that little 15-year-old volunteered to get smashed by 25 boys in the bathroom of her high school after the school was over. They volunteer for this stuff. Now the men are wrong for participating in the situation, but these women are signing up for this. Now, the good men that aren't making 200, 300, 500,000 a year, they're not valuable enough for her to give him a try when that's the man that would have made her the queen of his castle. And you're right. Richer isn't always better. Stable, reasonable income level right now in America, 84,000. That's living comfortably, 84,000 a year. Which means if he's making 44 and you're making 44, y'all can live comfortably. Both of y'all could be a teacher making 50,000 a year, and y'all will have 10,000 extra dollars a year to follow my financial advice and get over there and invest it in other places and make money for you, so that by the time y'all reach tenure, y'all can retire out of the game and live life. You don't need $100,000 a year coming from just that man. You can make the other half of that 100,000. You can find you a $50,000 man, and that man will treat you better than a $100,000 man. But as I said before, why I said that women are not valuable by their money, because at the end of the day, she is looking at this broke dude and she got the ick. But if a woman was behaving like that, the man would say, I got me a good one, because sex. That's it. Not because she cooked. That's why men made microwaves. Not because she cleaned. That's why men made dishwashers and washers and dryers and garbage disposals and automatic vacuum cleaners and automatic trash cans. That's why men made starch wrinkle resistant clothes, because women don't iron clothes no more. Stain resistant clothes, because women don't take stains out of clothes no more. All the stuff that women used to do to be valuable to a man, they stopped doing. Women used to balance the budget. They don't do that no more. Now we got auto pay. We got automatic bill pay. We got online banking that we can handle from our cell phones. Everything that a woman used to do to make her valuable to a man, we replaced it with technology. Which means that the only thing left for a woman to do is give herself over to the man physically. So now he's renting a sex partner. And until women change that behavior where I am more valuable to you than a sex partner, you're not gonna find the right person, because at the end of the day, what good is sex from one person versus another? But traction, knowledge. She might throw it back differently than the other person, but that's it. You can get that from anybody. What makes you stand out of a crowd? Because I know the top 23% has a lifestyle that she can't get from the bottom 75. I know that the lifestyle, in addition to the availability, is going to be far different, because a man that's working from check to check probably working 2 jobs. A man that ain't got to work is probably always available. And when a man is always available, guess what happens? Idle minds are destructive, so they end up cheating on you with somebody else because he ain't got nothing to dedicate himself to. Tyrone said, facts, all the blue-collar men I work with are great fathers, but the women don't value them. Women today love face tattoos, sagging pants, street slang, basically a menstrual man. I wouldn't call him a menstrual man, but they are definitely getting there, because they are not masculine at all a lot of the times. They sagging their pants, and that came from prison, and they don't believe that when you sagging your pants, you talking about come get some from the back. You're inviting them to enter from the rear when you sagging your pants. If you don't pull your pants up and put your belt on, you do that when you children. chillins, what we used to call them. You out there chillins, and y'all under the age of 16, you don't know no better. Yeah. But even when I was a jit, when I was out there, jitterbug out there wilding out, 14 years old, 10, 11 years old, I told my mama, she told me, why don't I ever pull my pants up? I told my mama, I said, mama, there's going to come a day, and it ain't going to be that long from now, that I'm going to get tired of sagging these pants, and I'm going to pull my pants up and tighten my belt. And when I do, that's going to be the day that I own enough suits to not have to dress like this. And I tell you what, by the time I was 16, I had 13 suits in my closet, bought my own car. I was driving to high school with my own car. By the time I got to second year of high school, I had to bought my mama and my sister a car, bought my own place. I was a general manager of one of the restaurants that I was working in at that time. By the time before I was 18, I done bought a motorcycle and all this stuff. I'm living an adult life as a kid, because I decided at a young age, you know what? I should probably tighten that belt up real quick, get out there and go get it. But you know what taught me to tighten that belt up, though? What taught me to tighten that belt up wasn't some grown folks coming and telling me how this, that, and the third about where did the tradition came from. What happened was we had a riot in the neighborhood. Couldn't run with your pants sagging, had to pull them pants up and tighten that belt. You couldn't run with your shoes untied. You had to tighten them shoes up. The time it takes for you to tighten that belt up and tighten them shoes up, bro, you get your behind whooped. So see, after the riot broke out in the neighborhood, it was like, shoot, I ain't never came unprepared. My shoes is double knotted, tucked into the sole, so I don't lose my shoelaces. My pants is all the way down. I had instead of having one leg rolled up, I had the pant leg rolled all the way down and tucked into the shoe so that I wouldn't get caught on the bicycle when I was riding my bicycle. I had my pants up with the belt on tight so that my pants wouldn't fall off. If it went down, I was running, and I was a track star, boy. I was leaping over squad cars. So when it went down, they couldn't catch me, and that made me pull my pants up. I learned, hey, if you are caught unprepared because your pants is sagging, you ain't going nowhere, bro. You notice that every man that run from the police then hike them pants up, tighten they belt up, and tighten their shoes up, and they is trucking it. Not now person that's running 15 blocks from the police got their pants sagging off they behind, shoelaces untied, long white tee looking like Lil Jon and the East Side Boys. Not now one of them. Not now one of them. All of them look like who died. One of the fucking track stars from the Olympics. They got sweatpants on, hiked up. They got the shirt tucked in. They got the Nikes on. You don't never see them running in Jordans neither. They always got Nikes and Reeboks on, and they just pop, 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 and they getting it. They getting it. Because at the end of the day, ain't nobody paying attention to the situation when the situation goes south. But when the situation goes south, they're going to get their shit together. Now I'm going to go back because you told me about this individual developer. They had bought 70 properties in a black neighborhood in Texas. Now I wasn't familiar with these individuals that bought 70 properties in Texas, but the thing is that they did that in Louisiana too after Katrina. And what happens is that when a property value tanks, they will go and buy up the whole neighborhood. Then they'll redevelop the neighborhood, rent it back out, but when they rent it out, they raise the rent. It's called gentrification. They're going to push all the poor people out of that neighborhood. So when I was telling you a few hours ago about that city in, I think, Kansas, that they're like, oh, we'll give you $6,000 to move over here. Right. But how much is the fucking rent over there? Because if the rent is like high, super high, like you're really like only going to give me like a month and a half worth of rent to stay there. And then I got to figure out another way. End up getting evicted because the rent's so damn high. Yeah, it's a nice neighborhood because don't nobody live there. The wrong people you put in that neighborhood make that neighborhood suck. He said, come on, our grandparents worked and went through too much. You ain't never lying, bro. We went through so much. Our ancestors went through so much to give us difference, but we're not paying attention to what they struggled through. You know how with the Rosa Parks in the back of the bus, right? So Everybody should have a right to sit in the front of the bus. Why all the cool kids feel like, oh, I need to sit in the back of the public bus where the motor at talking about some, oh, I'm cool. Cool people sit in the back of the bus. No, you got the right to sit in the front of the bus. That's what people fought and died for. Got beat up, shot, ate up by dogs, hit with fire hoses so that your dark skin behind could sit in the front of the bus. Sit in the front. 3 seats past the handicap. Sit yourself in the front where you can see where you at so you can get off the bus and not miss your stop. But they don't appreciate what was set before them, so they take advantage of the fact that it's always accessible to them. But the day of tomorrow that they're no longer being treated fairly, or the day of tomorrow they don't get what they want, they're going to say they're not being treated fairly, and then they're going to whine and complain and bitch and, oh, woe is me, and they're treating me bad because I'm black. I had a gentleman come and talk to me the other day. He told me that some people was doing him dirty on his job, and he was telling me, oh, it's discrimination. I said, it ain't discrimination. It's harassment, but it's not discrimination. They're treating you like shit, but they're not treating you like shit because you're black. It just so happens that you're black while you're being treated like shit. There's a difference. Discrimination comes from them specifically targeting you because of the color of your skin. Just because they haze people on the job and it's not appropriate doesn't mean that it's discrimination. Yeah, it's harassment. But you gotta know what you're looking for. They don't pay attention. They feel everybody in the world dropped the black card. Oh, you're doing this to me because I'm black. No. What you're doing is unconstitutional. So it doesn't matter if I'm black, white, red, or brown. What you're doing is against the Constitution. What you're doing is against certain state and federal laws. What you're doing is illegal. That it is what it is. It's wrong. It's liable for civil action. So you're not mistreating me specifically because I'm black. You might be mistreating me social classism because you think I'm too poor to sue you in a court of law and get compensated for your behavior. But you're wrong. Because if you have knowledge, like I've got knowledge, you could probably get a whole lot more stuff done, because most states allow you to file civil action, filing an indigent form. All you got to do is show the court that you don't make enough money to pay for the cost of court to open the case. They'll open the case for you for free. So if they really messed you over and you file the case and the court determines that that is a valid complaint and you can't afford to pay for that complaint, you don't even need a lawyer. You can file the case yourself. Most cases work their way to mediation where you settle out of court before you go to trial. So, I mean, if you're not trying to be greedy and they offer you enough money, they'll buy their way out of not going to trial. So you probably won't even have to fight the case. You just have to put in a valid complaint, file the necessary paperwork, skip over the cost of court, have the court charge them with the cost of court. If you win, that puts a heightened responsibility on them to settle, because either way, you're going to get compensated if they're truly wrong. And then at the end of the day, you're going to get more out of the complaint than what you would have got beating their ass on the street. So, but people think, well, because you're poor, you can't afford a lawyer. That's why if you're riding in an expensive car, the police don't pull you over as fast, unless it's a Hellcat, because if you can afford this car, you can afford a lawyer, which means the lawyer is going to make this case go away. So I'm not even going to waste my time with the paperwork. They're just going to let you slide unless you're doing too much. Yeah, you're right. It's not always racism. It's not always racism. But see, the rich people knew what to do. So they said, oh, well, this neighborhood is about to go down. So we're going to buy it. We're going to buy it while the value is low. And one or two things is going to happen. We're either going to sell it when the value goes up, or we're going to just keep it and rent it out. But until we sell it, we're going to keep it and rent it out. And then as we evict people out of the place, we'll renovate it and then we'll sell it. But some of them we can sell as rental property and charge 3 times the value of the property, because it generates income, which means we can buy it cheap, fill it up, charge reasonable rent, sell it as an income, and make 3 times as much as what we paid for it. Cost of doing business. So you could have bought 70 properties for $500,000 a piece, which would have been almost $3.5 million. Well, no, it'd be closer to $14 million if you're rounding up with taxes and everything, and then renovate them, build them up, sell them back out for probably $38 million, because you'd be selling it for almost 3 times more than what you paid for it. After taxes, it'd be close to $38 million. And if you did that in a land trust, where a land trust where you subjugate the house from the land, and it's a restricted deed, then you can rent the land out, the land usage to the homeowner. So they buy the house on a restricted deed, and they're still paying you for the land, where the contract of the deed is that they have to maintain the land, but they're going to rent the land from you. You know what that turns into, Tyrone? An HOA. Ain't that some shit? Continue to get paid for the house after I sell you the house. Restricted deed means I have to approve that you make changes of the house, and if I don't approve it, you pay me an extra fee so that you can do it anyway. All of these things happen because we learned what to do. So 70 houses, even if they're paying $100 a month for the house, for the land that the house is on, you sell each one of those 70 houses for $300,000 a piece, and now they're paying you $100 a month after that, which is $1,200 a year, in addition to, on top of the fact that they just gave you $250,000, $750,000 for the house. And you will continue to get that for the life of the house. So they can make $7, $10, $15 million, and then off of 70 houses at $100 a month or $200 a month, they could turn back around and make another $70,000 a year off of the land that the houses are still sitting on. Yeah, I learned that like 3 years ago. I was like, shit, why do we not have land trusts? Oh, look, we learn all kind of stuff on this show. I got a few more. Let's run through another one.
20 years old, and I was on a call with my boyfriend who's 20, and he said something that is making me reconsider things. Hi, I need help, and I have no one else to talk to or vent out my frustration to, so I really need help. I met my boyfriend 2 years ago, and he's literally the love of my life. He's my first love, and I'm his as well. It's like every day was honey money for us until what happened yesterday.
Shouldn't be complaining
then. And he was advising me not to go out at 8 p.m., and I was reassuring him, telling him even if I did, I won't, because I sleep at 8 p.m. anyway. Not to worry, because I have a self-defense kit, and will defend myself if needed. Then he out of nowhere asked the most out-of-pocket thing ever. If you can defend yourself, then why didn't you stop your attacker from attacking you? My heart genuinely dropped, and I told him I was going to sleep and hung up. I texted him 3 minutes later saying we need to talk, and I told him what he said was basically victim blaming, and explained what he said, and he got very defensive, saying stuff like, I was just trying to make a point. I just wanted to understand the situation. And I put myself in your shoes, and I figured that I could have ran away if it was happening to me, but that's obviously not true. And when I told him it really wasn't true, and told him he can't know unless he actually experienced it. He said, what is wrong with you? Guys, I'm genuinely lost, and I don't know what to do. I really need help.
Well, I can tell you that once you get got by the attacker, it's less likely that you're going to get away from the attacker. Sometimes you're just going to be stuck in a situation that you can't get yourself out of. And a lot of people, once they've been got like that, they definitely protect themselves with extra equipment. Some of us got Glock switches, but some of us got mace and knives and switchblades and tasers and all kinds of other stuff to keep ourselves from being got by that one unsuspecting person. However, that's one of the reasons why you got good men that you date that tell you don't go out at night, don't go out wearing that outfit, don't go out with the short skirt that's showing the crack of your behind, don't go out with the leggings on that's showing your crotch in the front, don't go out dressing to entice individuals that could potentially attack you in the middle of the night. Don't go out and get wasted with your homegirls where you're not coherent enough to pay attention to the dude that's trying to spike your drink. Don't go places where it's too crowded, where you can't pay attention to all the people around you. Don't go in cars that you don't recognize because you don't know what car you're in. You can't tell nobody else what car you got it. I could tell you, when I was young, that's all the stuff my mama used to tell me. If you put a cup down, bro, don't drink after it. You know, that the thing is, it's like, you know, don't, if you take your eyes off your cup, don't drink it. It don't matter what happened. You know, that is it. So when a man tell you don't do this, don't do that, don't do the other, he's doing that because he care about you. You tell him, I'm fucking superwoman, I can do whatever I want because I can protect myself. Well, then protect yourself then, because I am not about to go to jail for what I am going to do to that guy if he put his hands on you. So what has to happen is, now, since you want to be Mr. Badass, you want to be out there like Queen Latifah from Set It Off, and you see how that movie end. You gonna get out there and you gonna act bad with your girls, and only one of y'all, Jada Pinkett, gonna survive the situation, and the rest of y'all is gonna be sitting over there wishing that y'all had made better choices in life. Now you're gonna get mad at a man for saying that, and you're gonna say that we're victim blaming, but we're not victim blaming, because if you do not put yourself in a position to attract negative attention, you are less likely to be involved in a negative situation. Tyrone says, yep, you're on your own, Miss Reckless. You damn right. If you do not put yourself in a compromising situation where you don't know what car you're in, you don't know where you're at because you wasn't paying attention, you're not coherent, so you don't know how you got here, so you don't know how to get here. How can I come and get you if I don't know where you at? I don't know what car you got into. I don't know who you with. How can I come and get you? You got to understand, as an adult, ladies, y'all have to understand, as an adult, we got to wait 3 days to file a missing persons report. 3 days. 2 days if it's actual suspicious behavior. But you went to the club and didn't come back. 3 days, we got to wait before the police start looking for you. Whatever is happening to you will happen to you for 3 days if you live that long, because nobody will come looking for you for 3 days. That's the law. Now, in order for me to come and Captain Save your behind, you got to tell me who you going with, what car you're getting in, where you plan on being, what route you plan on taking. You got to tell me when you get out of one car and get into another, when you leave from one club and go to another, who you're leaving and going to the club with. Because if you say, come get me, and the phone hang up right after that, I need to know where the hell I am going. Because if I don't know where I'm going, I got to wait 3 days for your body to turn up. So if you want your man to come get you, what you got to do is you got to tell him what's going on. Because when we was children, we would tell our mama what car we was getting into. Some of us read the license plate off on the car. We told our mama when we went to our friend's house, when we was leaving our friend's house. We would be on our bicycles in the middle of the street. We would tell our mama what block we on. Tyrone says so many black men in prison for that reason. Exactly. The fact is that we know that it ain't safe for nobody. It's not just it ain't safe for women. It ain't safe for nobody. So you cannot tell me that you are going to make a bad situation worse by putting yourself in a situation that's going to cause me to go to prison because I defended you. Then on top of that, ladies, if a man is going to put his freedom and his life on the line for you, why will you not listen to that man? Donald Trump is a billionaire. He has 10 to 20 men that tell him where to go, when to go there, when it's time to go, when to leave, when to shut up. Donald Trump is one of the most powerful men in this world. But if 5 guys tell him you can't go in that building, it's not clear, then damn it, he's got to wait. The reason why Donald Trump didn't go to prison when they sentenced him, or no, when they convicted him before they sentenced him, was because he had CIA who knew everywhere he was gonna go for the rest of the time that he was out on bail. That's why he never seen the inside of a jail. The rest of us got to turn ourselves in. They got to get a probation officer. They got to follow us around. He got a whole bunch of people that know where he was last year, where he's going next year, everything that's going down right now this month. They know what his whole itinerary is. So he don't got to turn himself in, because where is he going to go that the CIA isn't going to follow him? Tyrone said good women can diffuse problems with other men. Good women can diffuse problems with their man by listening to their man. A good woman don't got to say shit. She can stand there and be quiet and let her man diffuse that problem if her man's got good negotiation skills. A woman is supposed to be selecting a man that's supposed to represent her. Therefore, if she picks the man with good character, good communication skills, good negotiation skills, then she's got a man that should be able to talk his way out of keeping her from getting her behind what she said. If she picked a good man, he should be able to not escalate the situation. He should be able to not only de-escalate the situation, he should also be able to derail her ability to get got. So if I know a holiday is coming up and I'm going to tell you, let's stay home for the holiday. Stay home for the holiday. Because what happened out there in Louisiana when they had all them bombs that they was trying to blow up on Bourbon Street? Everybody out there partying out of control. Now, if I would have told my girl, don't go out there, I don't have to know that they're about to blow up Bourbon Street. But I, as a man, got a bad feeling we should not go out this holiday. She go out, they blow up the block. I told you not to go. But now I got to dig a hole in the ground because your ass wouldn't listen. They ask for that. They ask for chaos when they don't want to take advice from somebody that they elect as a personal advisor of their lifestyle going forward. When you get into a relationship, your man is your trusted advisor. He tell you what is in your best interest to do and not do. He is not your dictator. He is your trusted advisor. But you're supposed to select one that has good decision-making skills. So you're not looking at his wallet, you're looking at his decision-making skills. And if he's got good decision-making skills, you should trust his judgment. And if you trust his judgment, he tell you sit down and shut up, you sit down and shut up. He tell you, come on, let's go. You get up and walk out of the room. That's not necessarily obedience. You trust him to advise you the same way you trust your lawyer not to tell you wrong so that you don't go to jail. OJ had a good lawyer, but what did OJ's lawyer tell him to do? Sit there and don't say shit. Now, OJ listened to his lawyer. OJ got off on a trial. Now, if OJ would have been a woman, OJ would have been in prison. You can't tell me what to do. I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want. That is why you end up in trouble. You elected that man to be your trusted advisor. So listen to what he has to say. That's what you picked him for, to make decisions. Now, if you got a man that don't make good decisions, you need to rethink your decision-making skills because you should have been picking the kind of man that should be able to make good decisions, whether he's rich or poor. But if he's poor and he makes good decisions, you should be able to help him become rich. If he's rich and he makes good decisions, you got less work to do. Either way, you got to follow instructions. CJ said, Everton or Liverpool. I only know about Liverpool, but I mean, I know soccer season is supposed to be starting soon if it hasn't already kicked off. My daughter's a huge soccer fan. Tyrone said, absolutely. I stopped drinking alcohol and so did my wife. Bro, I haven't really quit, but I tell you what, I do not drink nearly as much. I had 2 boxes of wine this January. So we're in, oh snap, it's been almost a month. We're in March. I had 2 boxes of wine in January. We drank both of them before February, me and my father. It's March. Ain't no alcohol in here. No, I don't care about judgment. No, I don't care about judgment. My point is that you slowed down like I slowed down because I know you and I probably same way when we was young, when we was in our early 20s and our teens, we were throwing them bad boys back. We was doing kegs, we was doing bottles, we was doing mixed drinks. We would take 5 bottles of some stuff, pour it in there, change the color of it, shake it up, set it on fire, and chug that shit. I know how it used to be. I know how it was in college. We probably could remember a time when we couldn't remember when we were sober for a few days, a few weeks, a couple months. I know how it used to be back in the day, but I also know that after a certain while, we realized that that is not where we need to be at in life, and we cut that bullshit out. But when you decided it is in our best interest for us to stop doing that, your wife backed you up on that, and that's a good woman. That's all you needed. Exactly. All that for years. And then when you think about how much money you spent per case, how much money you spent per bottle, you start thinking about how, damn, I spent $10, $15, $20,000 a year on alcohol. If I would have invested that shit, I would be a millionaire right now. That's the kind of stuff that made me say, fuck that. Between that and not getting a DUI, I said, I know my homeboy got like 3 DUIs, crashed 4 cars drinking and driving. I learned from somebody else's mistakes. I am not going down that road. I am not going down that road. But because we do not have that proper guidance, ain't nobody telling us. You know, the rich people got wine cellars and shit. You know why they got wine cellars? Because they don't drink all the damn time. You know that you are only supposed to fill your glass 25% of the glass. That is a full cup. We all alcoholics, because if 25% of the glass is a full cup and everybody has always filled the glass up to the brim and hope that we don't spill it, we drinking 3 glasses for 1 cup. Talk about something, I don't want to get back up. But your ass getting back up in 10 minutes because you're going to chug that glass. I just wish earlier someone would say, why are you drinking? And that's why I am here. Because ain't nobody was there telling me back in the day what I should not be doing. And that's one of the reasons why choices that I made, I can't say I regret them, but I learned from them. And since I learned from them, now I tell other people, hey, you can cut that out. If you quit smoking, you can save 10, 15,000 a year. You quit drinking, you can save 10, 15,000 a year. That's 30,000 a year together. You quit clubbing unnecessarily, you can save $300 to $500 a month. If you save it $300 to $500 a month, that's $3,000 to $5,000 in 10 months that you can save on just not going to the club. That's money right there. 15% interest, bruh. We could turn nothing into something doing this. He said the whole world evolves around drinking alcohol, sex and drinking alcohol. Specifically, it revolves around sex, but the alcohol allows the women to not have their guard up as much so that they can be more willing to do the things they were thinking about doing, because when you lower your inhibitions, you could be a little bit more slutty. That's what the alcohol is there for. It's not just there for people to get drunk. It's for people to get drunk so that they can blame it on the alcohol. It is enabling an excuse for bad behavior because you wanted to do that before you started drinking. You decided to do it because you was drinking. And now you're going to blame it on the alcohol so that you don't have to take responsibilities for your bad attitude and your piss poor behavior. And it's going to cost you a shit ton of money. He said a lot of money pissing away. A lot, and that's if you don't catch a charge while you're out there wasting that money, because that's even more money. Because you get a DUI, that's 10 grand plus the probation officer, and you lose your license for 10 years, 5 years on the first offense, and now your insurance is $700 a month. So all of that because you got drunk real good one time in public with your homeboys. Then the DUI that don't claim. We're not even talking about if you crash your car and kill somebody. We're just talking about if a cop pulls you over because you couldn't keep your car straight, and now all of a sudden your whole life is ruined. Yep. And you know something? DUIs and DWIs, because there's 2 of them. DUIs and DWIs, because driving under the influence and driving while intoxicated are 2 different charges, but they're felonies. So here's something that most people don't know. Rental properties may not allow you to rent a property from them if you've had a felony charge within the last 5 years or a misdemeanor. No, it's a felony in the last 3 years and a misdemeanor in the last 5. Something to that effect. Probably the reverse. Probably felony in the last 5 years and misdemeanor in the last 3. Now, this means that your DUI or your DWI, which is a felony, could interfere with your ability to rent a house. Because when they do a background check, you have a felony driving charge in the court system. When they do a background check, they are really running your name against the court dockets, civil action against you. An eviction is a possession of premises, which means that when you get evicted, there's a civil action against you. So they're looking for civil actions against you that are in the federal set. So domestic violence, misdemeanor. Public intoxication, misdemeanor or a felony. Trespassing, misdemeanor. public disturbance, public nuisance, misdemeanor. You catch a charge, then you try to move, you might not be successful because you've got a case that just happened. Bad behavior, misdemeanor. People don't know that. it might be a good thing, but if you're that person that can't move, but you got to move out, now you're homeless for 3 years, or you're living on your homeboy's couch off the lease because you can't find no place to go. That's the problem. That's what people don't understand. Oh, the system's keeping me down. No, your bad choices and your piss poor behavior is what's keeping you down. People are suffering because they're making stupid decisions. The shit that they did in the past that is so far in the past that they can't fix it in their present negatively impacts their future. That's when life sucks, because you can't change what you're in. You just have to weather this storm until the silver lining comes through this storm cloud, because until you pass over this decade of failure because of the stupid decisions you made 5 years ago, you are not going to do better. 10 to 15 years after you get out of prison, you finally start seeing some headway. But you got to do that 10, 15 years in prison and then go 10 to 15 years after you get out of prison, which is 30 years for one mistake before you start seeing improvement in your life. You can't just say, I've been out for 6 months, times as hard, I'm going to go back to doing what got me back in prison, because you're never going to stay out of prison. People don't know that. But you can't stay out of prison unless somebody give you an opportunity to get you a good job, get you a place to stay, so that you ain't got to do nothing illegal that puts you back in prison. Xander, real quick, how do you go straight to YouTube Live once you sign into YouTube? Are you talking about as the podcaster or as the person watching the podcast? Because as the podcaster, what I do is I log in and it takes me directly to my studio, because I do not this account does not do anything other than run a podcast. So when I log in, it takes me straight to the studio. And then I click go live. But and that's through YouTube, because I'm using StreamYard right now, I actually don't even log into YouTube. I actually log into StreamYard and I go live from StreamYard. So you're watching me from StreamYard. As the person watching YouTube, let's see. So if you go to your channel, let me double check, because I don't want to give you wrong advice. I have built a reputation of never steering anybody wrong. So I'm not going to steer you wrong right now. In your channel, you've got your home page with a little house. If you do it looking at this from your cell phone, he said, as a person watching, he says, because when I accidentally swiped out, it's hard to come back. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass to come back. So if you subscribe to the channel, I'm gonna tell you 2 ways to go to it. But if you haven't subscribed to the channel, what happens is there's a house on your phone, and that house is your home page. At the top, it has live. It has every live that is live right now. But unfortunately, since I've been live for about 5 hours now, I might not be at the top of that page. But if you keep scrolling down, my page is in there somewhere. Now, what you can do, if you've already subscribed to my channel, if you go to subscription, it will show you every channel that you have subscribed to. Mine is currently live. It might be the first one in the list. If you click on my channel, it will bring you back to my page. You can also click on my channel on your subscription if it has been one of the most recent ones that you've added, and it might be right there at the beginning. It's got the regular this and that logo that I showed you on the show once before. You will see hold on, let me see, let me show it to you. You'll see this logo right here on my show. If you see that logo, you click that logo, it will take you to the whole channel. And then on that channel, you can click view channel, or it will have a ring around whatever video that is up there that says live. If you click that live, it'll bring you back to the live. And then you'll be back in the channel. That will help you get here if you haven't gotten here yet. If it tells you if it tells you that I went live, you can click that button that says that I went live, and it'll take you straight to the live. Also, if you're scrolling through the For You page, you decide to see if I have gone live yet. If you haven't gotten a notification, if you click on subscriptions, it will take you to all of your subscriptions. If I released a pre-release video or something like that, if I released like a highlight reel or something like that, it'll show you what those are, and you can go to view channel. And if you click view channel, you can look at all of the ones that I've already posted, and it'll show you the ones that are coming up as well. So if I have a bunch of videos that are scheduled to come up coming soon, it'll show you which shows we got coming up. So if you can't come every day, but there are certain topics that you want to be on, you can hit the notification button on those topics, and those topics 30 minutes before it airs, it'll let you know. And the day that it airs, the moment that it airs, it'll let you know again. So you might get 2 or 3 notifications if you hit the notification button on a show that you really want to watch, which lets you come whenever you can come. And then if you're one of those people that's watching from multiple different locations, we're live on Twitter X, and we're also live on Twitch. So if you get the notification from YouTube, you can jump in on Twitter or Twitch. And if you're a YouTube fan like I am, you can dive in from YouTube. So, that's a good way to always come back, because I know we got a few more to do, but I know that it's late. So some people are going to bed. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, for you, you're in California. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning for you right now. But I mean, some people, it's like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, depending on if they're on the East Coast or whatever, and they might want to take themselves to bed. So if you ever got to dip out, I appreciate you coming, because I'm going to be here tomorrow. I got about 4 more minutes worth of people to talk about, but I think that's spread across 3 or 4 comments. So we might got about 20 or 30 more minutes to talk about stuff. But yeah, I talk about this, that, and everything in between. Today, I don't have another client until 7 a.m. So since I got to be up all night anyway, I'm like, I'll just take my time and finish the podcast, because sometimes I got to rush us off the show because I got a client right behind. But today was one of them days where I didn't have that much to do. So I was like, well, I'm just going to ride that wave. So let's see what the next person's got to say up here.
My boyfriend hasn't spoken to me for 5 days.
Uh-oh.
Should I send him this? Hi, I hope you're okay. You seemed fine on Monday, and then when I didn't hear from you anymore after that, I thought that maybe you needed or wanted the space from being really stressed, since you recently mentioned not wanting to talk to anyone during your stress. I'm not sure if I had last said anything to frustrate you, and I apologize if I did. But I do care about you and our relationship, want to help make things work between us, and hope that we can communicate about things. If this is something you no longer want, then can you please communicate that with me so that there is less confusion? The reason why I wrote this is because the last time we spoke was on Monday, March 3rd, where I said some mistrustful things towards him at the end of the night that I think pushed him over the edge and led him to ghost. The Sunday right before that we had hung out. I've been really depressed and blaming myself for how things left off the last time we spoke on Monday, which I kept on regretting because I had felt like that's what made it the final straw for him. It's been such a roller coaster ride for me. I'll see how much I can update here in pieces here and there. I'm cycling through so many thoughts and emotions. The Saturday right before all of this, by the grace of God and lucky coincidence, caught him lying about where he was and who he was with on Saturday. But I acted like I didn't know after I found out and asked him questions on Sunday to see if he would come clean on his own, and didn't tell him that I knew, hoping that there would be an explanation for what I saw. But he blatantly lied. And now I'm regretting not just telling him straight up that night on Sunday after I gave him the chance to tell him the truth. Well, it'll just have you know, I saw you yesterday and this is what I saw, and you just lied to me about everything. So what do you have to tell me about that? And walk away, and I bet that he would have been the one trying to make up for it afterwards and feeling what I'm feeling now instead.
Nope.
But instead, I don't know why I decided to hold out just a little longer, and then instead on Monday I became passive-aggressive and made sarcastic and suspicious comments because it was tugging in the back of my mind that then it pushed him over the edge while he was sick and stressed that now he left me instead, and the perception of fault is now on me, if that makes sense. I'm still in the process of sorting out these many different thoughts, regrets. If only I did this or that instead. This one's probably the worst one for me that kills and agonizes me the most. And emotions. To be honest, I even had a moment where I looked up and found out about voluntary euthanasia and helium.
Oh boy. All right. So first, I'm going to tell you that there's no relationship where if you end your life for. So, I mean, if you in that scenario, you need to get you some counseling, check yourself into a psych ward, get you some Ritalin or something, some Xanax or something. He said, Xander, I gotta go. Too great conversation. We'll definitely return when I can. Hey man, I appreciate you coming through, Tyrone. I think I only got like 2 more after this one. So I appreciate you hanging out. I'm gonna see you next time. I'll be here tomorrow. We're gonna be talking about all stuff that went south in the economy and how we're gonna be negatively impacted by that. So if you got time to stop by, we're gonna start off at about 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, which at your time should be about 7 o'clock. So, and I'm probably only going to do for like an hour or two that time. So yeah, this chick need therapy because she tripping. But thing is, lady, and I'm gonna see you tomorrow night, Tyrone. Be here. But lady, I gotta tell you straight up, the problem that I got with this scenario is if you seen him somewhere that he wasn't, that you believe he wasn't supposed to be, regardless of whether or not he was supposed to be there, if you are going to make it your business, then you are about to start something that you can't finish. Because as a think about it like this, y'all. As a man, every decision that a man makes is supposed to be intentional. It's supposed to be intentional. I didn't accidentally end up there. I chose to go there, either because I wanted to go there or somebody asked me to go there. Now, why am I there? Is that any of your business? And the reason why I ask that is because if we have the relationship where I am going to tell you before I go or after I get back, eventually I'm going to just come out and tell you where I was. But if you don't trust me, we shouldn't be together. So if you believe that I was somewhere that I wasn't supposed to be at in a deceitful fashion, out with some chick that you come to find out was my cousin or my sister, or in a situation where I parked my car outside of a building that you wasn't okay with. Because you got, sometimes we might go to a hotel because we got to go pick our drunk friend up from the hotel. You see us at the hotel. What was you doing at the hotel? It's none of your damn business. I was taking care of business. I was minding my own fucking business. Now, women are going to say, oh, well, we can't talk to you like that. No, y'all talk to us like that all the time. That is one of the biggest issues. But if I was going to go out and do what I had to do, my friend went out there and went and did some stuff. He said, don't tell nobody. I'm going to come back and I'm going to be like, man, I had a rough day yesterday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, whenever the hell this shit went down. What happened, man? I can't really talk about it, but I had to help somebody with some stuff that I didn't want to help them with, and it was just too much. And I promised that I wouldn't say nothing, but I just got to let you know that I was going through some things with somebody that I know that I should not have been going through. And she could have just understood that something went down. But if he don't tell you, don't worry about it. Y'all don't want a man to ask y'all where y'all been. Y'all don't want a man to tell y'all where to go. Y'all don't want a man to tell y'all not to go. So the problem that we have here is that mutual respect is that if he's going to tell you what's going on, he's going to tell you. But if he's there for a reason. If he is not where he is supposed to be at to protect you, provide for you, care for you, that is a problem. But if you don't need him there at this moment and he's taking care of something else, he might be doing a surprise for you. Some men can be cheating, but he could be doing something surprise for you. He could be setting something up to show you in a later date and time. And if you caught him in the act of setting up your surprise and now you are accusing him of being unfaithful and he wasn't being unfaithful, you just destroyed your relationship. Then on top of that, instead of you bringing it up in the moment, you waited until he was sick and stressed out, and then you blew up on him. It's time to go. The relationship is gone. It's a toxic scenario. You don't trust him. Once he recognized that you don't trust him, he was out the door. And that is the best way to go, because if you don't trust him, and it could be because you're telling me that you want to do stuff that you shouldn't be doing. You telling me that you should have had therapy before you started dating him. You should have been getting counseling before you started dating him. You already pre-traumatized from some other stuff, and you're taking it out on him. You don't know what you saw. I don't know what you saw. But instead of you talking to him about it straightforward, when it happened, when you thought it was a problem, to see if he was going to tell you what was what. If he told you it was nothing, it was nothing. Now, if you don't trust him, you got to search his phone. You got to search his Google history. You got to search his social media platforms. You got to GPS track his phone. You got to GPS track his car. It's time to break up. If you got to hire a private investigator, it's time to break up, because you should not have to spend money to leave this person because you don't trust them. It should not cost you $1 to say that my trust is no longer in this relationship, so neither am I. That is it. That is it. That is all you need. But ladies, a lot of times what y'all want to do is y'all want to get confirmation, just like she was saying, oh, now she looks like the bad guy. No, you always were the bad guy in this situation, because if you felt like this situation was not working for you, you should have been clear about that and left. But if the situation would have been all right, and now you're picking a fight that did not need to be picked, you started something to end something, and he helped you out with it, because he's like, you know what, I'm gone. He's gone for 5 days. He's taking care of business. You over here sending him a two-sided situation because you want to know if he broke up with you. If he took all of his stuff out of the house, he ain't coming back. If he only left and left all of his stuff there, he will be back eventually. So if you are not trying to see if you can take stress off of his plate, you need to leave him alone. If you're not calling him saying, baby, what can I do to help you? What can I do to support you? How can I improve your situation? What can I do to take stress off your plate? If that is not what you are saying, selfishly, you just don't want to be alone. You don't want him to have broken up with you and you not know nothing about it. When you say, oh, he took all his stuff and left, that's it. It's done. He already showed you. Because a man is only going to leave his stuff where he live. If he live with you and his stuff is in your house, then sweetheart, if he left on Monday and he ain't come back yet, it's still a yet. If he packed up all of his stuff and he left, he ain't coming back. Ain't no yet to that. But he just left and ain't come back yet. Eventually, he's coming back, because he got to come back and get his stuff. So if you're not going to go find him and help him be successful so he can come back sooner, let him stay out there until he finished doing what he got to do. And then when he come back, fix it by stop acting the ass, communicate, and stop being so sideways about your comments. If you're going to talk to the man, be straightforward. I don't know why you was over there with such and such doing whatever, but I would appreciate it if you let me know about that out the gate, unless you seen him creeping with some chick. And then again, if he was creeping with a chick, he probably with the chick right now. And if he was creeping with a chick that day and you caught him, you should have left him that day. You shouldn't wait 3 days to see if he going to snitch on himself, because ain't nobody going to snitch on themselves, man or woman. Ain't nobody going to snitch on themselves. If they cheating, they cheating. If you don't catch them, they ain't going to say nothing. So if you caught him cheating and that's what he was doing, then you should have left. You shouldn't have waited on that. He said, Arsenal. I don't know who the other one is. Tottenham. Oh, are y'all picking teams for the upcoming tournament? Because y'all throwing games out there. I seen Arsenal. I played them on FIFA 15, I think it was. It was way back in the day. I played it way back in the day. We got a couple more. Let's run through these real quick.
I'm so pathetic. I went on a date with a girl I liked, and it went horribly. And she's texting dry as fuck since yesterday, and just low-key ghosting. And
Yeah, I did.
Like her feels like I'm going crazy. Just what should I do with this feeling of emptiness?
Real before I answer that question, yeah, I played them. Yeah, because I was back in the day. We got on OG. Yeah. I played 15. I played FIFA back in the day. I used to play NCAA back in the way back in the day. You know what I'm saying? We used to play college football so that we could go through the career mode, right? Go through the whole career mode, max out the player, trade him to Madden, and then we played that same character on the Madden game after we got him off of the NCAA game or the college football game. We had college basketball, college or pro basketball. We had NBA Street. So we was doing FIFA. We had before FIFA, we also had hockey. We were knocking back all them sports. We didn't really do so much tennis and golf, but we definitely did dead or alive beach volleyball, and we definitely put that cheat code in so that everybody was topless. So I mean, I'm gonna tell you, we from way back when. We was playing these games back when Juiced had the cheat code where you could just save over the save pack and then do the street race and lose the race on purpose and double up your cars and then double your multiply your account, then sell all of the cars, and now you got $1 billion, and now you can buy the most expensive car on the game. Took you like 3 hours to get it done, but you were able to buy a Viper, duplicate your profile with 2 save cards on the PlayStation, lose, then save it, then copy it, then put them both in there. Then you got 2 cars and you race, you lose both of those cars. Now you got 4 cars. Then you copy it over and now you got 8 cars. And then you sold them. And now you got enough money to go and buy whatever you want on the game. We used to do all kind of stuff back in the day, bro. Yeah. Triple OG, double. We way back in the day. These kids don't know nothing about stuff like that. But what he was saying, bro, you're not a loser because of that. You're down on yourself and your low self-esteem when you're sitting over here talking about how you fiending for a chick. We was talking about this earlier today. When you fiending for a chick, the chick don't want you. She's showing it to you that she don't want you, but you want her. And since you want her and she don't want you, now you stressing out because you don't know what to do with yourself. Stop paying attention to her. Pay attention to your money. Build your money up. And then once you get enough money, even if she decided to come back and talk to you, don't even talk to her. Her time has passed. You can go talk to somebody look better than her and live your life that way. Because if you keep dwelling on what's not yours, you keep dwelling on what you don't have, you are going to make yourself feel bad about your life when your life is just fine without her in it. That's all I can say about that. You don't need her. Not for that. Everybody wants a companion, but you don't need somebody who don't want you. You can go find somebody who wants you. Let's see what the next one's got.
My coworker is an 18-year-old man, and he put me on a Hear Me Out cake and posted it online. Do I take action in some way? I am a 22-year-old female, and I work at a diner as a waitress with this kid. Let's call him John. John has always seemed pretty chill and busses my tables. Sometimes we chat if we're closing together, usually about school, as he started college not too long ago, and I'm almost graduated with my BA. Ultimately, we are friendly but not friends. Last week, he said that he was part of a group chat with a handful of other coworkers on Instagram and asked if I wanted to join. I said sure because I haven't connected with people at the diner that well and figured it was worth a shot. We swapped Instas. The group chat is very normal, friendly banter between coworkers. Yesterday, I see that John posted a reel of him and a couple of his buddies doing their take on a Hear Me Out cake, which is usually a very lighthearted and funny way of saying you would get with words typically fictional and mostly animated characters. The entire cake adhered to that concept, except toward the end, when my face, a picture that he must have screenshotted from one of my posts, is stuck on the cake. I was the only real person on that cake, and John actually made a comment about how attractive I was, and that he wished that he could hit that, but doubts he has a chance. I feel insanely grossed out and kind of violated. I want the video taken down, but I'm not sure if I have the right or authority to do that. I ranted about this to my sister, and she told me to just take it as a compliment and be glad that someone thinks I am pretty. It feels wrong doing that. Is this grounds for taking this issue to higher ups? I don't know if I'm comfortable working with him at the moment. Do I just take care of this myself and tell him that it makes me uncomfortable and I want to take it down? It is a public video. I am just uncertain how to move forward. I'm so pathetic. I went on a date with a girl I liked and it went horribly and she's texting dry as fuck since yesterday. And she be ghosting me.
All right. Well, okay. That one double taked on us. Well, look. So for the one that was sitting over here talking about how they got put on the cake, technically that could be considered a compliment. Technically that's inappropriate for the job. Technically that is considered sexual harassment. Technically you can take action. Technically, yes, you can get him fired for that. If you want to, you don't feel comfortable about it. If all of your colleagues did that on a job, you could quit your job, go find you another job. If they have lighthearted banter behavior, and this is what these people do, this might just be the first time you ended up on a cake, but it might not be the last time somebody does a cake where somebody else might be on it. You could take it in stride or you could take it offensively. That is totally up to you. But if they are lighthearted and you are not sociable and you don't know how to socialize with people, and this is how they joke, you don't joke that way. The most appropriate way for you to handle a situation is explain to him that might have been in light humor, but you do not carry on like that with that type of humor. And as a result, you would prefer that he take that down and not perform that again. You have to understand that you're 22, he's 18. Kids play games in different ways than adults. And because kids play games different ways than adults, what he might think is funny, you might think is an insult. It's not intended to insult you, but you got insulted by that. So if you don't want to ruin a man's life, you can just talk to him appropriately. Tell him you don't like that type of behavior. You don't mind being friends with him and his squad if they can respect you and respect your autonomy. But at the end of the day, you prefer for them not to make that type of humor with you. Now, going forward, you cannot allow yourself to break down to that type of mentality as well, because if you start behaving the way you got offended, then you will be hypocritical. So you can't join in on that type of behavior when they're doing that with somebody else, because you said you were offended when they did it to you. So let's be honest. If you want room to lighten up and join the fray, you're going to have to take that in stride and show that man that ask him to at least take that video down because you don't feel comfortable about that video, even if you're not going to complain about feeling personally offended by what was done. So that is the end of today's 5-hour-long journey. I really appreciate you guys coming to this and that. I don't have any other advice for you. I want you guys to remember that we are live 7 nights a week. We're going to start off at 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, 7 o'clock California time, and 11 o'clock Florida time. So make sure that you guys come through tomorrow, because we got a lot of stuff to talk about, and we're going to try to squeeze it through in as short a period of time as possible, at least an hour, maybe two. I think 2 to 3 hours, because I rotated the schedule out, so I'm gonna do like a 10 to 1 kind of thing, 10 to 12:30 kind of thing. So just stay tuned for that. Remember, we're live 7 nights a week, so you will see us. Make sure that you guys like and subscribe. And ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking y'all to make it make sense. I want to give a special shout out to all the fellas on the channel. I appreciate y'all. We're about 75% strong right now, so make sure that you guys continue to show us that love. Stay tuned for Higher Ground, that was made by alanito.music from Switzerland. And again, thank you guys for coming to this and that. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Higher ground. Used to chase validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt upon the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher, constantly making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. That's my personal command. I'm not mountain on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never yield.